Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Online Olympiad 2021. It's Division 4, Day 2. Coverage brought to you, and also this event brought to you by FIDE and Chess.com. My name is Wouter Big, also known as Bigfoot. I'm the Chess.com esport producer in Europe, and I am joined here by the magnificent, the talented, the amazing WGN Ketty Tsatsalashvili. Ketty, welcome to your first Olympiad commentating experience. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Thank you so much for introducing me that way. And greetings to our chat as well. I am so excited to be a commentator of the Olympiad for the first time. And I believe that this tournament just gathers a lot of players from many countries, and they have a chance to show their best. And here we are to catch the best games and analyze them.
Yeah, it collects the best of the world and also the worst of the world, which we saw in the earlier rounds. But, it's an all fun. The new rises, the new stars, and a lot of fun games we will see and meet. But first of all, let's jump into the format. Let's talk a little bit of how this event is staged with two stages, the division stage and the playoff stage. The division stage is the biggest stage, as my dogs are barking in the background. Kira, I'm trying to run a show here, young lady. Thank you. The division stage is where we have the multiple divisions. Whenever you finish in the top 3 of your division, you will go to the next division. So on until the top division. If you win the top division, you will go towards the playoff stage, which is just a bracket of the best 8 countries. 15 minutes plus 5 seconds is time control. Now, talking about the division stages in more depth, the Division 4 has 60 teams with 5 pools of 12 teams, where the top 3 will go on to the next round each day, or each weekend. We have the top 3. So the top 3, that's in total of 15 teams, will go on to Division 3, where 35 teams are already stationed, 15 will join from Division 4, and they will battle it out again. The top 3 of each pool, again 15 teams, will go to Division 2, so on until they get to bracket. When we go towards the team comp, this is also a very interesting one. I do be liking this one. Teams are composed of not only the best players in the world, it's 2 open spots, you can fill in for yourself, 2 women's spots, and 2 junior spots, 1 male, 1 female. So it's a very inclusive, diverse kind of approach when it comes to the teams. Do you like that, Ketty?
Absolutely, because we usually have this Olympiad open and women, so it makes sense to be just tied in equally. So we're gonna have the players just equally represented. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I really like this, and it only shows that you can't just have the best team, you need to have the best selection of like youth and women and men, and I think that's really cool. Let's jump really quick on the standings. What are we working with today? It's Pool A. Pool A will have 4 rounds. Today we'll have 4 rounds of each pool. We'll start with A round 1, then A round 2. A round 3 is also where B round 1 starts. So we're going to have 4 rounds of each pool because there's still 8 games needing to be played. And Hong Kong, Nepal, and the Maldives have been in the top so far. Of this pool, Katie, which country would you like to visit? If you could right now.
They all look so good to me.
They all look so tasty.
Yeah, like all of it. I would love to visit all these countries, to be honest.
Yeah, as long as you guys pay our tickets, we will happy to go to your country. I think Lebanon would be really cool to visit. Fiji would be really cool to visit.
Nepal that was my first choice, to be honest.
And Laos is also so many good stuff. There's also countries like I have no idea where they are, like Brunei, Darussalam. Sounds like an Eastern Asian country, but I could be totally wrong. Could also be from Africa, but I think it's an Eastern Asian country. But very cool. Very cool. And the games actually have started. So if you'd like, you don't have to. You can decline. You can say, Big, let's not do it. But if you'd like, I'd say that we're going to jump to the games.
We should do that. And meanwhile, we can ask also our chat where they are from, which countries they're representing,
Yeah.
and which countries they are supporting. Let's see how many countries we can count in the chat.
There we
So
go.
I represent myself, Georgia. So here, I don't know if we have somebody in here from Georgia. Maybe we have. So if yes, you guys can make some noises, and also you can say which country you're from. So about the position, we have to talk about chess, right? And
No, we don't have to. We can just chill, talk about your day. How was your day yesterday? Did you have any meetings that you also had to skip, or was it just good?
Yeah, my day. Oh, my day was crazy. Actually, I just had a tournament which ended some hours ago, like 3 hours ago.
Really?
Yes. And I won some prize. So I'm so happy.
Congratulations.
I'm so happy today.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was a crazy event which started at midnight.
Ooh.
And it was the mix of blitz 5 minutes, not bullet, rapid 10 minutes, and then rapid 15 minutes. So it was a combination of these 3 time controls.
Wait, when did you sleep?
I don't know, maybe I have not.
Getty! What? This is so unfair. All right, I slept for literally 10 hours. I look like absolute garbage. You didn't sleep at all, and you look so good. What's your secret?
Makeup.
Your secret? Tell us.
Makeup.
Ah. Okay, that works. I'm wearing that today. But we need to make up about which position we're gonna look at. Got him. I'll be here all day.
We can start from this because we have it already on the board. So for the moment, this is a situation that White's king is still in the center. I don't want to make a mistake, but I think this is Sveshnikov line. If somebody can recognize it from our chat, maybe they can help us.
Yeah, this is a Sveshnikov. Very simple. I showed this line yesterday where I used a trick. I once tricked someone over the board with this, and I was very happy about it. It was an over-the-board game where they played Bishop D7. I was like, "Kook! Let's go!"
No way! Oh, that's a nice trick.
That's a nice one, nice. But you don't see that often. They go for the Bishop G5. I always go for this one. Obviously, you cannot take here because of these kind of tactics, which are very strong. So this is more. Knight B8 is more popular in these lines right now, preferred from the World Cup. And here it's C4, A6 is a very easy move to make. He cannot take because you'll lose the rook here. So they say, okay, well, I'm just going to win your knight this way. And then we win, we're happy, and we're clappy. But right now...
Can happen that. Yeah, what's happening now, we have a bit of like a change here, but the point is that White here has really good position with the pieces. They are so perfectly developed for the moment. Knight is coming on d5. That is such a nice outpost for the knight. Rook is also so active on a file, attacking the pawn. But there is an issue. White's king still is in the center. So for this reason, the bar shows here equal evaluation. Is that equal? A bit?
Yeah, plus 0.4.
Yeah.
So that's equal. Yeah.
Yeah, so if White really quickly managed to develop the bishop and the castle, then it will be, this position where White will have forever advantage because of the pawn structure and the knight on d5.
No, I actually like this pin a lot. So even if Black decides that I'm just going to take, I can just move bishop to c4 and prepare this. I don't need to move this just yet because there's no reason to. Bishop d7, I'm probably just going to either move back or then I'm gonna go to d5 before moving back. So there's a lot of ways to play this position, which I really like. Let's see what happened in the game there at the end. This is the current position right now. Kind of what we talked about. Exactly what we talked about, actually.
Yeah.
And the rook will go back, and we'll have a nice position. This is Lebanon versus Pakistan. We have a lot of games, so I'm just gonna pick out the ones that make you happy. Katie, what makes you happy? What kind of positions make you happy?
I wanted to say food, but okay, if you ask me.
Same soulmate over here. Give me food. I worked 12 hours yesterday, obviously, for producing and hosting. And after that, I just went to McDonald's. I'm not gonna lie, they're not a sponsor, but I did went to McDonald's and it was.
That's the best treat for yourself after a long
the
day.
best treat is commentating with you. Aww. Okay, I'll stop. This is
all right. Knight c5. This is interesting, but is not the king really in the center? Now white is open up the f file, and it will be impossible to castle because rook will just rook controls this f file. So yeah,
this is disgusting, as they would say. I'm trying to look for the best move. I'm thinking b4 to get control of this square, and this should be over. I thought this was interesting, but it was very done before it started. This seems very interesting, even though white is. Well, okay, I'm just gonna go from the start. Obviously, these are also like 1,200 players because it's the base division. Junior players. We have this kind of, how do you call this? Kind of reversed from Posky kind of opening.
Rosolima?
Rosolima? Ah, that's a Rosolima, yeah. So we saw this d5, already a very weird move because you're just going to lose the knight. Okay, they just lost the knight at the start. And now there's...
there was a little tactic which really worked out.
They went d5, they were like, well, this is good. But now your knight's trapped. They felt like if I take with the pawn, then I can move back. Then we're okay. But white just moved the bishop, and suddenly this knight doesn't have any squares to go to. Awesome, yeah, and this is also going to be a very clear-cut game. This one seems interesting as well, between Arti Sewak and Mishka Migdad. I'm going to let you talk about this position while I close the door. Oh,
well, okay. I really wanted to see Kira again, together with us commentating. But well, maybe guys, if you ask really much, we can see Kira at some point. So about the position here, once again, one side has an issue with the castle, with the king. Still, it's not a castle, and we have some actions on the king side already. So this is very important to make your king safe at the very early stage, because if your attack is not working, then you will just weaken your own king and the structure. So now what is white's idea? White's idea is to push the e4 and just open up some files and diagonals and take full control over the center. Black is hoping for f4 just to close the king side. That's okay for white because the control over the center, it's fine. There is another, yeah, exactly. We can also consider this one with the idea of king f2 rook h1. Yeah, and the question is where black is going to castle the king. And there is also some typical ideas like d5 instead of f4, just not to make any changes in the pawn structure. And with this d5, why this is so good, because it just blocks the bishop on b7, and this bishop on b7 is just, the useless piece. So yeah.
No, I love this. And you can even take, I think you can even take it with the pawn here, because after, let's say we take everything, f5 will fall, there are checks here, this is falling, the knight's coming out really fast. This is chef's kiss for white. So yeah, a little bit too rush, I would say. I'm not a fan of h3 though. This is not the move that you want. This is the current position that we have. So all right,
he wanted to save the bishop. That's why he played very quickly h3 and bishop h2, and his idea is to push g4. He wants to push g4 actually.
Yeah, I would take this in a heartbeat. What do you think about it?
And then I will take the knight on c3, because otherwise this bishop on b4 does not too much.
It's true, yeah. Or you could actually maybe reroute it to d6 at some point to really eyeball these squares, but I probably pro in h5 and start. You know, if I'm going ham, we might as well go ham. You know, so a lot of cool games to see, to have. Let's continue to the next one. Let's see what Kelly makes happy. Which one resembles food? Not this one, but this is a very interesting. With the king going on the wrong. Are they playing King of the Hill or is this the Olympiad?
Yeah, the king is really active. I like the king. It guards d2 and it attacks d4, but it is under the checks right now. Knight f5 is beautiful check. I can see it was played already.
Yeah, it's been played.
Okay, so now king d3 makes sense, but in that case, rook just captures a2 pawn.
Yeah.
And the idea is bishop b5 check, very unpleasant one.
Yeah.
And rook a3. So here, once again, I think we have the issue of, we had an issue of king. White could not manage to castle and develop the king side.
Yeah.
So as a result, once again, we see very
you get chased around. Yeah.
heavy position.
Whatever result, by the way, let me quickly flash that. It's this game already ended. A few moves later, we saw the checkmate. Didn't take the king, didn't take the queen. Went for checkmate instead. Very, very well done. And let's go to the top boards. You know, might as well look at some high level games. This looks very interesting. This is Faisal. I'm gonna butcher the names, pronunciations, but you gotta bear with me. Faisal Karalal and Tunvir Gilani. This is Pakistan versus Lebanon, and it is white to move. What do you prefer in this position? Do you like black with this pawn all the way up, being defended with the bishop, or do you like white's chances here?
Like at the first glance, I like it with for black, because seems like there's no problem for black. And with black pieces, if you just don't have any problem at this stage, then you can survive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So d4 pawn is very active in the center. The bishop guards this pawn. White might attack the pawn, as you can see here. White attacks 3 times and black guards with 2 times. But there is also the rook on d file, and we might have some bishop moves. Bishop c6 and you know, e4 pawn usually is the target for black in these kind of structures. But once again, everything goes to very concrete lines, and for the moment, the rook on f8 is hanging, and black is thinking the move like rook e8 is very fast to play. Yeah. So yeah, my recommendation to anyone who struggles on time is just like the moves like rook e8, which just happened here, is very obvious. So you have to make these moves really, really fast and save some time for the really critical moments that will for sure, you know, happen in the game. So yeah, when you make some moves really fast, then you will not be struggling that much in.
Yeah, it feels good. I always like to play fast out of the opening, put pressure on my opponents. But I'm gonna contradict you here. What do you feel about bishop b5 intermezzo? Because you cannot take place e4 because I just en passant it. Then bada bing, bada boom. And if you move your queen, which is the most likely scenario, I might push d3 in some scenarios. Maybe not now, maybe after here, but now at least the queen is gone and you can really kick this bishop out just yet.
Yeah, I like this one, yeah.
I think bishop b5
maybe that's what he was considering, bishop b5.
Yeah, that's probably the consideration that was in, but I said, okay, rook e8, maybe I'll go bishop b5 now, but yeah, I don't know how I would play
trap as well, you know, if now white captures d4 pawn, then bishop b5 is still on the board.
Yeah, you're correct, yeah. Like right here, if we take this one, bada bing, bada boom, we have a lot of pawns. But I think if I was white, I would play somewhere like e5 here.
Yeah, to just block this bishop on g7, right?
To those large, but I also want to get my knight at d6, which is just a very nice position for us to have. So might as well leave this pawn here and then get this knight in place, maybe get the rook here. Like, I feel like I have the time to really grind this one out with white, but
yeah,
we'll see how that's gonna go. This is not what happened. We're waiting for a move still. This was the final move. Queen d2 has been played, and we will continue to the next game. I'm gonna go forward. If you say like, Big, you're going too fast, I'd like this game, tell me, but I'd like to like move forward through the games at a time.
Let's do it. Next one.
This game, we have Bibek Ting from Nepal versus Aliuddin Azahari from I think this Brunei. And we just had the move knight to b5, offering an exchange of queens. Would you take it?
Yeah, always. Always trade the queens. That's
Do you
what
always?
I'm known for.
Oh yeah, it's true. You told me that. Yeah. All right, okay. So we'll take. And now we have a which exchange the rooks
in this
ago.
case, it's only move actually, because otherwise knight c7 was hanging.
Yeah.
And the rook is also hanging on the spot. So now black can capture the rook on d1 with a check, and after rook d1, knight c6. Just to get out.
Yeah.
Get out from black needs to develop the pieces. So there's no knight c7, a7 pawn is guarded, and there's no any weaknesses here. No, knight d6. Yeah, rook d7 looks really good here to get the rook on the 7th rank. Can we get rook activated? Or how about a6 first?
Okay, a6. I'm gonna jump here.
And rook d8.
Rook d8. Look at that.
I knew you would do that.
Little devil. You sneaky little devil. Oh, and then you defend it. Oh my god, Katie, you're so good.
I look so. And then bishop b6 to attack the knight.
And
then bishop f8.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Just let me take your pieces. Wow, that is brilliant. I thought white was way better here, but you defended this perfect. But am I correct that those are the only moves? And if you don't play it, you're kind of screwed. Okay, so it has been played.
Yeah. Okay. Knight also don't have too much of the choices here. Knight a3 will lead.
Yeah, a3 doesn't really do anything. Okay, so you have knight d6. Wow, I'm impressed. Call me impressed. That was really cool. Okay. So you are still
because
sharp.
It's like black doesn't have too much of the weaknesses. It's just the position, the activity of white pieces. And if there is something on spot, then that can be really safe.
No, I agree. Oh, you're gonna like this one. You ready?
Hit it.
Look at this baby.
Oh no.
Look at this baby. What's going on here?
This is complicated. What was black's last move?
He took on d4.
That's a sacrifice.
Yeah, I like it. I don't think it's good, but I do like it.
Yeah.
The engine doesn't think it's good.
Why you like it? Can I capture it?
Of course. Let's capture it. Okay, so we're gonna capture it. I guess we'll take with the queen as well.
Yeah.
And then we're preparing this. This is our idea.
Sure.
So what is it that we will do to stop? I don't have queen a3, which would be very nice, but obviously there's a bishop there.
That could be nice.
How does I can always play knight h3 to defend, so I'm not too worried about this.
Yeah, that's true, but somehow if we have to do that, it means that knight d4 might be a really good sacrifice.
That's true. I also have queen e1 to defend, so I'm not too worried about that either.
In that case, we can simply play knight d5 then.
Knight d5.
Just to try to trade the pieces.
Knight d5, bishop here, queen here. Now I mean, this is getting interesting. If the bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, we suddenly have like a lot of.
Oh, how about instead rook takes d5, bishop b4, just to pin
bishop
the headlines.
b4, even more pins. Look at that. Rook a2 only move, or rook a4 maybe.
Rook a4, queen d2. Rook b4. Oh.
Or rook a4, because if the queen takes, you could just take here.
Yeah, that is crazy. Okay.
You're not the only one. I do like this because let's say you run the move. I take here. You can actually take the rook as well, also the queen. So there's a lot. There's a lot on here. Go back a little bit. This has what happened. We did take here, but so queen e1, bishop c5, or knight takes 5, queen e1. Apparently, there's a move here because there's like an equal. So bishop takes. Yeah. So bishop takes pawn. Okay. Interesting. Kind of scary. Yeah. Queen e1 has been played. Wow. But this just gives bishop b4 immediately, right?
Oh, in that case, the pawn on c4 closes this file, right? Rook a4 makes no sense then.
Yeah. This doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
What should white play here? By the way, what is white's move? This is coming. We know that for a certainty. Oh, I think I know. Yeah, I think I know. So I really want to get queen e3 in. I think that's a very nice move, and I cannot play this because the queen is attacking the rook. So what if I just take here first?
Bishop C.
If you play the bishop here,
maybe knight h3 first.
Knight h3 is a move, yeah.
Oh,
it's still
very much
okay
liked
until
by the
rook
engine.
h5. Oh, wait a minute. What about knight takes e4 here? Because it defends here, and there's a double attack on this one.
I love it. Because after queen takes e4, queen c5, and black can't capture knight on f4 because queen a7 is a check, and the king will have a long walk, which will end really bad for black.
Exactly. That's going to be a difficult task at hand.
Yeah.
I do really like... Queen e1 has been played. So let's say... So here, bishop c5. Maybe there's another move that black can play.
Yep. Oh, there is a comment that I'm still in early morning. I am very not early morning, but really late night because guys, I haven't slept today.
She hasn't slept yet. Oh, she's gonna crash down.
24 hours of chess. Yeah.
So rook c8 actually, that was my original plan. We just played knight c4, and now finally get my queen to e3. It's a very interesting position, and we have a queen takes. Rook to h2 has been played, not queen e1. I apologize. Queen b6. I don't know why.
Okay, rook h2 looks really strange, and I just understood he wants to play g3 next move, and he wants to guard f2 with the rook.
Yeah, but still, it's very. We were talking about bishop e4, which would have been a good move, but then again, so bishop c5, g3. Is this really that scary? Maybe.
Maybe e3.
Still want to do this. Maybe e3 even. Look at that.
Yeah, the point is after f takes e, queen takes e, there is a hole on g1 that white has to take care of.
Yeah.
Although there is knight f3 also, and that's okay.
Knight f3 and we're good. Actually, can we play knight f3 immediately?
Yeah.
While we're at it. I always trap your queen. Anyway, cool position. Look at that. And this is a position right now. White has defended. White is doing pretty okay. Very complicated still, but it seems like black will not push forward the way that they want to. Wow, look at that. Okay, so Eddie, you're a little bit tired. You're here with Big. You're like, why am I here with Big? I get that. A lot of people have that feeling. But just to wake you up, we're gonna throw you up some rook end games. I know that's your favorite.
Oh yeah, cool.
Is it really?
I like rook end games.
Oh, darn it. Okay, never mind.
Especially winning rook end games.
Okay, but this is not really a rook end game. Rook is just gonna pulverize c3. Oh, sorry. Not pulverize c3. I thought
before maybe
was the move. Yeah, before here.
Yeah, you know what is really good about this position? That even if black gets into the end game, pawn end game, it's winning because a7, a pawn is a farther pass pawn, which is always winning. Yeah. And the idea is to first centralize the king, and then at some point sacrifice this pass pawn and get the king on the king side and collect all the pawns.
Yes.
So that's the idea in the pawn end game. Yep.
Yeah.
But the thing, the thing is that after b4, both rooks have to be pinned on c file.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can I just do this now?
This is the easiest way. Just pawn and
the easiest way, right? I'm just gonna num your pawns because you're gonna have to stay here. Okay, so this is he's even up 2 pawns, so this should be
when you have 2 pawns, also it's another technique that you can create another pass pawn, and king cannot really handle 2 pass pawns.
Exactly. Yeah. Too much going on. Ooh, wait. That's kind of interesting. You know, we're preparing for mate. This should be a win somewhere. So there's going to be a sacrifice here on bishop f6 is the problem. How do you stop this with black?
I only see f5 to be honest here.
F5, yeah.
But I don't know if it's working because white always can take this pawn. With e takes f6, and still the problems are remaining at the board.
I was thinking about something else, but it's probably not going to work. I thought bishop takes. Rook here, queen here, take. But I don't have like king here and here because the bishop is spinning everything. So this is not that strong anyway, and this wouldn't have resulted in mate. But f5, good move. Rook here has been played, so this should be over.
Bishop d5 or rook d5 and bishop f6.
Bishop f6, okay. But I really want to look at your f5 move and see what else there is. This is probably just the best move. We're just cruising. We're also giving up this kind of idea, this kind of idea.
Yeah.
Very strong.
It's not easy. It's not easy. It's just we're getting rid of this mate, but it's not saving the problem.
I don't want to see the mate, so we're going to stay on here for a bit while I look for some juicy moves. We see the Pakistan's playing Lebanon. The Seychelles is playing Guam. Laos is playing Bahrain. Brunei, Nepal, Fiji, Maldives, and Oman is playing Hong Kong, which I think are the top two teams. Oman and Hong Kong. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup. This Hong Kong and Oman is fifth place at the moment. Yeah, and this is going to be an unstoppable mate, which is always a feast for the eyes. All right. Let's continue with another game. This is bishop endgame, very interesting. No, because this pawn is going to run. Okay, that's not that good to look at.
Yeah, black can sub this pawn.
This one looks interesting because it's almost a stalemate, but it's not.
Yeah, knight cannot stalemate because when you give a check, the opponent always have an option not to capture that.
Here we have a very interesting move. Not a checkmate on the board yet. It is a checkmate on the board yet. I forgot this was dependent. Yeah, very cool. Look at that. Queen here.
Wow,
really missing this pin. Very well utilized. Look at this bishop. So sad.
Yep, the bishop is just trapped.
All right. We have some other results coming in as well. We're going to continue to move forward. This is a pawn endgame.
All right.
Again, this should be easy for black. They're going to get the e4 square, correct?
Yep. c4, bishop, king e4, and that's it. Game over.
Yeah, game over, GG, go home. There are a lot of games that aren't. Oh, this one's pretty clear cut as well. There's a queen down. Okay, let's go to the top board.
It was a queen blunder.
I think there's going to be a blunder here somewhere. Oh, they played queen e6 here. Nice. Hate to see it. Oh, this is an interesting one. Clear cut draw, or can black win?
Black will play a lot of moves here, and to be honest, it's quite hard to hold the position. But it's possible. I think it's possible. Like queen has to control the e pawn, like not to push e3, not to allow black to push e3.
So we gotta go back here.
Yeah, or on e7.
Yeah, or e7. Okay, yeah. And we should be good. The best way to be if you put your queen on e3, because you would like your queen to be defending f2, so you can always run like this in case you need to, but you can always just move forward, backwards. There's nowhere to go. This should be a clear-cut draw, but I think black is also looking forward to make this a draw. Even if this happens, is this 100% draw, or is that a black has a small advantage?
I think it's draw, because what black can do the best is to create a pass pawn. It will be a corner pass pawn, the h pawn. So
yeah.
Like for instance, king f6, king f2, king e5, king f3. Yeah, white will lose opposition maybe, but I don't know how to improve that.
Yeah. And here we're like, okay, how do we get here? We're just gonna shuffle around this way.
Yeah, f5, king f2, king d3, and king f3, and we have the opposition, so it can be fine. And black has to be careful because king f4, king g5 is something that black has to calculate here.
Yeah, at this point, you're like, okay, well, if I need to move the king, this could be an issue. But you can also just play e4 here, and this should be... Black should be very careful not to lose here. So
Yeah, yeah.
see what happens. They're still moving around, giving a few checks. This should be a draw. This was the... This one looks pretty interesting. Bibek versus Ali Bdin. We left it around this game.
Oh, that's the game. That's the game.
Yeah. This game. Now we're in this position. I would say that white, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. White is the bishop, so I would say that's the advantage. Also, this king can very quickly move here, which is very scary. I'll give white an advantage, but especially look at the time, Kelly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, black is struggling on time. For this reason, he can, I think, he might lose the game, but it's not enough weaknesses for black. Like king d6, just, is it black to move? It's white to move. Okay.
It's white to move, yeah. So is king c5 the move here, or is that giving too much space?
King c5, it's, yeah, king c5, f4, I would be afraid of.
Yes.
f3, bishop e3, and we need a smart move, knight f4, for instance. You cannot capture that knight because f2 will be promoted to queen, yeah. King b7 and knight h3. So and
now it's more about,
yeah,
is it a draw or a win for white?
It's about luck, I think. Yeah, black can call this one.
Interesting one. Very interesting one. It should be a draw. It says it's a draw, 0.00, but it's really hard. Yeah. Would you rather be black or white in this position? I'd be white.
Black.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. If black manages to block these 2 pawns, then king and knight can win the pawns or with the 6-1.
Okay. You're black. Yeah. Good luck.
Okay. Knight d3.
Knight d3. Okay, go king b7.
Knight
okay,
c5.
Then we'll lose the pawn. Okay,
hold
on. Let's go a5 first.
Knight c5.
Knight c5. Okay. King b5.
Oh, it's losing. It says losing.
Oh,
no.
Okay. So we gotta do that.
Then maybe king. Here's the question: like, should we play king f5, king g5, and push h5, or should we keep the king on the king side, the queen side?
I would try to box my king in. I think my king will be. This will be a lot faster than this.
King d7. You're right.
I think king d7. Yeah, and now it's more. So king b7. We have a check here. Am I gonna worried about that? So here's the thing: king b7, knight c5, king b6. You take, and I run, and I think I promote. Now there you go, king here.
e7.
Yeah, I do promote then. So let's say. King here, check. I go here, you take. I think this is a win because you cannot stop this.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm gonna go.
Very interesting. It's very.
I'm gonna go king here.
Okay, check. We have to do
6. Take it. Take it.
Hey, king d7, king d6, maybe.
Probably king d6, yeah.
But it's so hard to find these moves, right? You need calculation. You need time to calculate everything.
Yeah, this is a very complicated position.
Knight d7. Knight d7.
Knight d7. Ah, okay. And then you're gonna go check all the way, and if I go here, you're just gonna go king c7.
Yeah. This was my point. If I get this very good position with knight and the king, now black will win because there will be a zugzwang. Knight b6 creates a zugzwang, so white has to give up the pawn.
I'm just gonna go knight c8, and I'll go here probably. Yeah.
Yeah, and knight a7. Yeah.
Knight? Oh, yeah, knight a7. Oh my god, dude. So much fun. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
None of that happened. I really agree to a draw.
Yeah, because it's so risky to go king c5, right?
True. But I'm not the one playing, you know? I'm the one just giving up pieces. So also, I think the engine hated king c5. Where was it again? It was here. Yeah. I think the engine hated it. But it's like going up and down a little bit, so it's I don't know. All right, that was fun.
I love the black's king side situation because f5 controls e4 g4 square, knight controls e5 and f4 square, and also h4 pawn. So king cannot really get closer to these pawns.
Yeah.
So king cannot win on the king side, and we have seen that it's quite complicated if king goes to the queen side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that's that was a very a little fun little sequence. You know, got to make sure that Kenny wakes up. Stays awake. Here we have another interesting one. We have Abdul Musin versus Mahio Kumar. Our white is definitely in the driving seat with a nice control of the center. Bishop in the center. What is black's counterplay here?
Goes queen c6 and the bar says it's winning because queen d3.
Yeah, that does seem.
Checkmate.
That does seem
G6.
pretty winning.
And how about bishop e2? Let's say
bishop e2.
b2. Yeah, the idea is to play queen d4 or queen c3.
Yes, I love that. That's really good. You have to play bishop g7 here.
Yeah,
trade it off.
I have to play that.
Actually, I'm going to go a few moves back. How do you feel about rook d6 here? I want to sacrifice.
Oh, I like that.
So you go somewhere. I don't know where you go. E8. Let's take. And now we're gonna go. Now we're gonna go crushing in. Look at that.
Yeah.
Open that baby up.
I like it. Yeah.
So we don't know what's been played yet. Okay, these are the moves. Queen d3 has been played. G6 has been played. Queen g3 has been played. Also a very good move. Now we're in this position right here, and this is the current position, and this should be over pretty soon.
I would play bishop b2 or bishop a1 just to make sure that queen gumps on the battery.
You know what I would play?
Yeah, there's a weaknesses.
You know what I would play? I'll give you a hint. I'd still play rook d6 because I just want to get in there. You know, this should be bait because there's no bishop.
No
back.
chance to survive.
Right, yeah, I love rook d6 in this position. Whenever I can, I will play rook d6, but this should be over here as well. I'm not sure if you would trade here. I'm not sure who would benefit it, but you know, you have so much material. It's not a bad idea, especially after queen e5 here. Again, a lot of issues. So, cool game. A lot going on. This is the current position right now, and it's white to move. Let's continue forward. This was the game of the lonely queen versus extra pawn. And it seemed like black managed to get something going, but it should still be a draw.
Yeah. This should be a draw. Because now queen is chasing the king. Queen d7. King f4. Queen d6 check.
Was that working? Oh yeah, you can go here. Okay.
King g4 and queen g6. Yeah, king captures the pawn. And that should be draw. That should be draw. However, it requires some technique. Oh, it's a draw. Queen takes, king takes.
Yeah, it's just a draw.
Theoretical. Yeah. And
we'll go like this. Yeah. This is a very obvious, very old kind of idea where doesn't matter what you do, you're gonna still much yourself on the edge. So we could just stake there. Good stuff. But this is the position that we have right now. A little bit different.
I don't like that, to be honest.
Ooh, I don't like this at all. The bar doesn't like it at all. Where's the win?
Yeah.
Can we just take this? No. Then we lose this. Should be
What's
something
the
else
idea?
here.
Okay, there is queen h4, queen g4, and in that case, pawn endgame is losing.
Yeah.
It's not correct. It shows so, but we can. No. Queen g6. We can say that queen g6, queen g4. Queen takes g4. This is losing because now pawn takes, and the king is already on the third rank, and this is losing for white.
So this is not something that we're going to go for. But apparently there's a move here for black that's really going to spice things up.
I think it's related with queen d3 and then queen f5 check at some point to trade the queens. Queen f5.
Ah, like this. Oh, yeah. That's a very good move. Yeah. Let's say queen g2. Gonna move away. Queen e4.
Oh, that's also smart. Queen e4, and now king has to go on d file.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
in
now I
this
can just take.
same situation, king is on d1, not on f1, and it will be not.
Now we can just take this. And this, again, gonna take on that. All right, that's a very cool idea. Keep it on the light squares. And if I go to d2 instead, what's my idea then here?
Something like queen g4. Here, you know, oh, it says not. Maybe queen f2. Queen f2. Queen f2. Queen f2. It's queen f2, and we're
queen
trading.
F2. And then I'm gonna go to d1.
Queen f1 now, and queen g2.
There we go.
Yeah, in queen endgame is so complicated. Only one thing that I know in there is that king has to be really far. Yeah. So there will be no trades. That's the only thing I know here.
That's the only thing we know. But wow, that's an interesting endgame. I'm gonna stay on this for a while. I'm gonna browse through some other games that look interesting, like this one. This is where we left it off. This is where we are right now. It does seem like black survived the worst of it. Wait, what was the last move? Is that...
What? Oh, what? Queen was hanging and he pushed b5. No. No.
All right. Anyway.
Queens. We're queens. Maybe it was a pre-move because he's having less than 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Maybe there was a relay error. This is beta 1. Check beta 1.
He's thinking.
Come on. Oh, come on, Abdul. You can do it. You can Abdul it. Hey. There we go. I'll be here all day. Yeah, queen h1.
20 seconds. Right? Come on.
Come on.
Come on. I hope he's not disconnected. Just imagine if he's disconnected.
Oh, no! What's going on?
No.
What is this? I'm so confused. Everything that's happening right now is there. I'm gonna go away from this game. It hurts. It hurts watching. I'm telling you. It hurts watching. Oh
my god, it's again queen h1.
Wait.
Let's see if they can
see. So confused. You lose the rook. We're crying out loud, black. If you do not... Wait, it's white's move now? Okay, there's some stuff going on that we do not understand. Let's move forward to this game. Fortress? Question mark? I think so.
I don't know. You think so?
I think so. I think this should be a... I think you're gonna lose this pawn eventually.
F3, that's draw. Yeah, I think it's draw, yeah.
I think you're gonna lose this pawn eventually. You could try maybe go for these kind of tactics. You can lose that
pawn, really. It's very important to have rook on f3 just to cut the king on e4 file from f file. And then you just, move around with the king.
Would you play rook g3 and then start running, or is that too much?
No.
Well, you almost made yourself here. Hold on.
Unless I'm flagging my opponent, yes, but...
Oh, let's not do that.
There will be some checkmate.
Let's not do that. Now, rook on f3, and this should be a... should be one of them nice little fortresses. Okay, this should be a draw. And that is the final game. Seems like they're going to repeat moves. And that's where we, Katie, are going to repeat our break. Because we're going to go on one. This was the first round of Pool A. When we come back, we have the results, we have the standings. And then round 2 of Pool A will start right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is still Wouter Big. I'm the esports producer for Chess.com. You also know me as Bigfoot. I've been doing a lot of events, usually behind the camera, but now I'm in front of the camera. And also in front of the camera is World Grandmaster Keti Satsalashvili. She's been doing fantastically. I've been having a good time, Keti. Been having a good time as well?
I'm having a fantastic time, and I hope everyone enjoys these games. I should admit that I love this game way much more than the higher divisions.
Yeah, exactly.
They're so much fun, and they're kind of like puzzles. Like we do puzzles daily, I think, all of us, and these positions are quite common in that puzzles. And here we have very good training.
This is a good training. I agree. Yeah, this is some crazy ideas can be formed from these kind of games, and that's.
Are you also doing puzzles, like very often? Because you have really sharp vision with the tactics. You spot them really fast.
Yeah, when I'm on the toilet, I usually do puzzles. I do not. Yeah, I do that. I sit on the toilet. I grab my Chess.com phone app. I do my puzzles, and it's doing really well. I'm like, $400. Listen, when you gotta go, you gotta go. I might as well do some puzzles. Why you gotta shame me on that? I'll do my puzzles. Yeah. Everybody, when you go to the toilet, do your puzzles. That's a Bigfoot classic right there. All right. Let's talk about the pairings. What we had, the pairings of round 5 aren't in yet, but we did have some results. Pakistan drew against Lebanon. Fiji lost against Guam. Laos lost against Bahrain. Nepal destroyed Brunei. Fiji and the Maldives drew their game with 3 points. And Hong Kong won against Oman. So I'm going to guess that Nepal and Hong Kong are in the top. But who's going to be the third in the top? That is the Maldives. We have 2 teams still with 8 points. Going very well. Maldives has 6 points. And what I didn't mention yet, Keti, which we're going to briefly touch on right now. We have the structure.
Mm-hmm.
The top 3 of each pool will go on to the next phase, which is Division 3. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Division 3, Afghanistan withdrew.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 1 extra spot. So that means that in order to fill up the extra spot, the best 4th place will also get a spot in the next division. So at the moment, that would be, let me have a quick glance. At the moment, it will be Guyana in Pool E. 6 match points, 15 game points. They have the most match and game points. So if this was the final results, it would be Guyana who also would get a spot in the top division. But until then, you guys are stuck with us, and we're having a good time. Make sure to follow. Keti started on her own. She used to be part of Let's Chess Live.
Yeah.
And now it's Keti Satsalashvili. Give her a follow. Hover your mouse over the screen if you're on Twitch, and you can follow her. You can follow me as well, but you don't really have to. Come on, you gotta give the love to Keti more.
Thank you so much. Earlier was a question that's about Let's Chess Live and my own channel. So I'm streaming both channels, and yeah, I'm greedy. I want to have 2 channels. Just kidding. Let's Chess is more for fun, so you can join. And we are 4 streamers, and it's like 4 times more fun. And for rest of the events, you can just join my channel as well. Yes.
There we go. Look at that. Look at that. 2 channels. Just like YouTube. Everybody has like 5 channels as well, for a tag, for short clips and whatever. Do you have a YouTube channel, Keti?
YouTube? Yeah, I have, but not very active.
Okay. Do you have 1 of them or 2 of them? Because now I'm getting a little bit...
More.
I told you. You just want 2 of everything. Yeah.
Just kidding. I can hardly manage 1.
Do you also have pets? You don't have pets, right? You do have a dog back at home. Do you have 1
I have
or
a
2
dog.
dogs?
I have a dog. Hold on. In the chat, we even have this new emoji. This is my Asti. Everybody meet my Asti. This is my dog.
Show me the puppy. All right.
Yep. This is
Games.
my dog.
are
He
starting.
he is not a chess player yet, as Kira, but
they're on their way. On their way. All right. Well, let's talk chess, because we have chess right here. As my dog is whimpering outside. I don't know if you can hear that, but let me know if you do.
We heard it.
Let's talk
All
chess.
right, this is.
Yeah.
Sorry. We're talking at the same time, so I will allow you to talk.
Okay, I'm done. You go.
No, I just wanted to know which opening it was. Was that Scandinavia?
Scandulus. How do you stand on the Scandi?
To be honest, I just I don't understand this opening. Like, for me, it's so much against of these basic rules, right? To develop the queen on the second move already.
Yeah.
And being attacked by the knight, and then no bishop and so on. You have to make 3 moves with the queen.
Yeah.
So I don't really understand it. How about you?
No, I don't. I understand as well. I like playing against it. Play the Scandi. It's a bad opening, I'll tell you right now. But I do have a holding that I really despise. You have an opening that you despise? That you like, when someone plays it? You're like,
Yeah, I think we have it.
I have the London. If you play the London against me over the board, I will spit on you. I will. Yeah. I'm telling you right now. I will spit on you if you play the London against me. I do not like it. I don't like anything about it. It's a
But why?
system.
Because you cannot get really, like, it's boring. You can
no, I can't win.
Or everyone plays.
I can predict the first 35 moves you're going to play when you play the London. Okay, it's not fun. There we go. I said it. Are you a London player? Uh-oh. Moving on.
I mean, I'm playing d4. When you play d4, you have to play London as well.
True, it's true.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this after. I'm going
but
to revise.
I would choose London to play way much lower rated player. Not against you for sure. No.
I'm going to revise if I want to have you on the commentary team after this after today. But we'll talk about that. We also need to talk about this opening, because this is what is this? This doesn't look good.
It looks black wants to do stonewall. So like after e6, it will be officially stonewall, where black just starts with this weird pawn structure c6, d5, e6, f5. But that's okay. The reason of this pawn structure is to control e4 square. E4 square is very important here, and just to maintain the control in the center, and and then to start some kingside attack with g5, f4.
Yeah,
this is the idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, for white, what white can do, white is controlling e5 square, and then it depends. White can choose still to push f3, e4 at some point, or to find something else and to play more, quiet moves. Like
yeah, I'm more of a fan of the f3, e4 kind of approach, because I'm going to play my knight on e5. The knight goes to d2. I'll play f3 at some point, e4 at some point. Might fianchetto as well if I get the chance, but I don't really need to. I like these kind of setups for white as well, even though they resemble London. Not a complete London, but I do like this kind of idea of f3, e4 in these kind of positions, because you don't have.
You don't like London, but you like this one.
You know what? The current situation, it has inspired where white clearly did not go for the London, but was forced into a line where they had to exploit the e5 weakness. Yeah, then it's an acceptable thing. There we go. You're welcome. Moving on.
Okay.
We have I always thought this was a.
Yeah, I don't want to lose this job. So okay, yeah, sure, you're right. Let's go.
Okay. There we go. This is not a democracy. Not a democracy.
Yeah.
Where did this?
What about this position?
Sorry, I'm gonna look at it from the start. The start of with a perch, a perk. How do you pronounce it?
I say perch.
I say perch. Okay. I'll say something like perch. Oh, they got b5 in. That's really bad for white. You always have to play e4 here just to make sure that
stop it. Yeah.
Stop this kind of idea. Okay, so this is where it went wrong. And here black is really comfortable. Yeah, this is a very comfortable position for black.
Yeah, all white's pieces are for the moment on the first and second rank, which is not really cool thing. But white can start the kingside push a pawn push, like f4 can be the next move. That's why white played h3 just to control g4 square. No bishop or no knight can get there, and f4, and then slowly white will get knight c4, another knight on e3, and so on and so on. So black has to find here some plan. Otherwise, white will push slowly.
I have a plan. So we want to control the square for ourselves. Like we want our bishop to have this square and a rook here and start pushing square for ourselves. What about bishop d7? You might think, but Joe, you're trapping your own knight. Then I say, I'm gonna play bishop b5 first, intermezzo. Queen's gotta move, and I go to c4 or go back to d7. Doesn't really matter. Probably go back to d7, just to keep this kind of posture because I want to play c4 and c5 at some point and put pressure on e4. So I do really like black's. This is what I play with black, so you know I'm very biased. This is what I like, and this is not a bad idea. So bishop d7 is.
I like bishop d7.
Good
I
idea.
like to stop. Oh, bishop comes on b7.
That's a weird one.
Yeah. To be honest, the bishop on b7 is not good against e4 and d5 pawn structure. No. Like in Benoni, no Benoni player would go bishop b7. Bishop will they will remain bishop on c8, but not on b7 because now bishop hits nothing.
Yeah, this is very weird. It's not like we have f5 as our next move. You know that makes sense to break open the center. But we don't have any of that, so.
Yeah, no, but now f4, knight c4 is on spot.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is a good move.
Yeah.
This is a very good move. And after knight b6, knight e3 probably. And then it's, well, we might just trade everything and see where things go. I don't hate this for black, because you do have a very nice bishop, but this is a very nice blockade.
Well, here we might have e5. We might have e5 because g2 bishop also supports d5, and this is too much of space advantage for white.
Yeah, I hate this for black. You're correct. Nice. All right. So knight e3 has been played. He's gonna jump to c4 at some point. We're gonna jump to another game, which is this, and interesting one. Let's take it from the start. Seems like this was a king's Indian defense with e5. So, what happens when you take here?
To take there, this doesn't give white anything, to be honest, because take, and here white has d5 square, but black keeps the pawn on c6. So this pawn is not like that.
Okay, not like that. Not like that. But you can either take or play knight a6 here.
Yeah, or knight e8, because now bishop g5 is also a tricky move. If knight is
that's why I really dislike these kind of files, because this is such an annoying idea that we constantly see against us.
How about taking c6?
Okay, it's okay. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, and the point is that in this structure, at some point black gets the knight on d4, and I don't like that. Like, I don't know, it's not my personal taste. Yeah,
I agree. That's a nasty little point to be at. Okay, didn't happen. Went for the push. Obviously, this is a very strong move now. Went for the quick 98. I personally like a5 first, just to make sure I can get this work. So I don't get kicked out. I'm never too worried, say this, and great move. I'm never too worried about taking. I do like this, because then my knight will go to d6. And f5 is very strong.
Yeah, please don't do that. Never do that.
Never do that.
Unless you are winning some pawn, at least.
Never take there.
Never give this bishop.
Yeah, but this is going pretty fast. And this is the current position. White managed to castle long. And I actually like white here.
I like white too. I don't like c5 move here because this blocks the center, and it gives white just, one way to attack on the king side. So if our opponent attacks on this one side, king side, queen side, we have to keep the tension in the center. So at this point, if black wants to push c5, c6 makes more sense, or just a6 b5. But c5 is just like then there's no attack on the queen side anymore. So that leaves white to all the comfort to start the king side attack.
Yeah, I agree. This is a bit too much. I wouldn't mind something like bishop here, just debate grabbing this one, because this is gonna go really, really fast.
I love that. Yeah.
So we're gonna see how this one transpires. This is the final move, king b1. Very nice. Just move out of the way, make sure there aren't any crazy pin ideas with a bishop here at some point or anything. And let's move forward to another. Let's go to the lower boards. Okay. That's always a lot of fun. What's going on here? I'm just gonna let you take the word, Katie. What's going on here?
I have to calculate. Like, where is the b2 pawn? Like, do you think queen captured b2 and then move back somehow magically?
Yeah, but with which piece? I think with the bishop.
You think black captured b2 with a bishop?
Either with the maybe the queen, because the queen was on b8. So it's probably, well. All right, let's go from the start. I'm actually really interested now.
Oh, wait, let's bet.
Okay, let's bet. Let's
bet.
I bet 5 gifted subs to your channel.
Oh,
if I win, you can give 5 gifted subs to my channel.
Oh wait, do you see the moves? You see the moves?
No, I see them. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm looking at your Zoom. I'm looking at you.
You're choosing the games.
Hmm?
You're tricking me right now.
No, I haven't seen it yet. 100% I have not seen it yet. I have not seen it yet. No, I have not. Are you calling me a liar?
No,
I have not seen it yet.
You're tricking me. I said
no, I'm not tricking you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so do you accept or not?
I was more about, like, I don't know, some there was a good idea about Astin Kira match, but okay.
Okay, we'll do the bet for another time. Let's do the bet for another time. The queen's out. Oh, he just played before with the knight. Okay, so we both wouldn't win. There we go. There you go. See? You thought I was tricking you. I am disgusted. I am disgusted, Kelly, that you think that I would trick you that way. I did not see it. I would not make a bet. That would be unfair.
No. It's not that. Oh, God.
All right. Anyway, go back to the game. So it was a knight taking on b4, which does make less
I would never
sense.
thought so. I would think that light square bishop will capture b3 b pawn, but not the knight, to be honest.
I thought it was something like, the bishop went here, went back, e5, something like this, but because how is the queen going to take it and then move back here as well? There's no pawn on b5. It also seems very, very weird. Anyway, this is completely winning. We just take here. Oh, do we just take here? Something better?
On e3? Yeah, why not?
Like this. Gotta take back. Take everything. And then I can just move back with the knight. I can even give it check first on g3. Yeah, I do love that. All right. Let's continue with the lower rated board. I love myself some lower rated boards. This one also seems very interesting, especially because this bishop seems very bad, but has a beautiful
future.
Beautiful square.
Potential.
Beautiful potential, that's the word, yeah.
Yeah.
This knight, however, has to reroute all the way 5 at some point, because it's just not doing anything now. Who do you prefer here, white or black?
Things here, like bishop and knight, they are not at the best position, right?
Yeah.
White has to work a bit, and white has to find out the weaknesses, like which piece is the badly replaced.
Yeah. I agree. So I think white's best moves are 2 backwards moves. It's going to be either bishop b1 or it's going to be knight g1.
True. Oh, he goes with that?
There we go. Yeah, let's go. I like it.
I cannot call you liar. Come on, it's unfair. I just said you tricked me.
Okay, I'll talk.
No.
No,
I'm gonna think about this, and I cannot sleep today because of
you were very careful with it. You could see the moves. You repeated multiple times.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat. We make up. We'll talk after the stream, and then we'll give each other thumbs up. No, okay. But this is our first fight, you know.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a first fight on stream. It's gotta happen. And anyway, what I also like.
Especially like day 5 is gonna be a huge argument over
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. We're just gonna throw stuff.
If this is the
around.
start. Yep. I like knight h2, knight g4 idea.
Yeah,
as well.
I was just about to say, that's a good point. I really like this kind of knight h2, knight g4. It also looks at e5, and you're just hitting everything that you need. And I also, it's good. I don't like this. Do not like this.
What is the point to open up the queen side? There is some ideas like d takes c, queen takes c, and then probably castle, and bishop d4 is a threat.
Yeah, maybe they thought they could play bishop d4 immediately, and then we're like, oh yeah, right, I'm pinned. But castling here, and it has potential, but the queen could just move back and go for e5 whenever this happens.
Yeah.
So I want to keep an eye on d4. I don't want to like allow. I wouldn't like to allow this. Mm-hmm. This is a little bit worse than I would say. But if you go here, I'm just gonna go e5 and.
Yeah, and also g4 is hanging here. So
yeah, g4 is also a pretty annoying move to work with. So wait, oh, you can just take on f6 then. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So is this what happened? No, this is the last move, castling long, and we're gonna see how this is going to pan out. Here we have another game. Black
was from London.
Was this London? No, it was a Grunfeld.
Grunfeld. Oh wow. But my guessing level today is 0.
Oh, he's oh, that's a cool one. I love this move f4. To dislodge the d4 pawn here.
You get this centralized pawn, and you force you get the opponent double pawn on it.
Yeah, that's really good for black. Obviously, why shouldn't have taken? Why should just go like knight f3 or something, or just get the rooks in. Just play something like this, but definitely shouldn't take. What happened, and now black is pretty comfortable.
Oh, queen can take now on f4.
Yeah.
Then extra pawn.
There we go.
That's extra pawn, then knight c5 or bishop g4. Yeah.
That is not too shabby. That's not too shabby at all. Let's jump on to a next game. Never mind, this one's over. Let's jump on to a next game. Never mind, this is over. Well, yeah, just a pawn up. No, okay. A pawn and a rook versus a knight. So that's pretty good. This one looks really interesting. Yeah. I don't know what the evaluation is. Don't too crazy. There we go. King in the center. A lot of stuff going on. What do we do?
We can play f6 just to not to open a e-file.
I like that. It's a good move. And now it's all about what does white do to really get in there. I'm looking at the weaknesses. I see g7.
Yeah.
So I would like to get that somehow, but I don't know where. Maybe just queen here and here is something that we could take under consideration.
Yeah. After taking on d2 maybe, right? So the rook will not be hanging.
Right here, queen h4, and maybe with something like this, but maybe black can just take this and laugh at the face of danger and say, okay, I'm just going to play g6, and what do you have?
Here white's problem is f2 pawn. The f2 pawn is hanging so badly. Like you cannot play rook d1 to get on d7 because f2 pawn is hanging.
I agree. Yeah. All right, so let's take it back. Has f6 been played, or is that? Oh, that's our analysis. So e6. This is the final move. f6. What else do we have?
Yeah, I never play f6. That's okay. Yeah, but we have to play, otherwise it takes f.
Exactly. Do we? No, nothing. I know this king is strangely well protected. As in, it's not really easy to. Okay, I don't want to take. That's a good point. I don't want to take. But what do we do here? make it work.
There's one idea, bishop a4, bishop d7, just to cut this d8 rook from all the action.
Okay, I like that. That's a good move. Bishop a4, bishop d7 is my next move.
Yeah,
What
but now rook takes e2, queen takes e2, and queen e6.
Sorry, come again?
Rook takes e2, queen takes e2, and queen e6.
Queen e6, yeah, and then we are out of that, so that's not really a possibility.
Yeah.
Maybe, no, that's crazy. Does it work?
Not so easy. Anybody has an idea here, maybe in the chat? There is some ideas.
Tick. Okay, that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't really have an idea for white here.
Me too.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
Very, very strange. I wanted to go rook e3 because I really want to get this kind of action here with queen c5 there at the end. I wanted the c5 square.
Wait, how do you do this?
Rook e3.
I like
want to get the c5 square if the queen moves. So if you take, you have to keep defending here. Just like queen h5 or something before I'm going to jump in. But then c7 falls, so
yeah.
Queen c5 seems like the only move. And then maybe my sacrifice is really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, queen e5 looks like black guards all the weaknesses. How about first to play king h1 just to make sure that there's no checks?
All right, so here, king h1?
Yeah.
Then
we
really want to play queen c2, but it's not an option, obviously.
Yeah.
Don't want to take. Oh, I want to do this because I want to take here. There are no mating threats that much, right? Yeah. Okay, no, that doesn't work.
There are some. Oh no, yeah.
It does.
There are some perpetuals though.
Yeah, there are perpetuals, and I am threatening to take this. So we do have some. I do like this move. It's very strong. Okay, let's move on to the next game. This is a very interesting one. Let's see what happened. They took on e2. And this is the current position where white's advantage kind of faded out. And black is doing a-okay. You can actually just do something like this and go queen g3, just for the lols. We have, we do have a pin. Other than that, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. But this is opposite color bishop position, right? And black has a target, white doesn't have a target, so it should not be so bad for black.
I agree. It's difficult to defend this. You always have to do with the queen, so.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Let's go back to the top boards. Let's see what's shaken. This is an interesting one. Let's take this one from the start. I don't know what happened. We have a Sicilian here. We're going to take with the queen. Queen d2.
Queen d2.
Yeah. Has been popularized lately by Carlsen. Because it blocks the bishop, but we're going to play b2, bishop, b3, bishop e2 anyway, is the idea. And this actually happened a lot in the FIDE World Cup. This opening, Fedoseev versus Karyakin, was one of the games where we saw this. And this is not good, because you lose the d6 pawn. And this is actually good for white. Okay, so this is an opening trick by Tyone. In this position, I'm not sure what the move was. I think here you actually, what was the move here? I don't think you play e5 here. I think that's it. I think you just go here and castle. But anyway, I go too deep into the lore.
Weird stuff. Queen d2 first, and then this.
I've been popularized by Magnus. I've been producing the FIDE World Cup as well. And I saw all the games, and this was one of the things that we saw a lot during the tournament.
That's actually cool. You're following so many games and commentaries as well. So
yeah, I've been talking about this. So I've always been in cybersecurity. I've only been working at Chess.com for more than a year now, and I've always been a big chess fan. Obviously, I've always been a streamer. I've been a streamer for 6 years. And one day they came to me and they asked "Yo, Big, you wanna do this?" And I had a really good job. which financially was better than what I do right here, right now. But it's just the love for the game, and I've done it. And the way my old boss called it was, "You're a groupie who gets to work with his fans, or like who gets to work with his idols." Because I meet Magnus all the time. I meet like Fabiano is going to be on the World Cup team. I'll be chilling with him for a month. MVL, Anish, all Jordan, like a lot of strong players that I used to like idolize. They'll come to me and say like, "Yo, Big, what you doing for the FIDE World Cup?" I love that stuff, man. So it's a very weird.
That's actually cool
thing.
because some people and many people are like opposite of that, and they are getting yeah, I'm just flipping to look for that word in my brain right now. But when there is like super good master, and when they have to work with them, it's a bit stressful for them, right? But if you enjoy it and if you find it even like better to work with, that's awesome. Like that's a good skill.
No, I love it. I love it. Obviously, like the work I do at Chess.com is just amazing. So if you want to have a new job, go to Chess.com/jobs. There might be something for you. And who knows, you might be commentating with Kelly one of these days. Could be you. There we go. Let's move forward. This guy, I haven't really followed what's been going on with the game. Just been talking about my experience at Chess.com. But G3 has been played, and a little intermezzo here with Bishop E3 check, and the Bishop back to C5. Really nice. Cutting everything off.
Nice. Yeah, coming all the Tempies now. Knight comes on C5, Bishop is hanging. Yep. Bishop comes on G4, Knight is hanging. Yeah, this is very dynamic.
This will come in. E4 will fall at some point. This is beautiful by Black. So
yeah,
very nice game. Let's move forward a little. Oh, look at this ending. That's a beauty. I think we looked at this game briefly. Which game was this?
Oh wow.
I know we looked at this. Oh, we didn't look at this. Wow, okay. Nice ending there by White. Rook D8 mate. That is a checkmate. What else do we have?
How the rook ended on G7?
That's a good question. Probably no. Yeah,
rook
so
D8?
this is my idea. Okay, so it is this way. Okay.
Okay, my idea was rook D8 and rook D8 and rook G7.
Yeah, exactly.
That's okay.
This one's pretty cool.
Position.
Is this the game where? No, this is not that game. Okay.
Ooh, wow.
We haven't looked at this game yet.
Yeah. It is Black to move right now.
Yeah, Rook A4 was the final move of White.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is very nice move, and in fact, the H3 pawn is guarded with Bishop E6. And for the moment, Knight is hanging. Can I play Knight B6?
Knight.
Yeah,
Knight B6. Yeah. And now it's an idea of how are we going to forward. We could take on F6 and maybe go Queen.
F2. And then Queen F1 maybe double attack. We can also.
Oh, the double attack. Yeah, even better. Yeah.
Oh, don't come.
It does say, well, you're gonna lose your rook for nothing. I guess that's a problem because after Queen G7 we're kind of okay.
We have to do then draw.
Yeah, perpetual. There must be something else after Knight B6 that we're missing. What if I do it like this?
The other way, right?
Yeah, or is this the same idea? If you,
let's say 95, Queen takes, F6.
Take. I kind of wanted to just take here.
Go here. And take on E5. Oh yeah, okay.
And go for D6, or we could take on E5 as well. But I really like the idea of like, how are you going to defend this? It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, good.
So yeah, I thought this could maybe be something, but there's probably something a lot better here. Let me turn on the engine and see what it shows. I'm actually very curious. It says bishop takes, pawn takes. Oh, and just rook back. Probably just to go merry around here. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Just retreat. Just retreat, Kelly. That is.
Yeah. It's FIDE master with white pieces here, so he's quite experienced player. Should be 2300. At some point he had 2300, right? So
well, these are the rapid ratings. These are not the classical ratings of FIDE. So this could be.
The title is official, right?
Yeah, this is official title, but the ratings displayed are the rapid ratings of FIDE. So this could be like a 2300 who never plays rapid and only played one time and has 1300. That's also a possibility. Okay, let's see what else we have. This one seems interesting as well. We have white here, Shubrat Padal, 5 minutes against 1 minute against Rudar Prasad. And white is a very strong center, and I think this should also be very strong for white.
Looks really good. The pawn chain in the center. White can go something like a3, king a2, just get this king in this safer position, or king a1 just in one move, and then start to push the pawns in the center with e5.
Yeah. Do you? Sorry, did you say king c1? Which move did you say? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I said king c1.
Okay, I heard king a1. Okay, king c1 does seem a little better, yeah.
No, king a1. No. Queens are on the board.
No, I'm scared. I'm scared of back rank. You know what? Let's go in the middle. Let's go king c2, king b3. There we go.
To be honest, I never said any of these moves. Neither king a1, neither king c1. I said a3 and king a2.
Oh, a3 and king a2. There we go. You see, I didn't hear it. Okay, a3 king a2. That's even better. There we go. Let's do that. Just follow that. All right, that's a good point. We're just gonna go here, and then we're gonna start pushing the pawns, and this should be a easy win? Question mark. This one seems kind of cool. Where I don't know. How would you analyze?
I like the position, like g6 pawn there. Like in any end game, the king is already checkmated there.
Correct.
So and we have a bishop, very active bishop. But for the moment, I don't really see the maybe bishop d3 to attack on e6.
Yeah.
And then to try to double the rooks on e file.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Just rook here, double up, and we're gonna snatch the pawn off at some point. It is black to move, however.
Yeah, but if we get into pawn end game, if we trade too much of pieces, then h6 pawn there is very far, and we cannot stop that. Yeah, so we have not traded all the pieces in this position.
That's a really cool position. Then, how do we exploit this? So it's first of all it's black to move. I'm just a greedy man. I'm gonna go for that end game, and then I'll play. What do we do here? I'm gonna go back to e7 to get rook d8. Okay, your move. What do we do with white?
I will stick with this plan, bishop d3 and rook e1 idea.
Rook e1, okay. Nasty stuff. I was looking at. I wanted to push b4 at some point, but it's never going to work.
Oh, please do it.
Do I have? I was maybe a 93. Look at c2, but I don't think that works as well. But I'm willing to try.
And rook e1 comes and e6 pawn is hanging from.
That's true. But I thought after 95. Okay, never mind. You just think that. Let's not go 95. Okay. Never mind then. That's not gonna work. Okay, so it's difficult for black as well. To play. It's probably something very. Especially
they are playing on seconds, so it's not easy to find the plan when there is not really like weakness. Like for white, it's quite easy. You can at least like attack e6 pawn because you know it's weakness, but for black, not so easy.
Black played king h8, which I absolutely hate in every way, because I get you want to get out of maybe some pins, but you're just putting your king in a worse position when we go to an endgame. Yeah. King h8.
It's gonna take 2 moves to get this king into the center.
Oh
wow!
Oh, it's checkmate.
I don't see.
Is it check? Yeah, here 92.
92, and queen b1. Oh wow!
I didn't see the mate as well. I just saw the bar drop to M4. That was
It says, I don't see that. I
didn't see the mate, however.
Okay, I see on the second mate in 4. Yeah.
There we
Okay.
go. Okay, wow.
I told you, you see more than I see. This is what I meant by tricking.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay.
That is true. I do have some cheats here. I do see the bar better. Wow, that hurts. This hurts. Wow. You can only sacrifice your pieces and delay the inevitable. Wow. Woo.
Yeah, but it's nice that Block spotted this so fast, right?
Yeah, that was
really,
really good. I think this is
the question.
Yeah.
Are they playing like from the same venue like last year? Or how they are doing it?
No, they didn't. I don't think they need to. It was more
maybe in the latest divisions they will start to play from there.
Yeah, I think that's where I don't think they're supposed to. I haven't read anything about it in the regulations. Maybe someone in chat or the moderators can correct me or rectify me on that, but I don't think it's necessary to do that at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because at some point we will also have cameras of players, right?
Yeah.
And it's
we will. When higher division, we will implement cameras as well. So
cool.
Look out for that, and look out for. Let's try and find a game to transpose to. No, this one's kind of over. Here we have an end game.
Okay. So white has an extra pawn, but the pawn on b4 will be dropped, and the king controls the c pawn. But also these g6 and h5 are blocked on white, so white will capture that 2 pawn, black will capture b pawn. And then white's idea is to sacrifice the bishop for b pawn and then push g and h pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think white is winning. As you can
white is winning
see on the bar. Yeah.
Knight 96. I didn't really like it because you're just giving your king one extra step towards his black pawn, which is gonna go to anyway. Might as well go somewhere else. I'm just trying to figure out what the best move is to control the b1 square.
Knight a2, knight c3, or knight c2, knight a3.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, I like this more. But this was well. They didn't. Yeah, probably it's just g4.
Okay, I thought e4 pawn was transparent, like bishop takes an mc2, but it's not.
Yeah, no. I think it's just g4 we start running. Yeah, I think it's lost either way.
Yeah, white doesn't even need to capture that pawn.
Oh no! The bar doesn't like this. Is this a? But how do we draw this?
Oh, we have the same situation. King cannot get a3, b3, c3, d3. It's taken. d4. King cannot get anywhere there, and d4 as well.
Yeah, this is all taken. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that, and we just shuffle around.
And bishop and 2 pawns they can't win. Like you have to sacrifice both pawns to get the bishop activated, and then it's not worth.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Very well. I thought it was over, but it is over, but not in the way that we anticipated. Wow. Here's an interesting one. Is this already over? Is this checkmate?
Yeah. Is it rook d1? Rook d1
takes, bishop takes.
Yeah, I think it will be checkmate.
Yeah, this should run into check.
Bishop b3. Let's do something fancy.
Bishop b3?
Yeah.
Very fancy. Okay, but I could just take this. Easy.
Rook e1.
Ooh, here we go. There should be a mate here.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like this. I go like this. Boom! I did my tactics trainer this morning. Let's go. Yeah, that's a cool move. I don't think it's been played yet. The final move was rook d1.
But rook d8 is the easiest. I don't know if it's really necessary to do something like that when you play. Would you play something like this, bishop b3, just to make beautiful move, or you'll go with rook d8? Like,
if I know it works, I will make that move. 100%. 100%. If that's something that that works, I will take a long time, but it will be beautiful, you know. And I will wait till someone's at my board like over the board. I will wait till someone's on my board so they can see me play it. Yeah. I'm telling you, Kelly. No, we're gonna go over this.
I know that. I know that. I know that.
Did I tell you my story already about my Immortal game? Oh, I need my. Yeah. All right. So this is I played this game when I was 1600 ish, and it is my Immortal. I'm just gonna go through it real fast. Don't worry about stuff being
Which
odd.
color?
Sorry, I was white. I was white. Here F4, bishop wins here, F5, take here, castle. This is a long time ago. I'm gonna be a little bit low here. This went queen here, rook here, queen, knight here. All right. So this is the position. I was white, and I took literally 45 minutes for the next move, and then 30 minutes afterwards to make sure everything was okay. So we can win a pawn here. Very simple. But it's not what I played. What I played, you want to take a look at it, or you want me to tell you what I did?
I think it's something connected with G7 pawn. Is it?
No. But you're close. Like I literally took half an hour, 45 minutes on this move, and half an hour on the second move, just to make sure everything was correct. And I played it. 5 minutes of that 30 minutes at the end was I waited for someone to stand at my board before I made that move. I'm telling you, I wanted the approval. Look of approval.
Okay, what is the move? I don't really see.
Okay, so I played knight takes, 7 check, and then rook takes f7. Because after, yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
Because after bishop takes, I have check, check. Well, there you lose your queen, and this will run to mate.
Yeah.
And if the king takes, start with a bishop. And if you take here, you're gonna lose, so you're gonna go back. And then again, we have checkmate.
Oh wow.
So what my opponent did was taking on d3. And this is where I play like this. And at the end, I have queen e1 to defend everything, and this is where I find.
Oh, nice.
And every position that we were looking at, I was thinking about when he played 95. So that's why this was the best game I've ever played with the rook.
You were like 1,600 player.
Yeah, I was 1,600. So when I played rook f7, I made sure that people saw it. I didn't want to have that.
So you were waiting another 20 minutes for people to...
No, another 5 minutes. Like after 25 minutes of thinking after this move, I was like, okay, I'm gonna play this. But then I was waiting for 5-6 minutes until someone showed up.
And how you get the people?
They were just like walking around, like my team. Like it was for the final of a cup. I was on. It's like 4 against 4, so I know it was.
About the attention. There's a little story. Garry Kasparov just visited Poland, and he left today, or he's leaving today, and he's playing simultaneous, right, with mainly with kids, and when sometimes he's getting the faces and he's acting so weird that you think that he's losing against the kid. And you are just running to see the game, and you see that he has extra queen, or there's a checkmate in 3 moves or something. And I think he's just getting this attention of the public, right? They're like everyone to focus on that one.
Yeah,
so you
exactly.
Can do that. You can do some noises there.
All right. We have, I believe, 2 games left. This is one of them, and this is a complete draw. I'm not too worried about this one. In this one, however, well, he's up a rook. So you only have to make sure that you don't get checkmated. Other than that, I think you're good.
Yeah, queen on d4 is just perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
I do like. I'm just gonna play a weird move. Queen c2. Does this work now? It doesn't, right? No.
Maybe queen f6 instead.
Yeah, queen f6, you do win. But I felt like maybe
You
here,
want to
this.
make that work.
This is more fun, but I don't think it works.
Start in rook h3 check first. I think.
Yeah, queen f6.
Now it's draw probably.
How is it a draw? Maybe perpetual? Yeah. I have to go like here and here all the time. I cannot move back because then the rook comes in. Yeah, so queen c6, queen d6 should be a draw. And if I ever go here, I'll go back to c6. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, but that's not going to happen, obviously. Not sure what the last move was. Rook g3 in this position, and white is slowly ticking down. And we can focus on the other game that's already a draw. All right, so this is the last game. And yeah.
Yeah, I would play king h7 just to make sure that h7 is not something that I would be bothered.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, and then rook d5, rook h5 to get the h6 pawn.
Yeah, okay, yeah, this is really over. Yeah, we're here. King h7 is a good move. Rook d5 immediately is also a possibility. But why tangle with danger? Why dance with danger? You can just play king h7 and completely over. All right, this is the final game. I think it's time that we are gonna take our break again, Ketty. Get a drink, get refresh. I have to walk my puppy, but we'll do that in a few hours when we have the longer break. After this, round 1 of Pool B will also start. So we'll have double the games, double the joy, and double the, I don't know, finish my sentence.
Okay, don't go anywhere, guys. We're here. It's just a break because players are having breaks. So we're also taking this break and we're coming back really soon.
Yeah, games will start soon and we'll be back in just a few. we are back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is still Bigfoot. Actually, it's not Bigfoot, it's about to Big, but people call me Bigfoot. They actually just call me Big, because my first name is too hard to pronounce. Katie just calls me amateur during the streams, but, you know, I'll take it. I'm here with WGM. Ketty Tsatalashvili, still going strong, still doing good. How are you holding up?
I love the games here, and yeah, it's good, it's good.
There we go, that's good to hear.
Now we're gonna have double party, right? Because we have another division also.
Correct.
Division, right? Or not
before we
division.
talk about that, let's talk about the pairings and what happened last round. Can you give us a quick rundown of what happened in round 5 of Pool A? Yes, no? If you want to give us a quick rundown of what happened in Pool 5.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't hear. So we had a tie in 2 matches, and those are Pakistan and Lebanon. They tied the match, as well as Fiji and Maldives. Oh, Fiji and Maldives. Yeah, I really cannot choose between these 2 either. So they tied. We have a big score here. Guam won against Chalice. Oh God, how to pronounce that?
I don't know.
Nepal got even more, 5.5 against Brunei, and then we have Hong Kong once again winning the match against Oman, and Bahrain won also against Laos. So this is the situation in the previous round, and now we have another round starting really soon.
Yeah. Round 6 starting really fast. Hong Kong is playing the Maldives, who were third and who are probably still third, but I'm not sure if they're tied today against Oman. But also, not only round 6 or round 6 of Pool A starts.
Wait, I just read round 4.
Yeah,
right?
Should have come for this one.
I updated round 4. Oh,
that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so Hong Kong did win against Pakistan. Oman drew against the Maldives. Nepal won against Fiji. Bahrain lost against Brunei, who won with 5-1. Guam defeated Laos, and Lebanon defeated Seychelles. And not only round 6 of Pool A will start, also round 4 of Pool B will start at the same time, where we have new countries: Lesotho against Eritrea, Saudi Arabia against Kenya, Palestina against Kuwait, Malawi versus Namibia, Rwanda versus Qatar, and Somalia against Uganda. Now, what does that mean for our standings? It means that Hong Kong is still firmly in the lead. They're going in first. Nepal is going fast. Between them, they're all still perfectly in their points. They won all matches. Maldives is third. And in Pool B, we have Palestine, who are third at the moment. They're doing pretty well. And they see if they can follow the good stuff going forward. In Pool B,
these pools are connected by the time zones, right? The countries are chosen by time zones.
Correct. Yeah, the time zone is a big factor of which pool you'll be getting into.
Yeah, that's actually makes sense. So everyone is just playing at their comfortable time zone.
Exactly.
Period of the day. Yeah.
Let's jump into the action. I do have the games ready, and I do have already an interesting position. Just for you, not just for you, also for the fans. After the opening here, which was Sicilian, we see B6. Is that common?
And no, it's not common. Yeah, it's very much looking like one game that, but I think I can't really say that because it's kind of spoiler, but there are some video series coming up with some pawn sacrifices, and you guys might see something like that there. So you just pointed really well. Queen d5 attacks rook and the c5 at the same time, and like can really guard both of the rooks. And b6 is not very common because for a very like easy reason, because black open up the both rooks. So h8 rook and a8 rook. One of these rook might be hanging.
Yeah.
So that's why we usually end the development of the fianchetto bishop at one side, and then we're starting new another side. So
yeah,
after queen d5, now c5 pawn will be hanging.
Yeah, this is your only move. C5 falls, and white is just already on material, doing really well. So we're gonna see how that's going to pan out. We have 2 pools now, so we have more games to look at, which I will flip through. Let's see if we get something interesting going. These are always the opening phases. Sometimes you have some cool stuff, like yeah, as the Japanese would say, Nani. What happened here? Let's start from the start. D5 was played, bishop C4. It's nothing too crazy yet.
Yeah.
And it's getting a little bit more crazy because B5 just wins the knight? Question mark.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Um,
There are some moves, maybe some knight G5, Queen F3 ideas. But the point is that after knight G5, there's also C4, so white to black will win not only the knight but also the bishop.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of. It's gonna be a feast. Okay, but I don't think that's been played. Bishop D6 is played, and now B5. And now it's been a while, but now we do have the B5 one. And
how about Queen F3 now?
Okay, I do like it. Can I?
You can capture the knight with the bishop.
Yeah, we can do this. That's a good point. And I'll probably take this one as well. And where are you gonna castle?
I was thinking, yeah, that's the point. But I was thinking, instead of taking on A4, because this knight is dropped there, maybe instead of that, we can
Queen F3.
Yeah, we can start with bishop H3 here. So if queen captures rook, if pawn captures bishop, then knight D7, and the rook is guarded, and knight is trapped.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
So if queen takes rook, then bishop can go backwards, or rook E8 first check, king F1, and bishop can go on, I don't know, D7 or G4.
Or just queen E7, you know? Might as well. Oh, that's not a mate. I could just take, by the way. Okay. It's not the best one, but okay. Yeah, there's a lot. You could just go back to D7 and your next move. I like this a lot, so that's a good. It's a good point. Point out.
So
we don't need to be
getting
greedy.
2 pieces for a rook, and the king is king lost the right of castle, and the rook on H1 is just very bad piece.
Let's see what happens. We saw a sacrifice on C5 at this point, and this is the kind of the current position. The king is on F1. There's a bishop on B7. The rook is still intact, so that's what they did better than us. Seems like black is doing pretty a-okay.
Black is doing really good. Look at white pieces. Like, rooks are not working. Bishop still is at the starting position on C1, and knight on H3 is no okay. It's not.
Where do you put this bishop? Because I'm gonna checkmate you.
Right.
Wait, how do you stop checkmate? This bishop here?
There's
Then
even after bishop F4, there's If bishop F4, then first. Yeah, this we have seen a lot of backroom checkmates at daily.
Beautiful, it's beautiful. I don't know what to do here. I think you have to give up your bishop. Yeah, it goes to H6. Still the same. Wow. Will black find Queen E2? I'm gonna think yes.
Yeah, he's FIDE master. He has to find it.
That's true. I don't know. Maybe he has a day off. Who knows?
Wanna bet?
There we go.
Yeah.
Checkmate on the board. Sorry, what you say?
No, I just wanted to bet.
Okay.
Right.
I think we have a fried liver attack here, which is always a fun one to look at. Oh no, it's a Petrov where you take on F7. Does this work, or is this a little bit too ambiguous?
As I know, I don't know why I know this, but some players are just going this in blitz because it complicates the position. King is exposed, and they are saying it's quite comfortable to play with white, and it's worse to play. Yeah, that's what I've heard about it.
Okay. So first of all, in this position, I would always play bishop e6 to make sure that, you know, this doesn't work. And after d4...
Maybe d5 to stop that pawn?
Yeah, d5 seems pretty good. 594, we're okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just up material. Our king is a little bit in center, so we want to play like bishop e7, rook f8, and our king is safe. So this should be a fun game to look at. Looking from this, I thought it was like a FIDE liver attack, but this was a little bit different.
Yeah.
See what else we got. Show me what you got. Are any Rick and Morty fans?
I don't know. You like here? Which side would you pick? Black or white?
White.
White.
I think I'll pick white. I will go for the sacrifice.
White?
Because I do like, I can just castle. I can play a4, maybe throw in a rook lift. I can play d4. I have the center, and yeah, I think I prefer white here.
Yeah, I prefer black. I wanted to say black, but I said white.
Well, it depends. If it's a blitz match, I would 100% prefer white. If it's an over the board game, I'd probably prefer black.
Yeah.
And I have more time.
Yeah, I think knight d7, knight f6 makes sense here for black, just to eliminate the knight on d4 and also just cover the king a bit. There is this idea that you mentioned earlier with bishop d6, rook f8, king g8, run away. Yeah, another idea is bishop e6, just to get rid of knight d5, d5 knight.
Yeah.
I think I will choose black here anyway.
Yeah, that's white has to be very fast, or it's not going to be enough. Let's say 97. We really need to start moving fast here if you wanna get something going. But I'll probably just castle after 96. I'd probably go something like d4. Is that a little bit too fast? Slow. Definitely don't want to trade. So I'll probably have to pull back and play d4 at some point, or e5 at some point. But interesting position. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, the point is that after bishop d4, bishop e7 both move, white can start with f4, e5, and f5, then an f6. So that can be dangerous.
I saw something happening here, just a few moves back, and this is not really out of the opening, but we had a bishop win here, and black was like, "Well, I'll win this one back. It's pinned. This is mine." So white took on f7. And then played knight take to e5. Wow, beautiful. I don't think you can go here as well, because then knight g5, and then I might go for some checkmate ideas. And your rook is hanging. Yeah, even better. Just give me your rook.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then I will do with extra rook the same.
I'll take that. Yeah, we take those. We take those.
Yeah.
This one is over. I'm just looking through the games. Very.
It's so bad that black did not manage to spend the time there to avoid this tactic. Black had still like 12 minutes.
Okay, yeah, maybe a little bit too enthusiastic. Maybe they're young players. Maybe it was a lower board, and we know that young players don't really have the patience that us knowledgeable adults have. I don't have patience as well, so. But yeah, I do get what you're meaning. And here, white's just scooping up the pawns, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the point is that after rook a8, bishop takes on b5, and then bishop c4 wins the rook. So there was no point to play rook e8 here.
Yeah.
Instead, black is trying to get some counterplay. For now, e3 pawn is hanging. So after rook e3 or rook f3, rook e1, sorry, yeah. Or yeah, f3 that's possible. Right. Now, black might try to trap the bishop somehow. Knight c7, bishop e7.
Yeah.
And something like I don't know.
Yeah, this is really good for white. Don't play e3 here, obviously, or e4 because of this.
Rook b8. Rook b8 might be the move there. Yeah, e4 right is. Yeah, rook b. No, rook b8 instead knight c7 with knight c7 idea.
Okay, yeah, but usually have these kind of a4 tactics that will bill you out.
Yeah.
Usually the idea that if you take, I'm just gonna go back probably here, and then I'll play d5 at some point.
Yeah.
And if you don't do anything, I'll just take. You
Yeah,
get these a lot when
bishop
you.
c4 is a terrible pin.
Yeah, you get these a lot when your opponent castles long, and then you can just scoop it on a7, and then you start running a5, a4, a5 to you know what I mean, right? To rescue your bishop.
Yeah.
Like, black castle's
Oh,
long.
yeah, I've done that. I've done that.
And then you start running your
Not
pawn
many
to,
times, but I have done it. Yeah.
All right.
I think that's the only way actually to save the bishop when it's dropped in the corner.
Yeah, it's difficult. Go to the lower board. It's always a joy to watch. Let's look at this one. This is a. I thought white was better at first glance, but now I'm totally taking that back. They are going to be down at knight. And what is this? What's this opening? Let's have a look. Let's have a look, shall we?
24.
E46.
Oh, what? Is there a name? Somebody knows what's the name of this opening?
Yeah, there are 1,100 players. So this is the junior female board of. I'm not sure, but it's definitely
nice.
Okay.
That'd be fun.
Look at that. Going for the scholar's mate. Just missing a few steps. And okay. Oh, did not take the rook. No. Okay, we take back on e4. This is a wild one.
Yeah,
It's a wild
I've
one.
got here a piece.
Yeah, this is there are a lot of let's take this game, Caddy, and let's just explain to the viewers why we're grinning on some of the moves. So first of all, why a4? Why did we grin on that?
A4 in chess, it's important to control the center because this is the point where you can, be very active both flanks, king side and queen side. So second move a4 is not very natural because this is not fighting for the central squares. But for instance, d4 would fight for the center squares. And why we're taking center? Because with the center, we control more space and our pieces have more squares to jump over. And when your pieces are active, they are very helpful to attack the king. And then if we attack the king, we can checkmate. That's so simple.
Some good points there. All right, so a4 has been played. We're going to move forward. Bishop check. And now the queen f3. Why is that why do we frown upon this one?
Yeah, queen f3, it guards e4 pawn, and there's some ideas we know about that, which now for the moment is not really working because knight covers f7 spot. And we know that queen is the worst defender because queen equals the most of the pawns and queen equals 9 pawns. So it's always good to guard pawn with a pawn or with the knight and the bishop first. And also there is a rule that it's not good to play queen very early because this queen will be under some threats and you have to take it back and you're losing some tempos with that.
Exactly.
So, and also you are taking square from knight. Knight usually develops on f3 to castle and you are taking this square from knight as well. Yeah.
There we go. Free lessons. I like this. I'm learning something here as well.
Yeah, here again, like you don't bring the knight in the corner because knight in the corner has less squares and knight in the center has double squares, double number. What are you doing?
I'm just being artistic. Let me.
It's not nice.
What are you doing? I've heard that question a lot in my life. Like it applies to everywhere. What are you doing? Bishop b7, the knight goes in. All right, so here, another one. Bishop takes f7. Why is that? I get a pawn and a rook for a knight and a bishop. So that's 6 points for 6 points. That's good, right?
Yeah, but we believe that 2 pieces are better than 1 rook.
Why is that?
So if you want to have some equal situation, it's better to have rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces. That makes more like equal situation. But if it's only rook and 2 pieces in the middle game and also in the end game, it's very hard to play against them.
Okay. Yeah. So this is not a good one.
And in this case, it's not working mainly because white doesn't have a follow-up to attack the king. So you're sacrificing this not for the material, but to expose the king. But when your opponent's king is exposed and you don't have any forces for that, it's just not worth it to do it.
Yeah. I mean, this could also almost work if, like, let's say this pawn couldn't go to d5, and this knight was on e8. So let's say, great move. Like here, you get these kind of ideas. Like if d5 wasn't a thing, that this is almost, you can almost not take anything out of this. You can put anything. This is a weird setup, but you can also just take on g5. But you get my idea. Well, there is some merit.
It doesn't have enough pieces. Yeah.
Yeah. And at 96, I don't know why we didn't take the rook, but this is the position that we have right now. Actually, let's go to the correct position. We are here, and black has made in one.
Oh, and the queen on f1 is hanging, so queen g2 is on the move.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on. And
there is a tactic. Chat can guess that. Or there is not. Okay.
I'm like, I want to guess it. I don't know what to do.
Now,
Checkmate. Yeah. All right. Elizabeth did not take it, but she did make black think. So she is up in time. That is a moral victory. I will take that any day of the week. I just saw another mate just happening 5 seconds ago while I was scrolling through the board. So that's always very nice. Let's actually jump pools. And let's go to pool B, round 4. Let's see what the top boards have in store for us here. There are obviously some different teams here. This is Charles Eibach. I think it's Namibia. Or Namibia. That's what you call it. Versus, I don't know who they're playing, but we'll see.
Yeah, what about your position? Yeah. There are things on both sides. I just like the pieces of black, the bishop on this diagonal, knight on e5, really active. But there are weaknesses on d6, b6. Now b6 is just there and it's visible. Rooks are double on e5. That's not really cool thing for black because it doesn't have any open file, and neither the future. So I think white has here better situation because black has to play some defensive moves. For instance, knight d7 now guards b6, and what can be white's move? White can also at any moment start to push d4 pawn. Not maybe now because c4 is hanging, but there's a possibility.
So I was listening to you, but also was trying to peel off the top of my first tee. So.
Yeah, I saw that you were doing something, so that's why I was giving up to talk.
But I was listening. I was ready to jump in when you were ready. But yeah, 97 defense b6. The rooks here are a little bit awkward, as you stated. What is white's plan, however? I would love to push d4 at some point, and get something going like d4, c5, maybe looking at f7. There's a lot of pressure on f7, even though it doesn't look at it right now. I'm looking at d6 as well. This is a weakness in the position. I might just go rook to d5. But this is because after rook d5 knight here, I think I could take this and not be too bad. But the bishop takes. I thought maybe takes back here, but
yeah. Or that could be a really good position. Yeah.
But maybe the bar just went down, so probably there's something else. Probably there's another move for black here that we're missing.
You know what? Knight takes, and when you take the bishop, he will play queen c5 or knight e3 immediately. Knight e3.
Knight e3. Okay.
Knight 3,
yeah. Good point.
Yeah. And now rook is hanging and bishop is hanging at the same time.
It's not the worst though. I might just pull back and then do the same idea that you had of going like queen c3 and trying to mate. So take it. I'm gonna be a nuisance.
Rook e5.
Rook e5, yeah. Okay, now I'll take it and I'll play knight f3 at some point. So yeah, there are a lot of things. It's a cool position. I think rook d5 would be my move here, but white goes for bishop e3. And the blackboard does not like that. Apparently there's something.
I'm thinking about knight f3. Like this knight on g5 looks really nice, but for the moment f7 is guarded.
Yeah.
And knight e5 and knight d7 of blacks, they are really supporting each other. So if you get one knight off the board, then it will be less support.
Yeah. Well, it was black to move there, so we did see knight g4. Let's see.
And now we cannot capture on b6 because this will lose the material. Then we can see the dark squares, and yeah, after bishop b6, knight takes, and after rook takes, we have bishop d4 check.
Very nice. Nice tactics, nice tactics. Or we go bishop here, and we're going to mate.
Oh.
This is what we want.
Yeah, this is so nice.
Or they take here, but you know, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
No, we want to show the best.
I just want the cool stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the smothered mate. Have you ever got that over the board? A smothered mate?
Yeah. Yeah. I got it. I got checkmated.
Oh, you got checkmated. Oh. I have as well when I was
not because I blundered or something. It was just I was forced to do it. So yeah. Happens
to the best. This is not what happens. The last move is knight g4, and we're still waiting for the next move. Let's go through some other positions. I see a very strong pawn on d6, which is still a very strong pawn, even though it's not supported anymore.
Together with a pair of bishop in the end game, this is very big power. This is really big power. Rook g1 was played to pin the bishop. Now bishop e5, bishop h6 are the threats. So knight has to move. Maybe knight g6. Yeah. And in that case, can we play something like bishop g5, because f6 is impossible. Bishop b3 pins the pawn, and white's idea is to play bishop e7 or maybe h4 h5 even.
Yeah, I like h4 h5. I think you could just take this. We should be a little bit careful, but this is a very good idea as well. Probably h5 here to make sure nothing happens.
Yeah.
King away
and then
here.
We can
also work.
Yeah, if king moves away, maybe h5, h6 anyway. We drop the bishop.
Yeah.
Knight e5 and h6. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought this would be in time, but this is with check, so it's obviously not in time. Okay, good stuff. I blunder, and you make sure to point that out. So that's why we're such a good team. You know, I make the bad moves, and you just say why it's a bad move. No, okay, king h8 doesn't work there. H5 is probably better.
H5
or h6 maybe.
G6. Okay, bishop e3 here, just double attack on g6 and b6.
And then I thought king h7, and
we just take b6 pawn.
Might be able to survive here, but it's also very annoying. We can also just take on b6.
Yeah, bishop b6, bishop c7, then bishop a4, bishop c6. That's.
There we go. There she is. Don't question the calculating machine, also known as Kati Tsatsalashvili. Move forward. I'm just trying to find some spice, you know? Go to the lower board.
Bring it. Bring it.
Bring the spice? Do you like the Spice Girls? If you
Spice Girls?
Gotta get with my friends.
Yeah, some songs. Yeah.
What's your favorite kind of music, Kati?
It depends my mood. I'm a very moody person, so it really depends on my mood. I enjoy rock, I enjoy pop. I don't like classic music, but the rest of that I'm fine with.
All right, so we can play everything. Okay, cool. I love that because you know, when you go on dates and people ask like, "What's your favorite kind of music?" and the answer is always, "Oh, I like every kind of music." Like I've heard it so many times that I got a little bit scared. But your answer that depends on the mood. It's very
I really love rock, but I cannot listen to it all the time. So in that time, I prefer something else. So
I can say that I love the 80s and the 90s the most. So I can you know feel that the most. But other than that, it's also like
because we are kids from 90s, and that's why.
Yeah, I am a 90s kid, 1991.
I also like that. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, so this
Okay,
position,
weekend game.
yeah, this is probably a liability, I would say. I think this king will go to f6 and this pawn will fall somehow. But then also will this pawn, so I think... who do you prefer? A lot of
I
ideas.
prefer white. I prefer white, to be honest.
Okay.
Now rook e3. Rook d1 also makes sense. I like that too. Rook d8 only move. Rook e7 is not the best one. You're right, the king f8, king e7, and king f6 just to activate the king was really good. This gives white a lot of time. For instance, rook d3 is the next move to take on f3.
Yeah, I agree.
Rook d3 maybe, because rook d3, because e3 rook is in protection yet.
I'll probably go like g6, you take, and I'll make sure to win this back probably.
Yeah, but then black has to calculate the pawn end game as well. Yeah,
it's difficult. Yeah, I did not like rook e7. What was played here, like I said, I did really like king here. Maybe rook c8 first to just tie this one down.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that.
So it's always good to make some moves with attack. This rook c8, I like it too because it's direct attack, and you force your opponents to defend. And for instance, if rook c1, then rook c3, you attack another pawn. So it's always good to play with threats.
Yeah, and even if nothing like that, I could maybe even play g5 here, and if you attack, I'll defend first. But my idea is I'm just gonna play g4 here, and then we're gonna start running down and just defend everything. So.
Yeah, and in rook endgame, it is very important that instead of passive defense, for instance, rook d8, it's better to go rook c8, sacrifice d6, a6 pawn, but get the rook really active on the second rank and try to hold the position in that way, rather than allow your opponent to activate also all the pieces.
Yeah, that's really good you say that. It's better to be down on pawn and active than be passive and just get, slowly crushed, like I've been in many rook end games. I've learned that the hard way. So yeah, this is going to go. We have a very nice position here. White to move. I see rook takes h6, and I like that.
This position might be from your beloved London system, when knight gets on e5 and it's supported from not
almost the same.
Color reversed.
We have a stone wall.
Yeah.
And we did see... This is actually a stone wall going right. Not a bad... this is not a bad stone wall at all. And we do have this position right now. We have on h6. And now I'm looking at what is black's plan here. How do we consolidate?
I think black's plan is just to hold all the weaknesses and wait for the opponent to show if he sees the winning plan.
Would this be too long that I want to go king f1, king e2, and then the rook here, or g1?
You have time for that, actually. Why not?
I thought we have time for that, but it's still a weird move.
d4 was played?
Yeah, d4 was played. It's like a little bit of a weird move.
Yeah.
But maybe.
Okay, the point is, if you take the rook on c6, then black will capture a rook on h6, and it will open up the g file, so it's not a good thing for white. And now black is looking for some counterplay with c3.
Yeah. Okay, and it's been traded off, and I don't hate this. You can go rook here.
How about queen e8? Rook f8, rook h8, king takes, king here.
Okay.
And we're gonna lose with white.
But it's a tactic. It is a tactic. Yeah, that's a little bit. We need the queen for the defense. Okay, so this is. He took on e6. I don't think. Yeah, maybe taking only 3 was the best one. Well, maybe doubling up was already good, but you need to defend this pawn. This is what I thought you could play this one here, but I missed that this is going to be completely crushing. So we have to defend the queen checks on e4. So that's why we played on e3, and it's going to be checkmate anyway.
Yeah, but what happens after rook f8? Rook f8?
That's a good question.
And
There
queen
is-
d5, king h7. Black is sacrificing a rook, but the king is just exposed and there's no way to guard the king.
Okay, then what about queen a2? And then we take. Now we have an extra defender.
Rook g3.
Okay, that's not good for us. What about we go back?
Yeah.
Because if I take, you cannot take here because I have rook h1.
No, checks. Queen g4 first.
No. King f2, I'm defended. I'm good. We're chilling.
Yeah, it's draw now. Queen
It says 0.00, so I would expect that this is a draw. But if I was white, I would be very confident here. I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna get my king in here, in the center. I'm gonna start pushing these pawns. You know, I'd be very comfortable here, but
no,
I'm sure there's like a perpetual here.
Yeah. Well, computer sees all these correct moves, which we are not able to see right all the time.
Yeah.
So that's why it says 0-0. But clearly, white has your advantage.
Yeah.
Only thing that I don't like is rooks are not connected and the king is quite exposed. So maybe for this reason it's
But even if I lose this rook, I wouldn't really care. If I could get 2 pawn moves in, I'd be happy to lose this rook for it. Because it's just so strong.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, this is didn't happen. It was a blunder. But yeah, this is a that was a cool idea. Sorry?
It happened in the game, king h7?
Yeah, this has happened.
Oh wow.
And checkmate.
No, come on. He found d4. He found rook c3, then rook e3. No way.
He played all these amazing moves and then he got checkmated. You hate to see it. You love to see it, but you hate to see it. All right. Let's see what else we got. Let's jump back to pool A. See which games we have ongoing. This is one of those games where black has 5 seconds against 3.5 minutes of white. And we're down a queen, but there is composition.
Yeah, rook and the bishop. And how many pawns? 2 pawns. 1 pawn. Yeah.
So just start running?
Looks like that.
Or is this too much?
Yeah, no, yeah.
I don't know. I do like this. You know, I run really fast. But maybe
How about 90? Yeah, okay. And 92 just to stop it.
Yeah. Now I have bishop d6 and maybe the knight here, but it's complicated. It's complicated.
G3.
Sorry, G3.
G3. Yeah.
G3. Okay, I missed G3. That's a good move.
If you don't say what you wanted, I would play king h1. But as you said already, you're playing.
The king h1, knight f4. I thought black has definitely some good chances, but no, G3 does stop that. Okay. 35. Now they start running bishop d6. They're still running, so black played what I thought, but a little bit better.
Yeah, black has a compensation for sure.
All the pieces are active, and
plus e3 pawn is really strong.
Yeah, I agree.
And white has to find a target to to use the queen. Otherwise, if queen just remains on b3, then what's the point to have extra queen?
No, you're right. You be right as you be right. And here, 1 second. Quick. All right. So we're gonna see how this is gonna pan out. Knight f4 has been played. We're probably gonna see a trade, and we're gonna see how this is going to affect the position. They would say in France.
Position. Yeah, they would say it. They would say it.
Are there any Georgian phrases for chess? What in Dutch we have tussenzetje, kaak. What are some Georgian phrases?
Mati is checkmate.
Mati.
Mati.
Mati. That's so funny. That's like a Dutch name, Mati.
Mati, yeah.
Yeah, it's really. Okay, what else? We have with Mati. We have what is draw?
Okay. I have to pronounce some weird sounds right now, and the chat will go. how your last name sounds and so
How
on.
my first name sounds, yeah. Okay. All right.
It is okay. It
You
is
say it?
Aimi. Aimi.
Jaime?
Aimi.
Jaime.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Okay, Jaime. Okay, we have remise. So that's our Dutch word. Anyway, you're welcome, chat. We're giving you some lessons in language. After that, Duolingo is gonna come to you, find you, as well. That you doing it somewhere else. Now this is a very interesting position. I really like what Black's doing, making this pawn the pinnacle of the position. And there is some trouble for there's just some trouble for White. You cannot take here. There's going to be a pin. They have to move either to b2 or a3. Moving the king here wouldn't help as well because of bishop d3. The queen.
Yeah, this
there.
queen is extra, but queen is the one who protects, who has to defend the pieces. So it's not good sign. Bishop g2.
Yeah. Take on d2. That's just the free pawn. I was looking at if this could work as well, but probably it wasn't as strong. I don't think. But this could be very strong.
King e2 then.
Well, maybe king e2 when you're. I need to reroute all the way this way, but I don't know. I thought maybe that's strong, but he took on g2. And, oh no, the blunder!
Oh, it's three attacks here. G7, rook sc8, and the bishop on g2. No.
And it defends g3 of the check, which is also like one of the ideas Black had. Wow, but that turned around quickly.
Yeah. Okay, I will spell in the chat how a draw means sounds.
Say it again.
Oh, that was painful. That was painful. This blunder.
Yeah, that was. We moved on. We're not looking at that anymore. That's a difficult one. We're looking at this game now. Say draw again in Georgian.
Draw, yeah.
Yeah, what's that in Georgian again?
Aimi.
Aimi.
Aimi. Or you can also say pre. It's easier.
Pre. Okay. Pre Jaime. Pre Jaime Mati. Pre Jaime Mati. Okay.
Okay, no, that sounds something bad, maybe.
Did I just curse? Probably did. Anyway.
Yeah, something like that. Ooh, knight f3. I like that. It stops the pawn.
Yeah.
And after bishop e2, there is knight g1, and bishop g4 will trap the knight. Wow, Katy, bravo.
b2, knight e1.
No, knight g1 to attack bishop and the
yeah. Then we go here.
And bishop g4, it's losing.
But even then, I might just take and I'm gonna start running.
Yeah, it's not losing. Wait, why computer says that it's winning for Black? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never gonna be winning for White.
That I didn't sleep the whole night.
You were like, what? White could win with a king and a bishop? I never knew that. That should be a new one. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on to this one. This should be an interesting one. Probably the knight g1 works.
Seems like accidentally.
Yeah. We're gonna go back, and this is moving away the knight. This is a tricky endgame. This is not easy in any way. No matter what the evil bar says, both sides can easily win this one.
Yeah. For instance, now bishop d1. This controls, like, whenever the pawn gets on a4, White will sacrifice. Yeah. And White will also push h4, h5. The pawn is already there, and then after that sacrifice will be already on h6. So it seems to be losing endgame, and the knight is not at the best position.
No, that's a good point. Maybe you can go like knight here, and if this happens, then we're gonna get the same thing, and I'm gonna start running.
Yeah,
that's like your only trick.
Yeah, but you have to avoid that. So
yeah. Let's see what happened in the game. h4 has been played, and we're waiting on Black's decision.
Knight e6 looks really nice. How about king f5 after that?
Probably king f5, but then I'll probably plan my knight here and start running.
Or maybe king f6.
So
knight e6, king f6.
Knight e6, king f6. I thought maybe knight here, but you're gonna chase it away regardless. No, maybe I could go here now.
And now king f5.
Now king f5. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some nuances.
That's a good
here.
point. If my king was one step closer, just to show in this position, then I could at least
Guard
play
the
king
knight,
here
right?
and then start running. Because I'll always take this whenever it happens. So we'll see. 96. Has 96 been played? No, it's still h4. We're still waiting on Black's move here. He still has a minute against 20 seconds, so you might as well take the time. All the other games have finished in this pool. Let's quickly jump to the other pool and see which games are still ongoing. I see one game. There's only one game going there as well, which is
that?
Knight and 3 pawns versus a Knight and 3 pawns.
Draw.
You heard it here first. This is a draw.
Yeah, I had this morning or night, I don't know. I had knight and 2 pawns versus knight and 3 pawns, and it was still draw.
This morning or night or evening.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what time it is. Did you sleep at all, Kenny, or not at all?
By the way, young Christoph Duda also played there, so I'm not the only crazy one there.
Okay.
He's this dude, Super Grandmaster, and played there too. So.
No, but did you get some sleep or not?
No, like maybe 40 minutes, 1 hour, maybe.
Okay, you function pretty well on low sleep. We'll give you that. Function pretty well.
Yeah,
all right.
But it's a circle of not sleeping for 3 days in a row. So
you did that?
If I pass away right now, you know what happened.
When she disconnects, I'll make sure to we can keep it going. Now we'll have you still for 2 hours after this, so we'll enjoy that for sure. We'll make it work.
Yeah, no problem.
Why this doing some weird stuff?
I think it's 3 times repetitions. Computer automatically ends the game, right? After knight g5 here.
No, you have to claim it at 3 times. I think, wait, is it? Yeah, you have to claim it 3 times, automatically after 5 times. Same as the 50 move rule. You have to claim it at 50, but it will go automatically at 75.
Yeah. Okay. So now what Black is trying, this knight a4 makes no sense at all, but in the position, but he has more time. He has 1 minute against some seconds. So
yeah.
But it's not hard to hold this. Now e4 f takes e4, knight e3 was easiest.
Yeah. Or even here you can finally go king e2, finally activate your king, and it should be a
yeah, f3 then. Oh, king comes
Oh,
there.
what are you doing? Hold on. Don't get this king here. That's kind of scary.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. Not to allow the king to come there, and then knight c6 to stick with e5.
Stalemate.
Oh, yeah.
Don't go anywhere. That is kind of funny.
Knight c6. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so this should be a draw. Let's look at the other game again real quick. They have moves that happened after h4. So b5, and that's where we are right now. And yeah, it's a race. I don't think you can stop this pawn, and I can always capture yours. Well, there's always knight c2, but the big thing is that I'm going to promote and give you a check. So let's say h, I go here, hop, 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 hop. Now, I don't have anything, I already have a move, but let's say the pawn was even one further, I'll promote with check. I will always have this one extra move.
Yeah, when there is like a side pawns, there might be draw, but if not a side pawn, it's always winning in most of the situations.
Yeah, this one is really quick. Quick on the grind, quick on the move, and we will see this one coming to an end quickly. What's also coming to an end is our commentary for this moment, because Kenny and I are going to jump to a quick break. We're going to chill, catch some zzz, and yeah, some fun stuff, some amazing games, amazing commentary. I'm having a lot of fun, Kenny. I'll be honest. It's good to cheer with you, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. We're going to take a quick break, and then
please don't go anywhere. Please be here.
Please. You think it works? Please.
We'll see when we come back.
Yeah, exactly. No, we'll be back in a bit for round 7 of Pool A. Round 5 of Pool B will start at that point. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a jiffy. we're back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is still about to Big, but you can call me Bigfoot. You can call me whatever you like, chat, as long as it's PG. Because I'm the sport producer for Chess.com. I am here, joined by Keti Tsatsalashvili, who I have worked really hard to learn her name, and I think I've nailed it. Have I been doing okay?
Yeah, I feel the hard work when you pronounce it because it's perfect.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So now it's your turn. What is my name?
I call you Big. I just the easiest one.
We'll keep it like that. Actually, my full name is Wouter Jacobus Adrianus Big, so you guys at home can also work on that one. But for now, we're going to work on the Online Olympiad at 2021, brought to you by Chess.com and FIDE. And we are at Division 4. We're going to go up, build up towards Division 3. Pool B games, I think, haven't been added just yet, the next one. But we'll see how that is going to be heading out. I think the Hong Kong have been, one of Pool A have been added. And we see that Hong Kong has won again. Nepal drew and Lebanon won. So Maldives is dropping down a little bit. We're going to have some juicy pairings today. Let's have a quick look at them. Actually, yeah. I'm going to ask you, what were the results of round 6 for Pool A?
Okay, it's good to ask me specifically which round.
Specifically, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we see 6-0. Lebanon managed to win with 100% against Laos, and then we have Pakistan with 5 points against 1. Say chess. Then we have 4-2 in 2 matches. And those are Brunei and Guam and Fiji and Bahrain. And we have only one tie. Oman against Nepal. They tied the match. And here we have Hong Kong won against Maldives. Wow, Hong Kong is winning all the matches.
No, Hong Kong's doing pretty well. But today is a big matchup. Nepal versus Hong Kong. The number 1 against the number 2 seed in round 7. This is going to be a juicy one. Maldives versus Pakistan. Bahrain versus Oman, Guam versus Fiji, Lebanon versus Brunei, who are both off a nice victory, so they're going to be pumped up. And Seychelles versus Laos. So we're going to be playing, I hope they're not playing Laos-y. They're Laos, no? Okay, I tried. All right, come on. I think the games have started. Let me have a quick peek at the good old... But yeah, games have started. Which pool would you like to look at? You want to look at Pool A or Pool B?
We can choose any, and we can then go and switch to see next one. Just which is the most.
There we go. Let's keep it simple.
All right. Here we have Queen's Gambit. Not accepted one. Where Black managed to trade the bishops, dark square bishops, and it seems to be less dangerous for Black. And we have now the Carlsbad pawn structure, which is quite common in this opening, which means that, yes, exactly, White has minority on the queen side, and the Black has minority on the king side. And this is really strange because usually we're attacking and we're playing on the side where we are strong and when we have major of the pieces, but in Carlsbad structure, it works the other way. So White's plan here is to push before b5 to create a weakness on c6. It's perfect to create a weakness also on a7 pawn, but usually Black responds with a6 and Black gets rid of a pawn as well. So in the end, there will be a target on c6. And Black's plan is to get knight on e4 and to start kingside attack with, can be with f5 pawn or can be with the pieces. Like
okay,
bishop g4. And
that's good to know. While we're doing that, I saw one of my favorite openings being played, so I just want to jump into this one and see what you think. We have this is Slav defense, but this is, for me, it will always be the Catalan. And b5.
I'm ready for this because we just recorded a video about this. Okay,
let's go.
So it was the game. There was a game Anish Giri, Crowning and Anish Giri. So instead of castle here, it's possible to play knight e5. That's quite
what I always play.
that attacks the pawn on c6. And there are some ideas also connected with knight c3, which attacks on b5, and so on and so on. But here white goes with castle, and let's keep the eye on that position, the current position.
This is the current position.
Yeah. So which side would you choose here? The black who grabs the pawn and remains extra pawn, or white for initial?
I love white. No, I play this with white all the time. I love this stuff. 95 is just very strong. I don't think I would keep it to this far. Like, I'll probably in this position already. I'll probably play queen c2, like my normal kind of setup. Just go for the pawn immediately. But I do like a4 in this position as well. Just very strong to make sure to undermine these kind of positions. There's just a lot of cool stuff that you can play here, and you should play here after bishop e7 again. 95 kind of have the same position. What do we have here now? It's exactly this position. I expect 95, which is just a very convenient kind of way to play. And yeah, I will 100% take white here.
White, yeah. Okay, cool.
Right.
So you are a Catalan player.
Yes.
Are you?
I will always play g3, bishop g2, and g6, bishop g7 in the opening, regardless of what my opponent plays.
Good to know.
And from that, I will. Yeah.
I was just about to challenge you.
Challenge my pride.
I was not even thinking it, but now I will. Yeah, I also like to play g3 and think the bishop on g2. I like this bishop there is so active.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I like the bishop on d3 because it threats on h7. At some points, in some cases, and there are some checkmate threats. But talking about this position, there is another idea too to start the pawn, central pawn push. For instance, with your favorite move, queen c2, idea is to push e4, e5, then knight c3, knight e4, knight c5. There are some ideas with also to push b3. That looks really weird, but it's quite common here, just to open up position and to give more space to the pieces.
Yeah.
And there's some mannering, like knight usually gets on c5, and white is playing against b7 bishop, which is quite passive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this kind of position as well. And after bishop b7, we are still waiting for the next move. See what's happening over here. We have Carlos Boulos from Lebanon.
Oh, what? There is a checkmate threat in 2 moves. Checkmate in 2 moves.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's show that here. Weird move. Let's say we play the rook here. We have a check. We have a checkmate, which is Matti.
Matti. Oh, wow.
Matti.
You remembered it. Nice.
So yeah, it's white to move, but still, it's very
H6.
awkward to play this.
H6 maybe just to.
Yeah. Can I do this and just go? I thought queen h4 was a decent move here, but
King
probably king
g7.
g7. And then I thought knight h5, and then I'm gonna take here, and I'm gonna be really annoying. That's what I'll be. Of the bishop.
So bad.
I am a bad boy. What I say. Bishop to f6. Okay. I still like it. Okay, you still go queen h4 here? Because I think queen h4, if you take, I have maybe rook d1 and bishop d7, and this gets very awkward, and I'll take h8 at some point. So you're gonna have to move your rook here. Yeah, I don't like d5 here. I could take, but I really like queen h4.
Yeah. Oh wow, this double attack actually, right?
Yeah.
Knight is hanging and the queen is hanging as well.
Yeah.
So queen h4 makes sense here, just to
yeah, and after g5, I just take it.
Yeah.
We don't really care about that. And like I said, after take here, probably play this one first. Seems like a very nice.
Yeah.
After bishop b7, I think we'll just take here.
Yeah, and black's position is just horrible here. Black cannot make any move.
Queen h4 has been played. Oh no, d5 was the final move, but I'll expect queen h4, and we're having wow, what a weird opening. What happened? 4 knights opening. Ah, with d4, and then e5
Oh,
here.
this
Oh, okay.
this was my favorite threat when I trick when I was kid. I was always capturing knight on e5,
Yeah.
and after knight takes e5 and d4, my grandma was always resigning because she thought that she was losing the piece. I never told her about it. Sorry, grandma.
I do. Wow, and you were like, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I win, Granny. Time to. Wow, disgusting.
Oh,
Kenny.
because she was giving me some money for that. For like every win, she was giving me money, and there was like 3 other kids behind me, so I couldn't really,
Yeah, exactly.
disappoint them.
I have the same thing with the perch. Let's see what kind of opening is like here. It's here. It's here. It's here. This is where I also do the same thing here. I love this. Yeah, especially if they take out f7. That's where I really. So here we have d5. Here you can play c5 immediately. Break open the center. But what also really fun is that in this position, people start taking on f7, which I love the most. I'll just play h6 and I will start, going ham.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, bishop g4 is very powerful.
Okay, we're at this position, and this should be over pretty soon. I'm looking at this one, and this one seems already over. But I only saw one side. I don't know what happened here. Let's bring it from the start and talk me through it. What's happening here?
Okay, Scotch. Is it? All right. Oh, nice trick. Nice.
Okay.
What do you think?
I like white because white can still castle. But I'm failing to see what the best way. A queen of 4 is probably the best one.
Really, I don't like that move. You know why? After taking on f4, then b6 and the knight is trapped there.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Let me go one back. After queen c7, I like queen f4.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Now I do have this opening, and if you go here, I probably just go knight b5. And that way, or is there a different way to defend?
Yeah, and a6 knight d6 makes sense there.
Yeah.
Just white 2 knights are just blocking the black's position. Look at this.
Exactly. All right, so missed a move there, queen c7. And now,
Oh, that was unfortunate.
I'm
sure he wanted to play first queen c7.
Yeah. Can we still do... Okay, this hasn't been played yet, by the way. Okay, it has been played now. Can we still have the b6 go knight b5? Same idea. Now we have a double attack.
And then black will trap the other knight on h8.
Trap the other knight, yeah. No, I think the other knight will be fine.
King e8, king f8.
I think the bishop c4 will get out at some point, but that's a fun one. All right, so this is what happened, and this is the actual position of the knight b5. And now, I don't think bishop b7 is a good move, but there must be like an intermezzo.
Knight f5, maybe?
Knight f5, defense d6, okay.
I want to play rook e8 also, check.
Maybe g4 first? Is that really crazy?
g4, maybe knight d4 instead of check. Knight f4 because it also creates threat on c2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. So knight f5. We're gonna have to castle long then. Stop you from going here. And have the bishop b7.
If knight a c7, then a6 is a move.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what about bishop h3? Hey.
That I think that saves the.
And
Can I
after
play
here,
G6?
take,
Oh,
knight d6 again.
nice, nice.
Woo!
Yeah.
I didn't castle because I wanted to go to d7. I castled to stop knight d4, but it's nice when things work out the way they are.
You actually mentioned that white is better because white has the right to castle still, and that was a point.
There we go. Look at that. I saw that 28 moves before we had to play it. There we go.
I have to admit that. Yeah, this is the actual game with bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
Yeah, I like bishop h3, which you suggested, because it doesn't. It first of all attacks d7 and also doesn't close d file for the rook.
Yeah, I agree. But okay, I can go king f2 here. I'm gonna go rook d1 manually, and we'll see how this transpires. Interesting game. So many interesting games in these lower rankings. Let's okay, how many pieces do we fit on one file? My question.
What?
How many pieces can you fit on one file?
How many squares you have?
Yeah, how many pieces can you fit on it? So here we only have 2 pieces, but how many can you put on one file? Yeah, I'm just being weird. You can put 8 pieces on 1 file, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got 2 to go in this one. We only need 2 more.
Oh, nice. I didn't see this was coming. I thought there was some trick there again.
No. I was setting up for this one, but
oh, nice.
All right, 2 more. I've
never seen so many pieces at one file, to be honest. I have never seen. Wow.
There we go.
This is art.
Drink some love, and let's crack open a cold beer, or sparkling water. All the same. And now, who's better here?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are too many pieces. I always like to have connected pass pawn, which is e5.
Yeah, I agree.
So it makes me feel that any endgame is safe for me, and I like when I feel safe. So and also it gives some advantage in the space advantage, right?
Yeah.
This one. So now what black side is that after knight e4, bishop comes on f5, and that pins the knight. And even white can guard it with bishop f3. It's just a pin, and I don't know. It's just not pleasant.
I agree. 1 second. Do you think and keep talking? Do we put the knight there, or do we put the?
There's another
knight there. Do you want to put the bishop there or the knight there?
On e4? On f5.
On f5, yeah.
Nice.
Because that's also a question.
Obviously knight, because it attacks the bishop on e3, and there is a jump with knight d4. Really scary one for white.
Yeah, let's show that real quick. Let's say we take here, the knight comes in, and we have some very scary tactics, and I think that's the reason why black is so heavily favored, because his knight can jump to f5. So he takes on c4 himself. We're losing some people, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. And now, what's the idea here?
Oh, well, the bar shows that it's really bad, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there is a tactic. Instead of bishop c4,
yeah,
there's rook d2 check. Bishop, and we're taking that guard.
There we go. And this is the next move we don't take. Wow. That was really nice. Rook takes d2. I completely missed that. So there's so much going on the board that I just missed the simple.
Yeah, it's too many pieces actually. That's why.
Sometimes I have that, yeah. Nice. Rook takes d2. Genius. An absolute genius. Yeah, this is a cool position, but it's fizzling out. Still, knight f5 is very strong. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of things could happen, but I think black is training a little bit too much right now. Yeah. I don't think that's really necessary.
Yeah, this simplifies the position.
Yeah.
And so, well, in the end game, maybe white will have some chances to draw.
With which piece do you take, king or the pawn?
I would take with the pawn because it controls d4 square, and b4
Yeah.
square and opens up the b file for a little bit.
Yeah, I think the king also has its why
there is a tactic. 2 moves.
Of course there are tactics. Oh yeah, rook here. Oh, b5 and then rook there. Okay, I feel you.
Yeah, there is another actually.
Oh.
Yeah, there is also knight b5 check too, and then b5.
Knight d5 check. Then b5.
And b5.
There we go. Yeah, we're just losing this bishop. As it is, okay.
Yeah. But it's
So
the same
move the king
technique.
forward.
Same
Okay, that makes
idea,
it
but
easier.
different techniques, yeah.
I like my version better.
Okay.
No, good stuff.
Yeah, the thing is that I didn't spot this. Maybe I like this better too, because
No. I like that we had the same idea, but we both had different ways of getting there. So that's good.
Yeah.
All right. This is the current position after rook f8, and black is still doing okay, but he should make sure that he doesn't lose the pawn. That's the only thing.
Yeah. Yeah. After g3, black's next move will be g5 for sure. Yeah. To open up the f file, there's a pin, and black is winning that pawn on f4.
Yeah. Well, you have an intermezzo of bishop c5, and you can defend that way. But it's still very, very risky to play this kind of thing. So I agree. Let's see how this is going.
Sorry, that makes me feel that maybe b5 is even better at the beginning. Like instead of g5, to kick this knight on e3, this knight will just blocks the bishop, and then we can go g5.
Yeah, I do like that.
And if you take knight, rook takes knight, and c5 is controlled.
Yeah, all defended. Good stuff. All right, let's move forward. See what we got. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit to see if we got some good stuff. What about this one? This is interesting. I thought white was a lot better. I saw this for half a second. I was like, white's better here. But I missed that white is missing some pieces.
I thought it was only one rook missing, and it was like, okay, then just exchange down. But 2 rooks? How that happened? I think he sacrificed these 2 rooks.
Let's look at it from the start.
Oh, e3 first move?
E3 first move from Kruis, on Kruis opening. And we saw. Okay. It's a 400 player, so it's not the
okay.
Not the strongest. Okay, it's just a just a blunder.
Yeah, it was
you
just
hate to see
blunder.
It.
Yeah.
Come to another one. This one looks kind of wacky. A lot of wacky stuff going on. Obviously, we have a mate threat here if the knight ever moves.
And extra rook for black, right?
Yeah, extra rook for black, and we just saw this check being met by queen g5, which feels like the only move here.
Yeah,
everything
otherwise
else looks very nasty.
Yeah, it's
maybe
a checkmate.
King g7. No, that's his checkmate. Yeah. Alright, so this was the only move. Funny enough.
And what's the white's move here after queen g5? It's pretty pleasant, unpleasant, because if queen goes somewhere not nice, then queen e3 and queen wins the bishop on d3. Another point can be just to, if it's too dangerous, just to get this knight on g6 and simplify the position. But this is just last thing that black would like to do.
Well, you shouldn't be worried that you're going to take on g2 because it's pinned. So you can just move the knight, and I probably just take here on h4 and try to go to f5 afterwards.
All right.
Well, black will probably just trade and be off material. So
yeah, and knight g7 to what your idea.
Yeah. All right. So this one's over as well. Oh, this is a. Let's look at this one out till the end. This is going to be a difficult one for black. What's the best way to finish this one off? You go g3 and king g4?
I would get the h and g pawn on the 3rd rank. Oh.
Yikes.
Yeah, I would do everything with checks, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. Probably I would have played... I would have probably played rook a2 here, just to try to go for the mate.
Yeah, that's nice. I was thinking about that too, but then f4 was on the board. And
Even
like,
though f4 is probably the best move. F4 is made in 8. What is rook a2?
Maybe rook a2 is a computer move.
No, it's not. Because
Not?
this f4 is a made in 8, and rook a2 is a made in 10. So we're worse. But this is a pretty cool way to end it. But we just play f4, he probably resigns, so we're gonna move forward. Let's go to this one. We have black with a nice attack. We have rook b6, rook a6, which are definitely moves that are possible. Yeah.
That actually helps black with your idea, because now if bishops are off the board, and rook b6, rook a6, it's just just like that. It's a cake on the plate.
Cake on the plate. Look at that. But if you didn't play it, let's say you didn't play this, but you play something like bishop e2, you have to worry about these kind of ideas. Queen defensive now, but there are like these kind of tactics as well. So I don't really hate the idea of...
Oh, there was rook e5. Oh no, the rook on b8 is hanging. Maybe it's working. Rook e5, sacrifice one rook, and then bishop b3.
Right now? Oh, okay, yeah. So instead of...
like friction movie.
Like this kind of idea.
Yeah, first first bishop c2 on there.
But unfortunately, there's some stuff hanging, but we get the idea. It's a good idea. So I went back f4. No, what are you doing, mate? Want to see mate?
Well, black is doing really passive. First bishop e6 backwards, then rook d8. What's the plan? He wants to push d4 and
he wants to push d4 to do this. Not the craziest move, for sure.
Yeah.
But maybe why don't you just play this immediately? My question. Why would you need to? I mean, you cannot take.
Bishop b1 is only move to save.
But then you lose your queen.
Yeah. What? No.
Oh,
queen,
after this.
But then you're losing the rook, right? On d1.
Yeah. Or I'm just gonna take and play b3.
Oh, you're so artistic.
So there are so many ways to...
I'm choosing the cheap way. I'm taking everything, and you're trying to make it.
No, I'm just trying to mate. You know, I'm only looking at one thing. I don't care about material. I want to mate you. F4. This shouldn't have played rook d8. It's a little bit too slow. Now we have this position, and yeah, we gotta see. I kind of want to... Nah, that doesn't work. I kind of want to do this, okay? So bear with me. Rook e4. And if, let's say you pass. You're gonna pass. Bishop here. And let's say you pass.
Where do you go?
Now we have a nice mate, you know? A date with a mate.
Yeah.
So yeah. No, it's not being mates. But yeah, you get the idea. But I really dislike rook d8 here. That's unnecessary.
Yeah, the idea is fine. But if nothing works, none of the tricks are working here, black might get really bad position, because there is an idea to push g4 f5.
Yeah.
Or h4 g4 h4 h5, and the king has no friend over there.
Yeah.
And it's quite weak.
Very sad. Yeah, I'll give him green. Look at that.
Doing colors.
Yeah, you don't know how to do the colors?
I do only 2 colors.
I only do colors. Okay. No, I like to make the hold on. What's the logo of Microsoft? The one I always go for. There we go.
Yeah.
Like the old one, the Windows logo.
Already today.
D3 being played here. Probably they want to play this. We can make this work, but obviously we can also just take with the rook. And after this, can you? No, you cannot take. I thought maybe we have like something cute, but take on c4, and this we can just take. So not too much going on in that position. And
this happened?
No. We're still waiting for the move.
Okay.
Of my analysis. Oh, look at this checkmate. I hate to see it.
It's checkmate? Oh, there are like extra 10 pieces.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know, we can remove
This
some
is
of them.
Kasparov style, like you did
Yeah.
right now.
Let's go to pool B. Let's see about one of those.
Huh?
Whoa. Honey.
Hmm.
What is this?
I think white is just okay. The bar also says it's winning because all white pieces are so good and so active. Knight on d6 cards, b7, b7 itself is almost queen, queen a7 might be white's
Yeah.
next move.
Really good move there. I just
He
wanted to
goes
say good idea. Oh, queen.
queen c5. Actually, the
goes-
idea is just to take on b4 and then a4, a5, a6, a7, queen.
Yeah, but I think this is an auto win in our book.
Yeah.
Because after queen c7, I thought I had a rook lift, but maybe that's not the point. But even then, yeah, we could.
Oh, a4 here. And if he captures, you capture with a rook. And the idea is to take the queen b8, and rook a8. And
Oh, that
yeah.
or random move. We do it this way.
Yeah, if some random move like knight f6, which is
Okay, so what are you playing with black then? Okay, I'm listening. You stop my rook c3.
Safest for me is to push h or a pawn. So now a pawn is not anymore there. I'll push h4. And
Okay.
yeah.
Now I'm still gonna go here. There we go. All right. So we're just jumping on this game. Let's look at this one. This was very interesting. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is a tie in that, but the bishop is completely dominated by this knight beautifully. White win.
This bishop has no future. Even if knight leaves c5, the bishop cannot get any better place.
No.
So this is almost a pawn end game, and the technique should be as same as in pawn end game. So white king needs to access in the king side, so it can be something like h6.
Mm-hmm.
And
right
then
now?
Yeah, h6. No, no, king g5, king g5.
Okay, yeah, well, I said right now. I was so confused. Okay, so h6 here.
h5, yeah, h6 here.
And probably need to take.
Yes.
Oh, Zugswing? No.
We can start with knight, actually. Let's get knight d3, knight f4, knight h5, g7, king g6, knight f6, checkmate.
There we go. There we go. You follow that, chat? Let's put it on. Boom,
Knight
boom,
f4.
boom. Let's go here.
Yeah.
Not a checkmate yet. I
Oh
could go
yeah,
here
yeah,
first,
okay.
but-
Knight f6 makes sense. Yeah.
I thought that's what you went, yeah. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Anyway, let's see what happened in the game. Knight g5 has been played. The knight has been moving around.
Mm-hmm.
And we're actually seeing this exactly. I thought the bishop would go to e8 to make things a little bit more difficult, but this is completely over.
Yeah.
That is a wonderful plan. And is he going to get a rook? For strike points.
Bishop, maybe?
Get a bishop. Get a knight. Okay, probably not. All right. Move forward. It is black resigned. White wins. Let's get some more endgames. Because I know Katie loves those. Katie loves those.
Yeah.
Katie too, but Katie here does love them. Black has the outside pass pawn. So I'm going to give black a slight edge. Also because black is up a pawn. But this should be a draw.
Yeah, because it's double pawns. Double pawns.
Yeah.
And the thing is that king is not active. King cannot be any active here. King e7, king d6 is impossible because f7 pawn is hanging. And cannot come from h6. It's not enough space.
Yeah.
It's only eight files.
So where do we...
C4? C4? C4, h5, king h5, bishop f5, bishop e6 is not good.
There we go. h5 is the move. We bring it back. Well, it's not the worst because after this, I'll probably go here. and I'll stay here instead, and I should be able to just put my king here and start moving this left and right.
How about king d6, king c7, king b6, king f5, king b4?
That's a good point. That's a good
How
point.
many moves? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm gonna do the same, but this way.
Just 2 moves on the shortcut. Yeah.
I'm quicker. I'm quicker. Yeah, interesting one. Let's see what happens. c4. King went back, and this is the position that we have right now. I love h5 though. That's a really good move. Oh wait, we're getting the pawn without moving h5. Look at that.
That's a dream.
The pinch me. I'm dreaming.
Should be losing, is it?
It's 100% losing. Bishop e6 and you win, right?
Yeah, it wins on the spot.
Even if you move away.
Take on c4.
Yeah, we just take on c4, and then we're gonna start running. Check.
Yeah.
I start running. Can't really stop this.
c4.
Woo! Look at that. This is what happened though. This is my analysis of the king h6, but I expect bishop. No!
Bishop d3. But what's his idea now? How he's
Probably
going
just to get the king in.
But where?
Gonna go with your idea.
The f7 is hanging and f6 will be hanging. That's
true.
the problem with that
That's
plan.
true.
That's the problem. Well, the good thing for black is that he can anytime come on bishop f6 and bishop e6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It'd be fun. Maybe I would have played bishop f5 here again, just to lock the king out. So the king has to go all the way this way. And after, I don't think this would be a very good move. Because first of all, I have bishop e6 again. And if it goes this way, we can start running the king finally.
Yeah. Yeah. But bishop e6 again, why not?
Yeah. Well, white is really helpful in this position where they're going to give black the space, so we don't really have to stay on this one too long. Let's move over. I think this is going to be checkmate soon. Starting from the position, let's find the checkmate. Okay, where's the checkmate? With a check. This is a puzzle rush.
Yeah.
King here. Where's the mate? Put queen e7 here. Let's go for king f7.
Now queen f6 g4.
Yeah, a lot of ways to.
Yeah, a lot of ways. Bishop f4, queen h7.
But I'd rather see a 4 sequence. So we cannot go here because this is checkmate. Oh, there's queen h5 here. Hold on. Here, queen h5.
Queen f4. Queen f4.
Queen f4. e5. I'll go here. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my mate here. So maybe queen f7 was the best move. In any case, should be winning. There's also like queen f4, queen h. 4 mate doesn't work yet because the king is thick, but there are a lot of. I feel this is
and queen h7 is a checkmate into.
f4, queen h7. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to win this one.
Yeah.
All right. This is an interesting one. How do you feel about this?
I think white is winning.
What?
No!
What? Wasn't there a mate here? Like something like this?
Yeah, it was a blunder.
I almost spilled out my drink.
Yeah, I saw that. No. This is draw.
Oh my god. White.
Draw. Because king gets on f6 and they're double pawns, they cannot create any danger.
Gonna chill here and nothing to do. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna move these left and right. Oh, lucky! Wow. For everyone just to see, yeah, this was maybe not a checkmate because you have, it should be a checkmate.
Yeah, the thing is they don't see the bar. So we saw this in immediately because of the bar. And they can't, and they have seconds. So really, it's just...
No, white is 2.5 minutes.
Oh, no.
I'm not giving that up. Like, if it's only 10 seconds, of course, you're going to snatch this one off, you know? You're like, finally a pawn. and I have at least a draw. You know, I get that idea. Okay, let's move forward or backward, whatever you want. This is a win for white, pretty obviously. This looks like good for black, question mark?
Interesting. Still too many pieces.
Yeah.
I think white is fine because knight is so tricky in the end game. Knight
I agree.
h5 now, it takes f on f6.
Yeah. And now we're gonna take on h6 as well. There are no mate threats. There's not a pawn here. We can't put this pawn here and play rook to g2.
Not at least in online chess. Maybe over the board.
Over the board, baby. Yeah.
Tricky somehow.
Did you ever? Okay, so when you were a kid, did you ever like cheat over the board chess, where you like changed when someone was off away from the board?
Never. I hate like in any game when people are cheating, even for fun. I just don't understand. Like in card games.
No, I 100%
don't understand. Like why?
I 100% did, and I'll tell you why. I was playing my opponent, and I didn't like him. All right, Dirk. I don't like you, Dirk. I can tell you right now. I don't like Dirk. And we were playing,
Dirk?
And it was like a pawn race, and he got off the board because he calculated like I'm gonna be ahead and I'm gonna win. But instead of moving my pawn up once, I moved it up twice. And I was like 8 years old or something. And he came back and he didn't we didn't notate yet, and he didn't notice, and he kept playing, and it was like, wait, what? That's the only time I cheated in chess, and
oh no.
I did draw
never
there.
did. But some opponents did, and it hurted me so much that I don't want to do it. Like yeah, it was bad. Once my grandparents wanted to check if I can remember, like they wanted to check my visualization.
Yeah.
So we were playing with my grandparents, and they were like asking me to go to the bathroom. I was like, I don't want to go to the bathroom. My grandma was like, Katie, please go and get ready for bed because it was evening. And I was like, but I don't want. And then I went, and they took a two pawn from me. And come on, it's so obvious that I thought that it dropped down, right? Because when something is gone, you see it. Like my rook was so open. So I was like, oh, where's my pawn? And they were like, oh, wow, she's good. She can remember.
Oh, wow, look at that. I love that.
Grandparents are just funny.
I mean, that's also what I did. I just forgot to mention it, that it was a memory test, and I just,
Yeah, it was better, right? To say exactly. Like that.
Yeah. So this should be over soon. Are there any checkmating ideas? Or stalemating ideas? Not really. So this should take the cake. Which games do we still have left? Let's go back to the other pool where we only have one game left, which is this one. And this should be a pretty clear win. I think I'll just play a5 here. Or b4 and then a5.
Yeah.
Okay, he trades it off. I don't know how I feel about that.
You know what he's doing? If okay, now it's safe. But the point was, if rook takes on e3 and rook takes on e3, black goes with a3 there.
Ah, yes.
If you capture, it's still winning. It's wrong corner, but there is a winning move, and that's b3 probably.
Yeah.
a2.
And probably just king here.
And after a1, there is king b4 and king c2. Oh, that king is too close.
Close, but no cigar. Look, they took away the a2 pawn. See?
Yeah.
Maybe it fell down. But yeah, this is. I would seriously. I think b4 here, and then just a5 is just a lot easier. You don't have to worry about this at all. The king is pushed back. We're gonna pick up this pawn, and
right.
That's the way she goes. But this is also a win. I hope white will win, or else it's gonna be tricky. If he loses this pawn, it's gonna be very tricky. Rook against bishop.
Oh, it's gonna be so long game.
It's gonna be such a long game. No, we're gonna commentate it. We're just gonna take a break.
Yeah. But with this, it's very simple. You just get the pawn on b6. The bishop is guarding that.
Yeah.
King can cover. Bishop can cover king as well. And then we will get rook on the 7th rank, and so on and so on. This is really easy to win.
Yes, easy peasy. You just have to be. Gonna be some annoying checks, but not to worry on that. After this, just b6. That's gonna be it. Yeah, you can just play b6 here.
b6.
I thought maybe here, b6 could get tricky because you're gonna lose your rook here.
Yeah.
Even after this, you lose your rook.
Okay.
But after this move they played just now, b6 is fine.
Yeah.
And b6 has been played, so this should be over. Let's go back to pool B. See which games are left. Not this one. So that was... Alright, this was the final game. Alright. So we're just gonna stay here. This is gonna be a win. And you know what it means, Caddy?
I want what?
You know what this means?
What? A break?
Whoa! Yeah. Let's take a break. I think we earned it. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Then it's gonna be our final hour. I'll be continuing producing the show. Caddy will take a nice deserved rest before she orders some food. And we have a new commentating team afterwards with WFM Alessia Santeramo and Grandmaster Roeland Pruisers will be joining us afterwards, after the break.
You're a hero of this tournament, working 12 hours?
12 hours, yeah. It's going to be about 40 hours in 3 days. But it's fun. I like chess. I like producing. I like you guys. I like to chat. Not all of them, but some of them. No, I love chat. And let's continue on. So thank you guys for being here. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. That's going to be our final hour then. So make sure you see us. After that, there will be 7 more hours of chess ahead of us. Don't forget it. She's going to take a break. A well-earned one.
I will be in the chat for some time.
You will be for a little bit. Yeah. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes.
I just say bye.
Okay, we'll count down. We'll say it at the same time, and then we'll go to a break. Okay? Well, 3, 2, 1, and then we'll say bye. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye.
Bye.
welcome back, everyone. My name is still Walter Big. I am joined here by WDM, Keti Tsatsalashvili, and we are bringing you the FIDE Online Olympiad 2021, brought to you and presented and sponsored by Chess.com and FIDE. And we just saw round 7 of Pool A and round 5 of Pool B. Let's jump into that. And Keti, give us a rundown of what happened in these pools.
Right, we are going to see what happened in round 7. So here we have, I see one tie, Nepal and Hong Kong. Oh, wow.
Oh,
so you mentioned that first and second ranked teams are meeting each other, right?
Correct,
so
yeah.
They tied the match. So Nepal managed to stop Hong Kong for a bit. And here we have the biggest, I see, is Lebanon once again winning with 5-1 to Brunei. And then we have 4-2. Oman managed to win against Bahrain, and also Seychelles against Laos, as well as Maldives against Pakistan. And here we have Fiji, who won over Guam with 3.5 to 2.5. So we're
correct, and that's not the only round that was played. We also had Pool B of round 5. You want to give us a quick rundown of what happened here?
Sure.
So I thought you are going to give us a quick rundown of what happened.
Yeah, but I need a little time to see on the screen.
Yeah, maybe you fell asleep. We gotta.
Yeah. So we're gonna see Saudi Arabia against Lesotho, and we have Palestine against Eritrea, Malawi against Kenya, Rwanda against Kuwait, and Somalia against Namibia. Oh, what a countries. Wow, this is so nice. And we have Uganda against Qatar. Have you been any of these countries?
I've been to Qatar when I flew to Taiwan, but that was just the airport. For the rest, I don't think I've visited any of the countries. I've been to Israel a lot, so I was close to Palestine, but I never went over the border there. Other than that, I've never visited Africa, so that's the one thing. But we saw last round, Uganda, Lesotho. Ghana did win. Qatar did win against Somalia. Namibia defeated Rwanda. Kuwait against Malawi was a win for Malawi. Kenya destroyed Palestine, and Eritrea did lose against Saudi Arabia. What does that mean for the standings? It means that Hong Kong and Nepal are still in the lead in Pool A. As we expected, they drew their game. Lebanon, with their win, so rocketed to the 4th place, which is important. Because the 4th place, the best 4th place, will also move on. Of all the pools, the best 4th place will move on to the next division as long as the top 3. And we see that in Pool B, Malawi, Kenya, and Palestine, who even lost last round, are still in the top 3. So they're still playing for all the marbles, as some would say. Now we do see round 8 starting soon for Pool A. And we see that in Pool B, the games have already started. So, if I may, if we can, then we should jump into the games.
Yeah, let's do it. And you guys in the chat, you can write who you're supporting. So far, I see two people supporting other countries. So let us know where you are from or who you root for. My country is still not here, neither yours, so we can choose, or we can.
Where do you? Okay, I'm gonna look it up when your country is and where my country is gonna be.
I think final division, or they have to qualify there.
No, I'm not sure if the Netherlands is Division 2 or top division. So I wanted to have a quick look in that one, but I need to search it up. So.
Jersey is a tiny island next to France.
Really?
Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Could be really I could choose any of this country and visit right now, today, without any sleep.
This is true. I'm trying to find the pools, but I don't see them just yet.
Hmm.
Um,
All right. Meanwhile,
okay.
maybe I can start talking about chess a bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So here we have this position. Black just made d5. So for the moment, white was controlling the center with the pawns, but black said, no, 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 I'm here as well. Also playing, and with black pieces, we have candidate master, and he knows what he's doing. He went for d5. He forced white to push the pawn, and now knight e4. This is sort of typical idea here. And I was always struggling with the thoughts like, what happens after knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, and this pawn on e4 is hanging. But in fact, this pawn is attacking the knight, and black is winning d4 pawn by himself. So you can take with the queen, yeah. And then e5 will be hanging, absolutely. And so on and so on. Yeah, for this reason, knight on e4 is quite active, and it won't be trapped. Won't be trapped. Trust me, I was thinking that my knight on e4 will be trapped, but it never got so. All right, this looks quite tempting for black if white goes and captures the knight, but of course white will not.
All right, I got an update. I made a bit of a mistake because we already have 4 rounds done in Pool A, obviously. So that is already done, and the first round of Pool C has started. So I'm gonna throw this one up real quick. I'm gonna lower myself to C because we got C1 and B, or like C4.
Okay, we have new countries here.
There we go. New countries. We're gonna talk about the new countries next to show real quick. We have Angola, Ethiopia, and Jersey. These are the top in the pool right now. Malta, Cyprus, Sudan, Burundi, Libya, Tanzania, San Marino, Eswatini, and Djibouti are all playing in this pool. We're gonna see how that is going to be panning out. Yeah, so we have Pool B round 6 and Pool C round 4. So we're catching a little bit of Pool C action as well, Katie.
Yeah, sure. The position is so interesting here. I think many of our viewers playing this kind of structures where white attacks the king side and black attacks the queen side. The thing is that every time I castled the king on the short side, I got mated with black. So because white's plan is quite simple. Knight comes on g5, another knight comes on g4, and they are trying to, sacrifice, somewhere there on h7, or I don't know how to get the knight on h5, but on g7 as well.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, or there's a minus with h5. h5, that forces black to play h6, and then you can sacrifice knight g4, knight h6. That's what I meant.
There we go. Okay, that's it. That's the killer. Let's say b3, we're just throwing in a move. Down here, here, and here, and we have some, we could dance.
Yeah.
We could dance. So maybe it needs some more preparation, but the idea is clear.
Yeah. Of course, it always needs some calculation, but good to know the ideas. It can be sacrificed by the bishop or knight. It's just up to the current position. So black is really trying to get some space advantage on the queen side and open up the files. For the moment, what black is trying to create a weakness on d3, and I think knight comes on c4 on a spot, or knight t4 is also an idea.
Okay. That is a good move, yeah. Usually if you try to play like something like queen e3, I'm just gonna holler this bishop at you, and you're gonna be in a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, knight c2 is also...
knight c2 is a little bit a little bit more forcing, so...
Gotta
go queen d2 there.
Yeah, another move is knight c5 instead of knight d4. Maybe that's also something that we can consider. Now d3 pawn is hanging. And I don't really see how to guard it. Queen h5 to try some.
The thing is that I don't like, because I always want to have this in idea, that I can go knight f8 to defend, so I'd rather not get this knight over here. And I love your idea of knight d4, because after c3, you are just absolutely... You're just so good here. Rook go b8, we're going to go to b2. This is very, very strong.
I like it.
Queen h5 is strong, but I think... At the moment, we can still defend it, and c2 is hanging, so I love your knight d4, so I don't think knight c5 would have been necessary. Knight g5 in place.
Okay, yeah.
We're still waiting.
So do you want to see knight d4, queen h5? What happens there?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm probably just gonna take.
Yeah, just to take there.
The pawn.
Pawn takes. Pawn to open up
Pawn
h
takes.
file.
Okay, I'm just gonna be greedy.
Yeah. And that's
Dude, I know what you're trying to do with these kind of ideas, but I don't think it will work. I have to be careful though, because now after king h8, what do we do here? Maybe g6.
You can take one of my rooks.
I can. That's so sweet of you. Okay, I'll take your rook.
Okay, then knight f6 and g takes.
Okay, maybe not that.
Maybe king h8.
Oh, king h8 is the. All right, I didn't even. It's only because the bar went all the way down. I was like, oh, there's something else.
Yeah.
All right, king h8, and we can.
Unfortunate.
That's a cool idea. See what happens. It's still knight g5, and black is thinking. I love your knight d4 idea. I really love your knight d4. So, but there has to be a better defense, right? But I don't see it.
Right?
I'm still bishop g5. I'm still pretty firm on that.
How about your idea of knight f8 to guard h7?
Okay, so I'm just gonna go here first.
Rook c8 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
To open file, and now knight.
Yeah, and after knight f6, you can just move king h8. Probably can also take, but I think no, it probably doesn't work. Okay. Well then, knight d4, I like it. Bishop has taken. Now we see the knight here.
Almost the same, but now actually queen h5 makes no sense.
No,
maybe this is even better.
Because why doesn't it make sense? I'm still gonna try this.
No, but the pawn is hanging on d3. Bishop takes d3, and if bishop comes on g6 or f5.
Yeah. Okay, so that does make a huge difference. Okay. Yeah. All right, so knight d4 has been played, and we are waiting the next move. As I am waiting to get an explanation of Kelly. What's going on here? Why is there a king on f2?
Yeah, why it's king in here? Knight h3, knight f2 happened?
Yeah, probably somewhere like this. Let's have a look. Also my idea. Yeah. This is a 300 against a 1600, so it's not too much to look into, but that is a funny structure.
Yeah. Well, white still can play rook f1, king g1.
Yeah, I don't.
Artificial castle.
I don't hate it that much. I just hate it a little bit. Just a little bit. Like
castle
was a good thing. I hate a little bit. Like wet kisses from your grandma that kiss you like 4 times on your cheek. Like you don't hate it, you appreciate it, but it's like two is enough. 2 is enough.
Yeah.
Let's keep her going. I like when your mom drops you off at school and she's like, there's something on your cheek,
Stop.
You don't really hate it, you appreciate it, but you're like, Mom,
My mom was doing, when she was dropping me at the school, I had always like this, my hair like always very tight. It was hurting my head, and she was doing even more. Like
you would take it off when
it was something that I appreciated. She was carrying on my hair, but I disliked it.
Yeah, Mom, I appreciate it, but it sucks. Then you can say. All right, enough mom love for today. Everyone love your mother. We all love them. Let's jump to this game, which caught my attention. Black is being aggressive in the center, but there's like a whole bunch of pieces here that don't really go. Is this a pawn or a bishop?
It's tall pawn.
Tall pawn, yeah. A glorified
Dutch pawn.
A Dutch pawn. It's a Dutch pawn, a glorified bishop.
The thing is that black is kind of pinned on e file.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
correct. What do we play here? I see that black has like an advantage, but how do we really just move the rook away?
Then we'll drop e5 pawn, right?
Okay, then I'll move it away here.
Yeah, this is good actually.
And then I'm ready to.
But in that case, takes on e5 and then c4, and the rook on d8 is not guarded.
Ah, okay. So here, c4. What's the trick here? Can we just go here, and I'll take your knight?
Oh, the knight is like how the knight got in there.
That's what I'm asking. Maybe not even rook e6. Maybe we can do something like this as well.
How about rook takes e5 then?
65, good move. We'll take, queen takes.
Oh, you're right. Take, and when take the rook.
Yeah, I'm just visualizing it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
yet,
so take rook takes, queen takes, pawn takes, knight takes g2, king takes g2, bishop f3, check, and rook on d1 is hanging.
Ooh, that is very sexy. Okay, so okay, he's saying there, and we have a. How do you call this in English again? Skewer? No. I don't know the name anymore. An off-track aanval. There, in Dutch. You're welcome. A hidden attack. That's a really cute one. Wow. So yeah, that's why you can't play rook takes c5, Katie. How did you miss that? Oh. But there should be other moves. I'm just simply threatening to take him on g2.
Yeah.
Maybe I just move away. Yeah, this is. I don't know. This is the complicated. It hurts my head. What happened in the game?
Pieces, to be honest. Do we have some end games?
I took g2. Do you have some end games? No. I'm going to study this, young lady. You will not have some end games.
And that's why I like end games, because when we hit like 4 hours already or 5, it's easier to talk in the end games.
I feel you.
Okay, this one is just too much. Okay. We can't talk much here.
All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it steady. Here we have an end game, which is completely drawn. I hope you're happy.
I'm happy.
I laughed and I burped at the same time. All right, let's go to the new pool. We have Pool C. We just started round 4, which is the first round of today. And let's check some games. This is the top board. We have someone Precious Kamwendo. I love that name. Against Joes Murga from Kenya. Let's see how this is panning out. Black seems to have an advantage. But how do we make something happen here?
Black has a pawn, right? Extra or not? No, it's not extra pawn.
But the bar is saying... the bar is saying -6. So there has to be something...
Something extra, right? Piece is extra. Oh,
there's an extra piece. Okay, that's why. Too late. We should both go to bed. Yeah, so he's a piece up, so that's not too... I was like, why is it -6?
Yeah, what's the weakness? Like,
yeah.
Why?
Where's the mates? Nani?
Yeah.
Okay. We have some mates, or at least some resignations. This one didn't properly... Oh, there it is.
Oh.
This is going to be a checkmate. Also, I thought the rook also has this file here for ultra overkill. This one is also over. Look at this one. Oh, went very fast. How did this happen?
Yeah.
Okay. How do we call this opening? This the Shigorin.
Shigorin?
Yeah. Wait, you go beef. Oh, it's with a check. You go back. Ah, that's unfortunate. Yeah.
And there was a pin.
Oh, is that a mouse slip or something? Why would you play King D1? Oh, maybe to get outrated this pin. Okay, yeah. You just missed this.
Yeah.
Okay. It happens. This one is interesting. That's completely winning for white. This one interesting. Alright, so this one's pretty interesting. We just saw the move knight to b4, attacking the strong bishop on c2 and the queen on d3. Who would you take here?
A bishop.
Which color would you take here? Oh, the bishop.
Yeah.
All right.
The thing is that after taking on c2, for the moment, like white has huge attack, huge attack.
Yeah.
There is some ideas with connected with sacrifices, and knight g6 sacrifice, or rook d1 d5, or there is some ideas with rook e3 and rook lift on the third rank. So I like it. I like it.
A lot going on. Correct. All right. So after, I don't think this happened yet. Knight takes c2. So there is a lot of potential for white's position. I agree. So we might just take here and say like, okay, what do you got?
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Because you know, if we take on h6, you also can take on f2.
Oh, and f2. Yeah. Wow. I didn't realize that. That is a lot better. This should the mate. I thought after h6, I thought like, well, I can do this, and if you sacrifice here, I don't care because I can go king g7. So, you know, what are you gonna do? But you can stick on f2. All right. I like queen d4.
I like it too.
I probably have to trade.
If these are trade, then there is a pin on b2, and this is not good.
We cannot trade. Maybe just rook d1 then. I'm always afraid when I make a move that the evil bar will like drop like 3 points.
Yeah. In this case, then black has nothing to worry, and black has an extra pawn. Like if he trades the queens, and if I think it's she, trades the queens and then takes the bishop on c2 and then bishop d4 again, pins these knights. That's it.
That's nasty. Let's see what happens. So we did see a trade. Oh my. We did see what we were afraid was going to happen. It happened. It's a 90% chance the white will win. 2% for a draw and 9% for a black, with the evil bar being on 3.62. This is a new update that's just been put out. You can actually see the chances of each opponent, which is pretty cool. And after queen takes c2, we have bishop takes d4. And now, I don't really like this. I think rook to d1. We're going to pin this baby first. And then there might be some annoying moves.
Yeah, absolutely. 92, 94, knight g6. There's too many threats. Oh, there's queen g5 though.
After this move, queen g5? That is true. That is true.
Knight c6 is still annoying.
But this doesn't work. Knight c6. Yeah, knight c6 is annoying.
Yeah. What white is doing, she captured the bishop instead of rook d1, and that brings black's knight also into the game, so knight can capture it. And after rook d1, queen can go away on f6 and increase the pin on 94. 94 is losing.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make. Yeah, it needs to be sure like if 94 isn't something black should worry about. I think black does to go like queen. Yeah, to go queen g7 or queen a8, 8-8, 7.
Just take on d4 and queen c4. With rook. Sorry. With rook.
And queen c4.
Yeah.
Wow. Nasty. Oh, but now I can just check and take your bishop.
Oh damn! How you can?
Or maybe there's something stronger here. Maybe queen c.
Knight f5.
Knight f5. I'll try to trick you with knight e7 at some point. Okay. Wait, can we? Oh no! I'm not done yet. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna take on c7 maybe. Or should I move back to defend the bishop? Ah, no, this just looks, you know, mildly concerning, mildly concerning. So we have not a lot of life in this position. What happened? He took on c6. And this is the actual position, what we're just going for. So we want to see knight e4 now. Come on. Or knight e5. We went for knight.
Yeah,
we went for knight e5.
To see that. Yeah, there's 95 and 94, but I think 95 creates more threats. Additionally, there's 97 check and knight c7 also.
I agree. Yeah. So 95, this is what we just discussed. And I hope that we see this one. This would be really fun. Let's hope it. Queen of 6 has been played. We'll keep an eye on this game. I don't know where it is. We saw already a checkmate in some of these. Let's go back to one of the top boards. Precious against Joseph. And, well, black is absolutely winning here.
We have extra piece for black here.
Yeah, still the extra piece up. This is the game where it was an extra piece up.
But there is a question. Well, there is a question how title player can be lower rated. Would you like to answer that?
So what was the question exactly?
Like, how is woman candidate master only 1300?
Ah, okay. So these are the FIDE rapid ratings and not the official classical ratings. So some of these players, you have like 2,300 players who are 1,200 in rapid because they never played it. So that's why these ratings aren't very stable on that. Or they're just really, really bad. Who knows? You know, they lost 600 points. You know, that's also, it's a possibility. You know, gotta throw it out there. All right.
Can be. Yeah, my rapid rating is 1 point less than my classical.
Okay.
100 points.
Oh, 100 points. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. It's not like it's 800 points. Like, I don't even have a rapid rating, so mine is a lot lower.
All right, this is easy win.
Yeah, it's an easy win. Let's move forward to this cute little game here. We see a pin on e5. Very tricky, very scary. And now it's all about how white's going to... I don't think this was the best move.
Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, and bishop takes e5.
Yeah, knight takes e5. This is beautiful. But what should black have played? That's my question. Because this was coming.
Yeah, it's so hard to predict here anything. Because if you take knight on d3, bishop d3, then e takes d3, and then e file also will be open.
Yeah, very annoying. I agree.
Yeah, or maybe castling here, long castle.
Long castle.
Yeah,
look at that.
And if you take on e5 with pawn, then black will take on c5.
Yeah, with probably the bishop.
Yeah.
And probably queen b6, so we're out of the woods. All right. Okay. It's very good moves. But yeah, bishop takes e5, definitely not the one. Knight e5 now, and white is clearly better. So we're gonna see how that is going to transpire. Let's go back to the division. This was division B. This is division C.
Yeah.
See how they are doing. We're gonna come back to one of the. Okay, what is happening here? How did this happen? Don't ask me how, but I do think black is slightly better. Slightly better. Let's pick up some free pieces and call the night. What else do we have? This one's a little bit more interesting, even though black is dominating right now. Yeah. Okay, never mind. It's just pawns up.
2 pawns, and then bishop comes on d5, just pins the f3 pawn, and then b pawn goes forward.
Yeah. Okay, I think you can appreciate this. A nice little end game. There we go. There's that smile. There's a smile. If I go openings or middle games, she's just a sour face. But once we hit those end games, it's like fewer pieces.
Lower amount of pieces.
So tell me, who's better here and why?
Black is better because black has a slight advantage on the queen side. And king is, you can see the king is already in the center. So in some lines, this will be just very good. And also we can count what's black's plan and what's white's plan. Black's plan is pretty much obvious. Black want to open up the b file and then rook b8, rook b3. And white's plan is not that clear.
I agree.
Like if you push g5, then king comes on f5. If you push h5, that's going to be a weakness on the other hand also on h5. Just take and h5 is a weakness. So yeah.
I'd probably go for d2, c4 and try to go for the weak d6 pawn.
Yeah, that's a good idea to start maneuvering. But the thing is, the king is very close to that.
That's true. That is true. That's why I want to go to c4 because I'm also eyeballing a5, even though the knight is still here. So let's just play knight d2. See what happens. Probably gonna take first.
Yeah, let's take it. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like a3 better. And now we have d5 as well, just to
d5 first. Okay, but that it weakens it a little bit. I'm gonna play rook b1 first then.
Oh yeah. Okay, then why we open the file?
And now.
Oh my god, I'm shining. I'm shining. Just close the window.
You are shining. What happens?
Scary. Just fixing it really quickly. There we go.
No question in the chat. Just let it happen. Is this losing? Probably is, right?
Knight and yeah, probably.
Okay. Let's not do that then. Difficult. I'm
like black will have more chances because it's risk-free position. Maybe something like c4 or e4.
Yeah.
There will be some breakthroughs.
There's going to be some breakthrough. It's still difficult. It's easier to play. It should be a draw, but it's easier to play for black. So let's keep the rooks on the board. I'm just thinking, like, what do we play here? I'm not too scared of rook b2, because then I'll just go here. I'll take up d6. So I'm not too worried about it. Maybe rook e4 to go rook a4. This is a really crazy idea. And then go knight c4.
Yeah, I like that idea. But the thing is that when you play rook a4, black will go knight rook b2, and black will force you to get knight on c4.
Yeah, it'll be really passive. Okay, I don't know what to do then. Maybe I get king center. Because if I go king g2 and you just play this, I'll still just run into c4. Yeah. And I'm not too worried because I'm going to go here, check, and pick up c5.
Yeah, no.
Interesting. Let's see what happens. g5 was played. Take with the knight. And rook h8. Yeah, it just isolated their own pawn. I'm not a big fan of this at all.
Yeah, it's a weakness there.
I had a free d5, and I'm going to play e4. The main idea at some point.
You can also do knight e7, knight f5 maneuvering if knight comes on it.
Yeah. Even better, probably.
Yeah, and there's not king g2, king g3 either, because knight from f5 also takes g3 square under control.
Yeah, you need to go like king h3 then. That just looks horrible.
Just take in g5.
Look at that.
Rook e4, and you can push d5. And it's going to be.
Well, even though maybe I'm thinking here that if I do this first, or we get this, and then we get the same idea, then I can play rook e4, where I attack the pawn and defend the knight on h4. Even though I'm still not sure if this is who's better here.
I think the thing is, after king g3 there is e4, and we have to analyze that.
Exactly. All right, interesting endgames, but we'll see how this is going to transpire. f3, there's going to be some stuff taken, and we will continue following the love, like this game. There's a bishop on a1, and there's 4 seconds for white and nearly 6 minutes for black.
Hard to make any moves.
It's a difficult one to look at. Rook is going to b2, but I think you could just Should we just take that rook?
Mm,
It does control all these squares, but I think
yeah.
we could just move our king over and
We can. Yeah. Yeah. You just need to bring king on c5 and then push d4. For
yeah,
king
okay, yeah. Well, it's interesting. I'm just gonna play it out real quick.
Uh-huh.
Because it's got to be somewhere like this.
Yeah, and then we there's a hole on a4 b3.
Yeah, I was thinking. But am I in time to stop you?
And
Oh,
white
there's a pawn there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be difficult. And you can always. Well, I'm just gonna do this.
Just king. Yeah, king gets on c2 and b3 b2.
Okay, so yeah, that's requires some calculation because this could very well mean a draw if the black king is stopped from getting in. Even if you're 4 pawns ahead, that kind of position is a draw, so you have to be very careful. But
yeah,
is this what happened? This is what happened. Now we're here in this position.
They're playing?
Yeah.
Wow, they played so fast.
Yeah, well, yeah. When you have 11 seconds, you got to. But yeah, king b3 seems like a very obvious move. I don't think you need to be too scared of losing that. Yeah, this is completely.
Yeah, it's too many pawns. Too many pawns.
Too much to work with. All right, so that's one game. This is a Philidor.
Yeah. Here you need to get the rook on 6th rank. So you're going with rook a7 now.
Okay.
Oh, who is the move?
Wait. It's white's the move. Oh, he did play rook a1. Okay, you say rook a7 here.
It might be losing.
No, you have rook g1 here.
King f6.
Oh, king f6 then. Okay, so that's.
There's a draw with rook f1, I think, and king j8, king h7 when the rook stacks with the pawn.
Yeah.
And goes on the short side.
Do we have this? Wow, but it seems like black did butcher this, or white did butcher. Maybe rook f1 here.
What? No. Instead of rook h7, there is rook c8. No, we're kicking this king on the long side.
Kick the king away, and then just
rook f8 now wins that. Rook f8 is winning, I guess.
Rook f8 should also.
But yeah, you can also play rook a8, so that's also winning.
And then you just check and you run away, and the king pawns up. So something like this doesn't work. You just go king g7. If we see a check here, we're gonna move here, and then we're gonna build our bridge. So unfortunate, but this is not what has happened. Now we're here. Both players are randomly trying to defend here. Beautiful.
Yeah, but this is winning. We're gonna have this.
Yeah.
But if king comes on, if king is on the short side, which is on h7 or h6, and the rook is on the long side, which is a3 or b3, this is a draw, theoretical draw.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But this should be a win for white. Still gonna stay here for a little bit just to see what happens. Probably just, I don't know. We gotta start building a bridge. I'll probably just play rook here.
Yeah, I would go farther, like rook a1 maybe.
Yeah, also rook e1. Give the check first, get the rook in, and then build a bridge. What we're saying with building a bridge, everyone, is let's say we have some random moves. We're gonna give a check. The king's gonna go out of the way. Then we're gonna go. We're gonna go here. The rook goes here to stop us from getting the rook here. Check, boom, boom. Again, if you want to stop it, we'll play our rook. And now we are home free to get the pawn off. So that is the bridge building that we were talking about. And it's going to happen at some point, but I'll not dwell on this game for too long. There are still other cool games ahead of us, behind us, in front of us, or between us. Like this one.
Yeah, true. There is a comment that this is Lucena. Lucena, that's how you call as well?
Oh, Luciana position.
Luciana?
Yeah, Luciana position.
Okay.
Kira?
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry, but the puppy wants attention, so I gotta give it from time to time. All right, rook to b7. Another endgame. 3 pawns against 3 pawns. The king is incredibly far away from the action. I don't think I would trade. But I don't know what to do.
If we trade it, then we have to get really quickly on h-file to grab the h5 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. This is not king c7. This is not the best scenario.
Oh, this helps.
Yeah, this helps.
At least now we can go rook d8 and rook. Even after rook d8, you have rook h7. Actually, that's not true, because after here, you don't want to play this and be so passive. No, this is really...
Yeah, king f4, king g5.
Yeah. Exactly. So, king f4 has been played here. The king is going for a run. I don't... Yeah, should you trade pawns here? Oh, f4 has been played. Apologies. Yeah, it's a good question.
Is his idea to push f5 and after e takes f5, king f4 to guard e5 and then to start to collect the black pawn?
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Honestly, f5 is a really, pretty swell idea. So f5 here, I don't hate it. I don't think you need to. I think king f3 here is...
King f3, king g4 is,
Yeah, exactly, is winning as well. You go king g4, you defend, you just 6. So I like the approach right here to play king g4, and this should be a win. So this one is over as well. I'm just going through some games. This is the game we were talking about with that rook and knight versus rook and knight. And it seems like black has found...
Black managed, right?
Yeah. Rook is on b3, which was black's plan all along. And now this knight will jump to d5, put some pressure on c3. It's going to be pretty tough to defend this. And if you play c4, you're going to lose this pawn. So yeah, this is going to be a hard one to deal with. What else do we got? Oh! This is a quick mate coming in. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, sorry, let's go to the other brackets. In Pool B, we only have 1 game left, which is this one.
Another Rooken game.
A lot of Rooken games today.
Yeah, but this rook is now active on e1, so there is some chances for black.
Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of chances for black at this moment. What was the pawn count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's an equal pawn count as well. So black is doing definitely a-okay. The rook is doing pretty well defending the weakest pawn here.
Yes, still... right. And the king also on f4 is very active, and white black gives such a big advantage for black.
Yeah, I agree. So a lot of good stuff for white going on here at the moment. For black going on here at the moment. h5 being played. I'm gonna see if there's gonna be a trade and trying to get the h3 pawn, and it's gonna be interesting to watch.
Black's king is getting active, and there is 3 weaknesses: h3, e3, and b2. So it's not enough forces to guard them.
I agree. I mean, I don't hate this. Maybe you have something like rook g2 and just to cut the king off.
Yeah, but like king h4 still.
Yeah, this doesn't really work. I felt like, well, if you're gonna take my pawn,
yeah.
I
knew you were going there.
You're gonna give a check first.
Yeah, or king h3. Yeah, just say.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's see what else we have got here. We have 3 games still in Pool C. We have the rook one. This is should be a draw. No, this is not this one. It changed. Okay, I don't think this one is updating. Okay, we'll see.
So black lost e6, and the pawn is already on d2. Like what happened? How this happened?
What else this game? Okay, so went here. f4 was played. Yeah, there's something wrong with the relay at this point. Like, there's no way white took this and then black did like this. So let me refresh real quick. Oh, I went to my
okay. I
Dropbox.
thought it was a mouse slip or something.
No, that's just a problem on the relay at that point. Let me check this one real quick. Let's go to chess.com. Fence. Make sure we get the correct position, because it's an interesting game, you know. Might as well see if we got something going on there.
There are lots of games, right, happening right now. So we have five sections, 5 groups, and all of them are playing at the same time, right?
Yeah. Well, it seems like C is now done. I can't really find the game, but it is over. Let's check for. So this is actually the final game in Pool B, the game that we were talking about. H4 has just been played, and Ernst and Elvis, not the Pressy one, but the Likoko, are battling it out at this particular moment to see who's going to be the winner of Hound Dog.
I like this H4 move. It fixed the weakness on H3, and now Rook H1 is hanging.
Yeah.
B3. And white cannot really guard this pawn. So white goes with B3. This B3 also weakens the other pawns, like, I don't know, Rook A1, Rook C1 is possible.
I don't really like that at all. B3 one, I think, if you just play Rook. Or maybe that's not good as well. Or do you play here? Just G5 and try to get this pawn?
Yeah, I guess, or something like.
I feel like this is too weak.
Yeah. And there's
I'll just go check here, and I'll either win it back, or this will happen. Then I'm just gonna get my king over here and start checkmating you on the board. So
exactly, or even black can go with king f6 instead and just get the opposition and wait for white to, like, there is some sort of Zugzwang position. Yeah. Like, you don't have the best choice. You have to choose from the bad ones.
Right. Yeah. And if you move here, then I might move here. So you then go here, I'll go here. So it's like really easy to play.
We can checkmate. King e6, king d6, b6, c5. Or king e6, b6, c5.
Yes. How do we... I'm gonna run. I'm gonna hide.
Start with b6. Come on.
What? I heard king e6 first. What do you mean, bro? Okay, then I'll play c4. Getting out. I'm out. But yeah, this is winning for black by a long shot. Let's see what happens. b3 was played, and then we get d4, and we'll see.
This is
we get something going on. Let me check real quick. There really aren't any games left in pool.
This is losing for white.
Yes, this one is already over. Yeah, so this is the last game that we've got going on. Let's stay on this for a while. I might as well. You got any plans? I'm here all day. Literally, I'm here all day.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. No. I don't know. I want to, you know. Gonna get some food in a bit and gonna get her going. D4.
D4? Why D4?
I don't know why. That seemed very a free pawn. I was gonna take it.
But no. It's Black's time is running right now, so he has not made a move yet.
Then there is something with the guys. All right. Well, we're just gonna fix that then. We'll see how it's gonna go out. We're actually gonna go on a really long break, Eddie, of about an hour even. But we'll keep the entertainment going. We'll have videos, Lila vs Starkfish, Hawk Champs, Tata Steel videos. All the videos will be brought to you during the break, so don't worry about that. Ken and I, Kenny, you won't see us anymore. I'll still be in chat. Kenny will be in chat.
I'll see you tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, we're at the same routine tomorrow morning where we're gonna do that. It's been fun. How have you been?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have more energy tomorrow because I'm going to sleep. Like, I'm not going. I will sleep probably.
Sleep for 30 hours. You're gonna miss the call. I'm gonna call it. No. All
right. It's time to say goodbye to our chat as well. And it was such a pleasure to work with you. and I had really easy time, I have to say, and a fun time, because I really didn't felt that it was long. And
yeah, it was a ton of fun. It went easy. It was smooth. I just, I loved anything.
we also had some arguments, so it was fun.
I mean, yeah.
Some conflicts.
Sometimes we argue, but at the end of the day, we still like each other, and that's the most important part, chat.
Yeah.
We just spread love. We'll be back in an hour and 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be back soon. And enjoy this video of Pog Gems and all the stuff that we have. And we will see you back in an hour with a new commentary couple, which is Grandmaster Roeland Pruisers and Women FIDE Master Alessia Santeramo. Goodbye, everyone. Take care.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
What would my next 3 to 5 moves be, combined with learning how to swim with the river? I'm going to leave and get some water because I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. And I want to see what kind of plan you might come up with that, okay?
Okay,
All right.
got it.
Got it.
Oh my god, this is a lot.
Got a minute. Come on, Veggie.
Oh, and he's not streaming, so we can't see. Oh no. It's gonna be the zigzag checkmate. It's gonna be the checkmate. Here it comes. Soto sees it. No question. He's going to do this, mate. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, he blundered the queen!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, he blundered the queen!
Does Benji see it? Does Benji see it? Benji, do you see this? Oh, he has to see it. Look at Benji's face. He's in shock.
Oh, he took the queen, and Sardoche loses the queen.
Benji is so confused.
He's smiling.
Oh, Sardoche! No! No, the tragedy!
Not the queen!
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
Benji is smiling. Sardoche is melting. He is melting. Oh no!
Sardoche played a great game. He was playing so well. And on one turn, doesn't see the queen on the opposite side of the board. Full board awareness, needs to see these things. And unfortunately for Sardoche, he loses his queen.
He is laughing at himself. He is laughing at himself. At least he's not crying.
Well, it's a Botez gambit for the ages. And Benji Fishy wins the group.
I just got a shot into Bobby Hall's outfit. He's dressed like
Oh
Dwight.
wow. Isn't that looks like something right out of the 1970s?
But he's dressed like Dwight from The Office.
True, that's true.
I literally,
the
dude,
coloring,
look, I
exactly.
literally have the yellow tie mug right here.
Yeah.
And he,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the
Bobby
yellow shirt,
texted
yep.
me last night and said, wait till you see my outfit. But I had no idea this was what he was going to do. This is hilarious. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Defending. He's slow. Actual dog water. Take. Attacking. Can you guys take me off? Can you take me off Chess.com? Can you take me off the website? Take me off the website! Get me off!
Congratulations, you are making it to the semifinals. Critical. Are you inspired, Rain, by Critical's hair?
Yeah, that's probably what that is. Yeah. I
am the new chess Jesus.
She will never bring it too close. She knows that when the king is in the corner, a knight shadow is needed of distance.
Tables.
She knows it.
Tables, Pokemon. Tables. Tables.
I don't want to stalemate, you know?
Déjate de aquí.
Night
No lo
shadow,
toques,
there
Pokemon.
we
No
go
lo
with the
toques.
night shadow.
Tables. Tables.
Wow.
Tables. Tables.
Unbelievable technique.
Tables.
Pokemon.
Yay!
She gives him
What a roller coaster.
I'm gonna try.
Oh no! Where is she hovering over the? Ah! Why does she want her D8?
No! Misclick. Damn it. God damn it, misclick. Misclick. No! Misclick. That's so unfair.
Right, is that better?
Not me.
Very well
Checkmate!
played.
Yes! Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! Yes, baby! Did it, boys!
Another master check. 10 minutes. So there's gonna
It's
be
over.
remote.
Boom. He goes here.
No,
No, it's not over. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack. Don't be scared. I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
How's your chess beyond that? Like, how much chess have you played? Because you were amazing. I mean, we don't know much about you, so.
I'm amazing. Nah, I started playing like 3 months ago or something like that. Like, and it was also not because of Queen's Gambit, but it was because the previous PogChamps where XQC failed in 6 moves. After that, I began watching more chess streams, and it was thanks to XQC and Hikaru. So yeah.
That's sweet. I don't remember that. 6 moves? I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there's actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try.
Oh,
Bishop takes
I
F3
just
in
know. Oh,
case
I didn't even
Ludwig
notice
takes.
it was a pin.
But
Holy
he moved too.
Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen takes
Oh.
f3.
Not the best move, but I mean, again. Whoa! Oh! Queen takes what? Queen takes queen? What?
She doesn't even see it. She's only looking at her rook under attack. Oh, I think she spotted it. She took, it's game on.
Oh, what happened? See, I told you, Michelle. Oh.
Oh no!
Over. Like,
and
oh, and he's queen up 2. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Queen
There's
F2.
no way logic misses it. Queen F2. Oh no.
Oh, he won!
Oh, he missed it!
And now he's mated!
Ludwig has mate. Ludwig has a force mate in 2.
And now he's mated!
What a throw! King E8 and then Queen C8, and there's actually a staircase checkmate. Oh man. Logic through.
Oh, Queen D7's mate. Mate. Rook D6,
Rook
Queen D7.
D6, Queen D7. There are 3 mates here for white. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a huge throw.
Let's go!
The question is, does Ludwig realize that he was mated in 2? That's actually the big question.
Victory!
Charlie's going off the deep end, but frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he
10.
will not flag. F3.
Pawn takes. He hung mate.
F3 last D takes C2, and now
He hung the house. Oh, it's done.
Mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Can we cut to Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut to
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right.
But next week, I mean, I don't. No point in looking ahead. We've got a crazy day here today, and you know what's hilarious? Something just fell from the roof of this building and hit my camera. I'm gonna scoot
Oh my
over.
gosh,
so
I was like,
hi
why
everybody.
is Danny going out of frame? I know you want me
Lauren,
to,
I told
be
you
the
to fix
main
the
host, but Danny,
hanging
you don't need
bats
to.
in
You
the
don't need to do
rafters. There
this
you go.
much. What is
It
going
was
on?
soundproofing from the ceiling. So the new studio we have here is actually not complete yet. We've been doing all kinds of stuff, and what you just saw, you can't fake. Hey, buddy, are you gonna? Don't shake your head at me like this is on me, buddy.
I feel so bad.
But now the rook is hanging. Danny is hanging his rook, but Rubius doesn't see it. He doesn't have time.
Oh, are we gonna get Queen E4, Knight H4, Queen A8 mate? Is Rubius gonna see this? Oh, Rubius! No, Rubius!
The back rank checkmate. Levy, have I told you about the G6 pawn earlier?
Anna, you were right.
I
Anna,
didn't
you
want to
were
be
right.
right. I didn't want to be right.
My heart is broken. clips can only be a minute long. Oh, Queen C6.
The clips can only be a minute long, so do it.
Come on, Rain.
Rain. Oh, that's it. Oh my god.
Draw. Oh.
Oh man. I don't know.
Too predictable.
I really should learn how to do that end game.
No way.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Dude, Jimmy can't lose on time.
Okay, no stalemate.
Oh my gosh. He just resigned.
he ran out of time?
Oh my
no,
god.
he resigned.
Why did he resign?
I
You
don't know.
resigned.
I literally just went over Rook King in game.
We're headed toward mate on a 7. Oh, trouble! Sheboygan, Wisconsin! Take the queen and don't look back, Nico! Yes! Send us to overtime!
Whatever. Oh! And that's why you pay more attention.
I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. The bishop. No! The bishop!
This is Gambit. This
Oh
was
my
this
god!
was a different type of bot as Gambit.
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
Long range piece, it was hiding. It was hiding on the A2
God
square.
damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! 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 Oh no! I don't even.
Damn it!
Yeah, C3 here is very strong, I think. C3 and knight G5, but knight D5. Oh no, he blundered.
Oh, wow. Does Rain see it? Knight D5.
Rain is getting low on time. 1 minute on the clock.
He found it.
Oh,
this is
boy.
his last chance. It's going to come down to the wire.
But now King.
Oh, he put 92 made one. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh! Let's go! Yes! Yeah! Oh no! Oh.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and today we have Game of the Day. With the white pieces, we have Daniil Dubov, and with the black pieces, we have Sergei Karyakin. This is the Russian Super Finals, and if Karyakin is able to win this game, he takes Seoul first of the Russian Super Finals, guys. He's the champ. Now, of course, Dubov is not going to let that happen. He's going to play his best and say, you're going to have to get through me, says Dubov. And here we are, E4, E5, knight f3 and knight to C6, bishop C4 and bishop C5. Very easy game. Could be an Evans Gambit, could be a Joko Piano, something like that, Italian game type stuff. But after bishop C5, there's C3 from Dubov, and then knight f6. going smooth so far. Stuff that they've seen before. Nothing spectacular. D4 is the usual move here. Intending after E takes D4, we're going to see C takes D4, you know, kind of an easy game. Sometimes you can play D3 here. But what happens is E takes D4, usual move. And here, guys, what would you actually play? There are a few alternatives. E5, castling be a move, and C takes D4, right? These are the usual moves here. But this is what Daniel Duboff played here. He played something completely different and the highest rated player to play this move right here, guys. Can you find the move that was played right here? Here we go, guys. This is the move. B4. Can you believe it? B4, I've never actually seen this myself. So this is definitely some home cooking, some prep that he's done to throw Sergei Karyakin off here. I mean, this was amazing to play B4. Now let's watch the follow-ups here. Now after B4, there is bishop to B6, and then E5 is played now instead of earlier, which is usually played here. The best defense is offense, and just because I'm attacked, it doesn't mean I have to move my piece. So after E5, actually D5 is the most thematic way to play. Sergei did not do D5 here, and let's actually take a look at what happens if D5 happens. F takes G, E takes F6 is the best way to play. D takes C4, then Queen E2 and Bishop E6. And then after B5, making a threat on the knight, knight moves out of the way. F takes G7, Rook G8, we take on D4. Queen D7, and this is supposed to be what the position would look like if they went down that road, with black being slightly better and actually preparing to castle queen's side. But that's actually not what happened at all. It was actually knight to E4 by Sergei Karyakin here. Now after knight E4, there's a bunch of ways to play, guys. You have castle, C takes D4. Do we play B5? Like, what are we playing here? What's the move? Like, what do we actually do here? Well, let's let Daniel to tell you guys what he did here, Daniel. Bishop to D5, actually. Bishop D5, this is the most aggressive way to play here. It's going to get pretty fun. Now, let's see what happens here. He must capture the second pawn here. He has to go into this line because there's really nothing else to do here. Now, after bishop to D5, knight takes C3 from Karyakin. Knight takes C3, D takes C3, and here we go, guys. When you're on the attack, when you gambit something, when you're down material or you sacrifice something for rapid development, gambits and things like that, you need to keep the attack up. So what would you do to keep the attack up in this move, guys? Would you castle? Would you play like B5? Would you play A4? What would you actually play in this moment? Here we go, guys. Here's the move. Bishop G5, and this is also a novelty here. Now, it seems like Bishop G5, just an easy move to make. I mean, I would play this too because, like, we're attacking the queen. It's a good move. But he keeps attacking. If Duboff waits for black to castle here, then queen E8 could be a move. So you want to get bishop G5 in easily. Now black must allow this pin to happen. And then knight E7. This seems very cramped for white here. Not the most fun position. And here we go. After knight E7, there's castles. Then there's H6 because he says, look, this pin has to go. I am tired of this pin. So the bishop backs up and says, not today. And if you want to get rid of this pin, you're going to have to play G5. And we're going to get very live after G5. And no, it's going to be messed up over here, especially if you're trying to castle on this side of the board. So after bishop H4, we have castles. Very natural move, but now white loves the attack here. Or the engines love white's attack after these next few moves. After castles, there's rook to E8, guys. Just putting some pressure on the file, maybe even some rook lifts. Maybe E6 could be in the future. You never know. It's always good to put a rook on E8 here. But the development for black is not there. It's non-existing. A little bit for white too on this side, but we have the bishop swiping the board here. This knight can come into play eventually, maybe through E5, and maybe we can have some type of queen play. Let's see what happens. After rook E8, there is queen to E8. He says, you know what, I am tired of this pin, and Daniil plays bishop to B3, backing it all the way up. Maybe bishop to C2. This could happen too as well. White is definitely in the driver's seat here, guys. Now watch this. A5 happens and says, look, we need to make something happen. Let's make some trades. Let's do something. I need to get my pieces out. Now, white to move, guys. Make sure you're on your attacking brain today. Hopefully you did your tactics and puzzle rush on Chess.com. Now, check this out. What would you play as white right here? I'm going to give you a few seconds to figure this one out. What would you play as white right now? Here we go, guys. A5. After A5, white plays this move right here. Bishop to F6. Can you believe that move right there? Bishop F6 is on the board against Sergei Karyakin. Imagine if you are Sergei Karyakin right now. How do you feel pressure-wise that I have to win this game to be champ? And I'm now getting Bishop F6 played on me on the board. Bishop F6 is a scary move. It's a very, very scary move here, guys. And of course, the idea here is after pawn takes, Pawn takes, and this is pinned. And not only is the king side busted open now, but you have problems. And also I'm getting my piece back with some interest here. So bishop f6, great attacking idea. Now after bishop f6, there's a4 on the board here, which was not the best move. They said that knight f5 actually was an entry, something to do here, but he plays a4 honestly because this is a scary position to be in. After a4, there's bishop to c4. Now myself, I would have probably played bishop to c2 and play queen d3 and go in this fashion, but bishop c4 keeps the pin here is what he wanted to do. Bishop c4, then you see knight to g6 and queen to d3, guys. We're attacking this knight. This bishop is pinning the pawn. Your pieces don't exist, says Dubov. Queen to d3, actually. And after queen d3, there's d5. I have to do something here. And if this is the best move to make, you might be in some trouble here. Now, after d5, here we go. E takes d6. Your queen is hanging. Oh, and your knight is hanging. Oh, and you need something else to do. This bishop is hanging as well. Watch this, guys. Bishop to e6 is on the board. Are you ready for today? I hope you came ready to watch this video today. Now, I want you to stop the video right now and tell me what you would play if you were Dubov in this position. Hope you guys are ready. Here it is. Here it is, guys. This is the move of the day, move of the year, guys. Watch this combination. Here it is. If you said queen takes g6, bam, oh my goodness, there it is. And Sergei Karyakin, you could probably see him sweating immediately after this move. Maybe flew back in his chair like in the Matrix or something. Queen takes g6 happened on the board, and it was a loud clatter. After clapping the piece there, it was amazing. Queen takes g6 is on the board, and he just stood up and looked at Karyakin. Probably did in his head. He didn't really do that, but I'm sure he probably wanted to. Queen takes g6 is on the board, sacrificing the queen, guys. And after f takes g6, rook takes e6 to follow right after here. We have all of this eyeing him. I mean, this is very scary right now. Now we got our material back. We have discoveries against the king. Well, now he has 2 pieces for the queen, says Dubov. And we have an attack. Let's see what happens. Queen f7, he just kind of gets out of the way here. There's discoveries everywhere. So he just kind of blocks the discovery here and says, okay, cool. Yeah, you have a little bit of material. We're not going to give you everything. And here's what white does, guys. Watch the follow-up here. When you sacrifice and you do things like this, you want to wait and you want to actually look and see what's your follow-up. And you need to know beforehand before you actually get to this position and be wrong. So you want to have your follow-up ahead of time. And this is what he does here, guys. Bishop takes c3. There is no need to hurry. Black can't move the queen and the king off the a2 g8 diagonal. It's just very hard to do this. So bishop takes c3. He just gets out of the way here. No need to hurry. And then king h8, he says, look, I have to get off of this as quickly as possible. But then here we go, rook e4. Now we defend the queen here. And if you look at the compensation here, guys, compensation is very, very important. One of the hardest things to explain in chess is compensation. Yeah, I'm losing my queen. I've sacrificed it for a little bit of material. But I mean, we have our minor pieces. We have 2 bishops and a knight. And we have 2 rooks and an attack against the black king here. This should be enough compensation here, guys, especially as strong as Daniil is playing Sergei Karyakin. It could be wild here, and of course Daniil is known for these type of positions and attacking an aggressive play. So let's see what happens. Rook to e4, queen f5, attacking the rook here. You got to keep the attacks up, as white does the same thing. You keep attacking, I'm going to keep attacking too as well, says Daniil. Rook e7 hitting g7, guys. This is very scary. The bishops and the rook work together brilliantly. Now after rook to e7, here it is. Rook g8, because he kind of has to. I mean, you have to defend g7. There's all kind of attacks, mating threats, mating ideas. So he says, okay, cool, you're going to give me the rook. I'm going to take it. Now we have 2 rooks and 2 pieces, and maybe even a passed pawn here versus these pieces here, which doesn't look that good, guys. It doesn't look that good. D takes c7. Now I have almost a queen here, and I have some pieces. All I have to do is trade probably one of the rooks or a bishop, and we're definitely in the driver's seat here. After d takes c7, he plays queen to c2 here, just keeping some threats on the board because this is not looking that good for Sergei Karyakin. He understands that. So now bishop to e5, we defend the c7 pawn with aspirations of queening later on. Now after bishop e5, bishop takes f2. He just takes the pawn because it's with check. You need to do something. And then the king just steps over. King to h1 and bishop back to b6. So now after bishop b6, we have h3 on the board. King h7 and rook e1, guys, activating the last piece. Now the rooks are doubled on the file here. This is usually what you want to do when you have rooks against the queen here. And then we have some attacks. Maybe we're going for rook to e2, removing the bishop from somewhere, moving it somewhere, maybe even bishop f6, and also playing rook to e7. So there's many moves to go here, but let's see what happens. a3 was played. What he's trying to do now is take on a2 and try to have his own pass pawn of his own, because this is not looking that good. This rook is only a defensive piece on g7. The bishop's still doing the same thing defensive-wise, trying to keep an eye on this. And the queen is, I mean, all the pieces that black has here, Karyakin is only on defense at this point. What a queen sacrifice by Dubov. King to h2, and then we have g5 on the board here. Just trying to make some holes for the king and do something here. Maybe queen back to g6, but we're running out of moves. We are running out of moves. When on the other hand, white's actually getting closer to the king. Knight to d4, followed by knight to f5 or e6, putting more pressure on the g7 pawn. Knight, queen to c4. Then we have knight f5, threatening g7. Queen takes b4, hitting this rook. This rook is completely defended here. What he plays is rook to c1. Hey, we're about to queen. Okay, this compensation is beautiful. If you watch how all the pieces play together, it's hard to play against all of these pieces when you don't have enough material. Even having a queen is not enough sometimes. And that's exactly the case here in this game. Rook to c1, king to g6. He's out of the way. And here it is, guys. Dubov says, look, it's time to cash in this advantage. Okay, it's time to show everybody this queen sack did work. And after king to g6, rook takes g7 check. So now forcing a rook takes here. I mean, of course, if king takes f5, which actually did happen. But if rook takes g7, we just queen anyway. So Karyakin says, okay, you know what? I have to take the knight. And then rook takes g8. Not only are we about to queen now we have two rooks versus a queen. And he only has a queen and a bishop. That's nothing. Bishop takes c7 and bishop takes c7. Now, after the dust settles here, there's two rooks and a bishop versus a queen. This is more than enough for the win, actually, for white. Let's find a few more moves here. Queen to b2, attacking the rook. Rook to c5 check. His king is getting very, very short on spaces. He goes king to e4, and then rook to d8. And then Karyakin looked up. He looked around. He took a sip of water. He put it back down. He looked at Dubov, looked down at the position, and then black resigned right here. Black resigned right here because there was really nothing else to do. A sample line would be something like queen takes a2, and then after rook e5 check, king to f4, rook to d4 is checkmate. So there's really kind of no way out of these things, and there's other variations that can happen here. But he realized where he was. I don't have enough. My king's looking crazy in the middle of the street. I have nothing around my king. I'm probably going to be mated with the two rooks and the bishop, or if not, losing some decisive material, meaning the queen here at the end, guys. So really, really nasty game here. Let's actually go back and with the key critical moment. By the way, anyone that does play the Joko piano, even myself, because I love playing the Scotch Gambit, I'm going to try this out with this new b4 and see how far we can get here, because Dubov loves giving us something new here. And after b4, e5, knight e4, bishop d5, nice little sacrifice here. Bishop g5, I mean, nastiness here. Castles, bishop h4. And let's fast forward, guys. The best move was right here. This was the absolute best move. Was here it is. Queen takes g6. Didn't even care about anything here. I mean, you would probably take here. You would look at this move. You would look at this move. But queen takes g6 is just phenomenal, guys. Queen takes g6. Rook takes e6. And now it's a party. It's a party, guys. It's a party. Look at this. This was awesome. This was absolutely awesome. Dubov put on a show here and stopped Karyakin from winning the Russian Super Final Championship, guys. Now, this was Game of the Day. I'm National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and I'll see you guys on the next video.
Today's game is an exciting Evans Gambit played between Stockfish and Leela in the Chess.com Computer Chess Championship. Specifically, this game was played in the ECO Mega Match, which featured only Stockfish and Leela playing over 2,000 games in some of the most exciting theoretical opening positions. Now, the Evans Gambit opens with pawn to e4, and then e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, and pawn to b4. This move is the starting position of the Evans Gambit. Now, cowards may retreat and not accept the Gambit, but of course, in this exciting game, we do get the acceptance of the Evans Gambit. Bishop takes b4. White's idea is pawn c3 and then expanding in the center, getting rapid development and open lines to compensate for the sacrificed pawn. Now, the bishop needs to retreat, and the most common retreat is bishop a5 as played. And now, wherever the bishop retreats, whether to a5 or a different square, you should pretty much always play pawn to d4, and after a capture, you should castle. So this happens. Now, in this position, the move pawn takes c3 is played. And this is the end of book for this particular game. It means that the engines are forced to play through this position. Leela would not have played the greediest and most exciting move, pawn takes c3, if it was entirely Leela's choice. Both engines agree that White is now a little bit better after this move, and in practice, White scores really, really well. Black isn't lost, but Black is struggling. So, what would be better if you had full choice? Well, the most popular move here is pawn to d6. Now, this move is one that is really unclear. Both players get their share of wins and losses here. Really exciting stuff. Now, maybe the best move is the third most popular move, knight g to e7, and here Black significantly outscores White. So if you get this position, maybe play knight g to e7. But in this game, we're looking at pawn takes c3. Now, Stockfish plays queen b3, tickling this pawn right here, and that pawn needs to be defended. Queen f6, good move, but of course, the queen can be a target when it develops early, so bishop g5. The queen needs to move and also defend this pawn, so queen g6 and knight takes c3. This captures, of course, the pawn on c3, and probably more importantly, it develops the knight. Now, the next move by Leela is maybe one that might surprise humans a little bit. It is bishop takes c3. You're giving up your dark squared bishop here for the knight, but of course, you're also down in development and you want to get some pieces off of the board, especially some of the active pieces that might attack you. For example, if knight g to e7, developing, getting ready to castle, knight d5 is a dangerous idea from White here. Leaping in, and if you trade here on d5, then White has the ability to open the e-file. This can recall a famous game, Fischer versus Fine, where Bobby Fischer won in 18 moves. So you don't want to lose in 18 moves, and neither does Leela. So Leela trades off the knight on c3. Queen takes c3, and if knight f6, then pawn e5 is a little bit dangerous. So Leela tries knight g to e7, getting ready to castle and just get out of danger as much as possible. So now bishop takes e7, giving up the dark squared bishop and allowing more trades when you've already sacrificed 2 pawns in this position. But if knight takes e7, then knight e5 is a fork, hitting the queen and also hitting the pawn on f7, and White has a winning attack here. So the king needs to recapture. King takes e7. Now, the king is obviously not happy to be on e7, but also White did just trade off the dark squared bishop. That would be probably the most important minor piece to help get at this king on e7. So it's not like White is going to force mate anytime soon. Black is able to get the king out of the center of the board, but that costs time, and there's a lot of pieces that need development. The next move I think is a really good one, and I'm going to try to highlight as many of the building moves as possible that Stockfish plays. The great attacking master Spielman once said of Alekhine that he can find the same combinations as Alekhine, but he can't get the same positions. So pay a lot of attention to how Stockfish builds up this position and eventually gets a combination. Stockfish starts with pawn e5, great move. This move helps get some control of the dark squares and makes moves like d6 much harder to achieve, which means that developing these pieces is also very difficult. Rook e8, of course, very natural, developing the rook to the only half-open file available to Black, and the king is getting ready to pull back here to f8. Rook AE1, I like this move a lot. I also think this is really instructive. The 2 rooks are placed in the center. Now in the game, they're going to double on the E file, which of course makes sense. But I think there are also some lines where you could imagine this knight moving and then the pawns rolling like this, and they could be very, very effective here. I think a lot of humans wouldn't play Rook AE1 because it kind of locks in this rook here on F1, but you can see Stockfish likes the move. So the king now steps back, King F8, and Bishop D3 hitting the queen, and of course the queen doesn't want to give up the pawn on H7, so Queen H6. Now another nice instructive attacking move, Rook E4. This move threatens Rook H4, which will hit the queen and also hit the pawn on H7. So there's an immediate idea to win material, and we have a bit of a crisis here for black. Now, at this point, Stockfish thinks that the best move is pawn to F5. Now, a human probably doesn't want to play a move like this that opens up a lot of squares against your king and also really softens the light squares. But it does seem to be the last good try for black. After pawn F5, of course, you could consider Rook H4, which is very tempting, dangerous, and might even be the best move, but Stockfish's best line, the one that it thought was best at least when it was playing the game, is pawn takes F6. Opening more lines, it makes a lot of sense, of course. Now, after Rook takes E4, Bishop takes E4, Queen takes F6, offering a queen trade. Of course, you don't want to trade queens, you want to keep the queens on the board and try to attack. Black needs to defend this H7 pawn, so pawn H6, and Stockfish's best move is pawn to H3, not a very human move, but there we go. And now you really need to develop, so pawn D5, and then after pawn D5, you have queen takes D5, and you go for a queen trade with queen E6. And Stockfish thinks this is a little better for white. So this is a long and complicated line, but at least it doesn't seem like there's a forced win for white. Instead, Leela played the move pawn to G6, accepting a very, very passive position. And immediately Stockfish goes from thinking, hey, maybe I'm a little better to, hey, I think I'm a lot better and I might be winning. So after pawn G6, Stockfish continues with Rook FE1 here. I love bringing out the rook, the last piece that wasn't contributing. The queen pulls back to G7. She feels very buried here, but there's an immediate idea of pawn D6 to try to make some exchanges and utilize this pin right here, which is why Stockfish pulls back and doesn't allow that with queen C1. If pawn D6 had been played, then there was pawn takes D6, and after a trade on E4, the bishop recaptures, and this is a problem, and this is a problem, and white's position is just overwhelming. So after queen C1, we see king over to G8. Doesn't really accomplish anything, but it's very hard to accomplish anything. Pawn H4, another great instructive move that helps build the attack. You have the idea of pawn H5 and maybe even pawn H6, and these moves are often utilized by neural network engines to really clamp in on the opponent's position and provoke weaknesses. Pawn H6, trying to make sure that this pawn doesn't get to H6 and lines are not opened. So you're getting ready to meet pawn H5 with pawn to G5 for black. Now, I think this is maybe the best attacking move in the game. Rook 1 to E3. This rook suddenly lifts, and it doesn't seem like it should have any potential here along the third rank. But as we will see in the game, it definitely does have potential. In this position, it seems like there's only one move that might not be losing. That's king F8, which is Stockfish's preference, and it definitely thinks it's much, much better here, which of course makes sense. Black can barely move anything in this position, and king F8 may avoid some of the immediate threats in the position, but it certainly doesn't give black a desirable position. However, there's at least no clear forced win that Stockfish saw after king F8. Instead, though, king H8 is played here. Now, pawn to H5, and the idea of taking here and opening things is really unbearable, so we see pawn G5, which again was the point of pawn H6, trying to keep things closed. And now, knight takes G5. Absolutely brilliant from Stockfish and definitely winning. It's only now that Leela realizes it's much, much worse. Stockfish is saying, hey, I'm basically winning here, and Leela's going, oh, I'm definitely worse in this position. Now, after knight takes G5, you can capture with the queen or the pawn. Both are losing. I'm not going to dive too deep into all of the possibilities after queen takes g5, but here's the basic idea. Queen c3 threatening pawn e6, so that pawn needs to be stopped with rook e6. But then rook g3 hitting the queen, which can go back to a few different squares. And after queen e7, you can double here. This is very strong. And you're soon going to follow up with the idea of bishop b1 and then queen c2 or queen d3, making a battery. Total control of the g-file, total control of the light squared diagonal, and it's just overwhelming. There's no way to defend against all the threats that white quickly sets up. So in the game after knight takes g5, we see h takes g5 and pawn to h6. Of course, the queen cannot capture because rook h3 pins and wins the queen right here. So after h6, we see queen back to f8. Rook g3 just getting ready to go over and win the g5 pawn and finish off your crushing attack. Here, an interesting move is pawn f5 when we can capture en passant, and after rook takes e4, this move is good and should win, but the strongest move is queen takes g5. And here, queen g7 check, making a pass pawn on the 7th rank and forcing it through in multiple different ways is absolutely crushing. So a beautiful position here that would have been completely overwhelming. In the game, after rook g3, we see knight takes e5 here, and now queen takes g5 and pawn f5, hitting this rook right here. In this position, Leela was expecting rook takes e5 when white is a lot better, but maybe white is not winning. Instead though, Stockfish played rook h4. And it's only after rook h4 is on the board that Leela goes from thinking, oh, this is a bad position, but not necessarily lost, to Leela's acknowledging, oh, I am definitely lost. And again, Stockfish has been thinking that Leela is definitely lost for a while. It clearly calculated better in this line with rook h4. So this move threatens queen g7 check. Even a move like rook e7 to add defense to the g7 square doesn't really help because you still go queen g7 check. And if rook takes g7 here, pawn takes g7 with double check, you get a check from both the rook and the pawn. And the only way to get out of double check is to move the king. Here we have king g8, and then there's rook h8. Your next turn is to capture and promote a queen with check. And obviously you're completely winning here with the white pieces. So the only try here, and evidently what Leela miscalculated, is knight g4. And the idea here is, of course, rook e1 check, and also just to clog the g-file, which is the basis of white's attack. But after knight g4, Stockfish just clears things out. Rook h takes g4, and now pawn takes g4, and you might be thinking about capturing this pawn right here. That's enough compensation for being a full rook down, but it does not win the game. Instead, the critical move is rook e3. This move just threatens rook takes e8, and then queen to g7 and checkmate. So this is a huge problem, and there's really no defense. You can also consider rook d8 here, and then just rook e7, threatening rook h7 mate. Among other things, there's no defense. After rook e3, we do see rook takes e3, and now queen takes e3. Black is up a full rook here, although of course these pieces are completely out of the game, so it's hard to count them as full pieces. This position is simply winning because there's no way to stop a check on the dark square diagonal here, and then after the king moves over, you simply have h7 check, and then h8 equals queen. So in this position, with all of the extra material and the ability to make the move in this position, there's no way for Leela to save the game. White simply executes the idea. Pawn d6 is played, queen d4 check, king g8, h7 check. Of course, the bishop is defending, and then king over, and we make our protected queen. From here, of course, it's just a simple process to checkmate. But in the Computer Chess Championship, we do play out to checkmate, so this is how the game concludes. Of course, the technique is always nice, and the queen and bishop work perfectly well together in finishing the game off. So, final position here sees the queen come into d7 and checkmate. So I hope you've enjoyed this great game, and I hope it inspires some of you to play more Evans Gambits. The chess world needs more Evans Gambits.
What would my next 3 to 5 moves be, combined with learning how to swim with the river? I'm going to leave and get some water because I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. And I want to see what kind of plan you might come up with that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Got it.
Got it.
Oh my god, this is a lot.
Got a minute. Come on, Benji.
Oh, and he's not streaming, so we can't see. Oh no. It's gonna be the zigzag checkmate. It's gonna be the checkmate. Here it comes. Sardosh sees it. No question. He's going to do this, mate. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, he blundered the queen!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, he blundered the queen!
Does Benji see it? Benji, do you see this? Oh, he has to see it. Look at Benji's face. He is in shock.
Oh, he took the queen, and Sardosh loses the queen.
Benji is so confused.
He's smiling.
Oh, Sardosh, no! No, the tragedy!
Not the queen! Oh my gosh.
Benji is smiling. Sardosh is melting. He is melting. Oh no!
Sardosh played a great game. He was playing so well. And on one turn, doesn't see the queen on the opposite side of the board. Full board awareness. Needs to see these things. And unfortunately for Sardosh, he loses queen.
He is laughing at himself. He is laughing at himself. At least he's not crying.
Well, it's a Botez gambit for the ages. And Benji Fishy wins the group.
I just got a shot into Bobby Hall's outfit. He's dressed like Dwight.
Oh wow. Isn't that looks like something right out of the 1970s?
But he's dressed like Dwight from The Office.
True, that's true.
I literally,
the coloring,
I literally have the yellow tie mug right here.
Yeah.
And he,
exactly.
Bobby
shirt,
texted me last night and said, "Wait till you see my outfit." But I had no idea this was what he was gonna do. This is hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Defending. He's slow. Actual dog water. Take. Attacking. Can you guys take me off? Can you take me off Chess.com? Can you take me off the website? Take me off the website! Get me off!
Congratulations, you are making it to the semifinals. Critical. Are you inspired, Rain, by Critical's hair?
Yeah, that's probably what that is. Yeah.
I am the new chess Jesus.
CA, she will never bring it too close. She knows that when the king is in the corner, a night shadow is needed of distance.
Tables.
She knows it.
Tables, Pokemon. Tables.
I don't want to stalemate, you know?
Déjate aquí.
Night
No lo
shadow,
toques,
there
Pokemon.
we
No
go
lo
with the
toques.
night shadow.
Tables.
Wow.
Tables.
Unbelievable technique.
Tables.
Pokemon.
Yay!
She gives him
What a roller coaster.
I'm gonna try
Oh no! Where is she hovering over the? Ah! What did she want her D8?
No! Misclick. Damn it! God damn it, misclick! Misclick! No! Misclick! That's so unfair!
Right, is that better?
Not me.
Very well
Checkmate!
played.
Yes! Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! Yes, baby! Did it, boys!
Another master check. 10 minutes. So there's gonna
It's
be
over.
remote.
Boom. He goes here.
that
No,
way.
it's not over! Oh, it's over.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack.
Don't be scared!
I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
How's your chess beyond that? Like, how much chess have you played? Because you were amazing. I mean, we don't know much about you, so.
I'm amazing. I started playing like 3 months ago or something like that. Like, And it was also not because of Queen's Gambit, but it was because the previous PogChamps where XQC failed in 6 moves. After that, I began watching more chess streams, and it was thanks to XQC and Hikaru. So yeah.
Sweet. I don't remember that. 6 moves? I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there's actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try.
Oh,
Bishop takes
I
F3
just
in
know. Oh, I
case
didn't even
Ludwig
notice
takes.
it was a pin.
But
Holy
sh**.
Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen takes f3.
Not the best move, but I mean, again. Whoa! Oh! Queen takes what? Queen takes queen? What?
She doesn't even see it. She's only looking at her rook under attack. Oh, I think she spotted it. She took. It's game on.
Oh! What happened? See, I told you, Michelle. Oh.
Oh no!
Over. Like
and
oh, and he's queen up 2. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Queen
There's
F2.
no way logic misses it. Queen F2. Oh no.
Oh, he won!
Oh, he missed it.
And now he's mated.
Ludwig has mate. Ludwig has a forced mate in 2.
And now he's mated.
What a throw! King E8 and then Queen C8, and there's actually a staircase checkmate. Oh man. Logic through.
Oh,
mate.
Queen D7's mate.
Oh,
Mate. Rook D6,
Rook
Queen D7.
D6, Queen D7. There are 3 mates here for white. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a huge throw.
Let's go!
The question is, does Ludwig realize that he was mated in 2? That's actually the big question.
Victory!
Charlie's gone off the deep end, but frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he
10.
will not flag. F3.
Fontex, he on mate.
F3 last D takes C2, and now
He hung the house. Oh, it's done.
Mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Can we cut to Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut to
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right.
But next week, I mean, I don't. No point in looking ahead. We've got a crazy day here today, and you know what's hilarious? Something just fell from the roof of this building and hit my camera. I'm gonna scoot
Oh my
over
gosh,
so
I was
everyone
like,
sees it. Hi, everybody.
why is Danny going out of frame? I know you want me
Oren,
to,
I told
be
you
the
to fix
main
the
host, but Danny,
hanging
you don't need
bats
to.
in the
You don't need to do
rafters.
this
There you go.
much. What is
There
going
was soundproofing from the ceiling. So the new studio we have here is actually not complete yet. We've been doing all kinds of stuff, and what you just saw, you can't fake. Hey, buddy, are you gonna? Don't shake your head at me like this is on me, buddy.
I feel so bad.
But now the rook is hanging down. He is hanging his rook, but Rubius doesn't see it. He doesn't have time.
Oh, are we gonna get Queen E4, Knight H4, Queen A8 mate? Is Rubius gonna see this? Oh, Rubius! No, Rubius!
The back rank checkmate. Levy, have I told you about the G6 pawn earlier?
Anna, you were right.
I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right.
My heart is broken. The clips can only be a minute long. Oh, Queen C6.
The clips can only be a minute long, so do it.
Come on, Rain.
Rain. Oh, that's it! Oh my god!
Draw. Oh.
Oh man. I don't know.
Too predictable.
I really should learn how to do that end game.
No way.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Dude, Jimmy can't lose on time.
Okay, no stalemate.
Oh my gosh, he just resigned.
he ran out of time?
Oh my god.
No, he resigned.
Why did he resign?
I don't know.
Resign.
I literally just went over Rook King in game.
We're headed toward mate on a 7.
Oh,
Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Take the queen and don't look back, Nico. Yes, send us to overtime.
Whatever. Oh!
And that's why you pay more attention.
I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. The bishop. No! The bishop!
Bote's Gambit. This
Oh
was
my
this
God!
was a different type of Bote's Gambit.
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
Long range piece, it was hiding. It was hiding on the A2
God
square.
damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! 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 Oh no! I don't even.
Damn it!
Yeah, C3 here is very strong, I think. C3 and knight G5, but knight D5. Oh no, he blundered.
Oh, wow. Does Rain see it? Knight D5.
Rain is getting low on time. 1 minute on the clock.
He found it.
Oh,
this is his last chance. It's going to come down to the wire.
But now King.
Oh, he put 92 made one. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh!
Let's go! Yes! Yeah!
Oh no! Oh. What's going on, guys? National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and today we have Game of the Day. With the white pieces, we have Daniil Dubov, and with the black pieces, we have Sergei Karyakin. This is the Russian Super Finals, and if Karyakin is able to win this game, he takes Seoul first of the Russian Super Finals, guys. He's the champ. Now, of course, Dubov is not going to let that happen. He's going to play his best and say, you're going to have to get through me, says Dubov. And here we are, E4, E5, knight f3 and knight to C6, bishop C4 and bishop C5. Very easy game. Could be an Evans Gambit, could be a Gioco Piano, something like that, Italian game type stuff. But after bishop C5, there's C3 from Dubov, and then knight f6. Going smooth so far, stuff that they've seen before. Nothing spectacular. D4 is the usual move here. Intending after E takes D4, we're going to see C takes D4, you know, kind of an easy game. Sometimes you can play D3 here. But what happens is E takes D4, usual move. And here, guys, what would you actually play? There are a few alternatives. E5, castling be a move, and C takes D4, right? These are the usual moves here. But this is what Daniil Dubov played here. He played something completely different, and the highest rated player to play this move right here, guys. Can you find the move that was played right here? Here we go, guys. This is the move. B4.
Can you believe it? B4, I've never actually seen this myself. So this is definitely some home cooking, some prep that he's done to throw Sergei Karyakin off here. I mean, this was amazing to play B4. Now let's watch the follow-ups here. Now after B4, there is bishop to B6, and then E5 is played now instead of earlier, which is usually played here. The best defense is offense, and just because I'm attacked, it doesn't mean I have to move my piece. So after E5, actually D5 is the most thematic way to play. Sergei did not do D5 here, and let's actually take a look at what happens if D5 happens. F takes E takes F6 is the best way to play. D takes C4, then Queen E2 and Bishop E6. And then after B5, making a threat on the knight, knight moves out of the way. F takes G7, Rook G8, we take on D4. Queen D7, and this is supposed to be what the position would look like if they went down that road, with black being slightly better and actually preparing to castle queen's side. But that's actually not what happened at all. It was actually knight to E4 by Sergei Karyakin here. Now after knight E4, there's a bunch of ways to play, guys. You have castle, C takes D4. Do we play B5? Like, what are we playing here? What's the move? Like, what do we actually do here? Well, let's let Daniel to tell you guys what he did here, Daniel. Bishop to D5, actually. Bishop D5, this is the most aggressive way to play here. It's going to get pretty fun. Now, let's see what happens here. He must capture the second pawn here. He has to go into this line because there's really nothing else to do here. Now, after bishop to D5, knight takes C3 from Karyakin. Knight takes C3, D takes C3, and here we go, guys. When you're on the attack, when you gambit something, when you're down material or you sacrifice something for rapid development, gambits and things like that, you need to keep the attack up. So what would you do to keep the attack up in this move, guys? Would you castle? Would you play like B5? Would you play A4? What would you actually play in this moment? Here we go, guys. Here's the move. Bishop G5, and this is also a novelty here. Now, it seems like Bishop G5, just an easy move to make. I mean, I would play this too because, like, we're attacking the queen. It's a good move. But he keeps attacking. If Dubov waits for black to castle here, then Queen E8 could be a move. So you want to get Bishop G5 in easily. Now black must allow this pin to happen. And then Knight E7. This seems very cramped for white here. Not the most fun position. And here we go. After Knight E7, there's castles. Then there's H6 because he says, look, this pin has to go. I am tired of this pin. So the bishop backs up and says, not today. And if you want to get rid of this pin, you're going to have to play G5. And we're going to get very live after G5. And no, it's going to be messed up over here, especially if you're trying to castle on this side of the board. So after Bishop H4, we have castles. Very natural move, but now white loves the attack here. Or the engines love white's attack after these next few moves. After castles, there's rook to E8, guys. Just putting some pressure on the file, maybe even some rook lifts. Maybe E6 could be in the future. You never know. It's always good to put a rook on E8 here. But the development for black is not there. It's non-existing. A little bit for white too on this side, but we have the bishop swiping the board here. This knight can come into play eventually, maybe through E5, and maybe we can have some type of queen play. Let's see what happens. After rook E8, there is queen to E8. He says, you know what, I am tired of this pin, and Daniil plays bishop to B3, backing it all the way up. Maybe bishop to C2. This could happen too as well. White is definitely in the driver's seat here, guys. Now watch this. A5 happens and says, look, we need to make something happen. Let's make some trades. Let's do something. I need to get my pieces out. Now, white to move, guys. Make sure you're on your attacking brain today. Hopefully you did your tactics and puzzle rush on Chess.com. Now, check this out. What would you play as white right here? I'm going to give you a few seconds to figure this one out. What would you play as white right now? Here we go, guys. A5. After A5, white plays this move right here. Bishop to F6. Can you believe that move right there? Bishop F6 is on the board against Sergei Karyakin. Imagine if you are Sergei Karyakin right now. How do you feel pressure-wise that I have to win this game to be champ? And I'm now getting Bishop F6 played on me on the board. Bishop F6 is a scary move. It's a very, very scary move here, guys. And of course, the idea here is after pawn takes, and this is pin. And not only is the king side busted open now, but you have problems. And also, I'm getting my piece back with some interest here. So Bishop F6, great attacking idea. Now after Bishop F6, there's A4 on the board here, which was not the best move. They said that Knight F5 actually was an entry, something to do here, but he plays A4 honestly because this is a scary position to be in. After A4, there's bishop to C4. Now myself, I would have probably played bishop to C2 and play queen D3 and go in this fashion, but bishop C4 keeps the pin here is what he wanted to do. Bishop C4, then you see knight to G6 and queen to D3, guys. We're attacking this knight. This bishop is pinning the pawn. Your pieces don't exist, says Dubov. Queen to d3, actually. And after queen d3, there's d5. I have to do something here. And if this is the best move to make, you might be in some trouble here. Now, after d5, here we go. E takes d6. Your queen is hanging. Oh, and your knight is hanging. Oh, and you need something else to do. This bishop is hanging as well. Watch this, guys. Bishop to e6 is on the board. Are you ready for today? I hope you came ready to watch this video today. Now, I want you to stop the video right now and tell me what you would play if you were Dubov in this position. Hope you guys are ready. Here it is. Here it is, guys. This is the move of the day, move of the year, guys. Watch this combination. Here it is. If you said queen takes g6, bam, oh my goodness, there it is. And Sergei Karyakin, you could probably see him sweating immediately after this move. Maybe flew back in his chair like in the Matrix or something. Queen takes g6 happened on the board, and it was a loud clatter. After clapping the piece there, it was amazing. Queen takes g6 is on the board, and he just stood up and looked at Karyakin. Probably did in his head. He didn't really do that, but I'm sure he probably wanted to. Queen takes g6 is on the board, sacrificing the queen, guys. And after f takes g6, rook takes e6 to follow right after here. We have all of this eyeing him. I mean, this is very scary right now. Now we got our material back. We have discoveries against the king. Well, now he has 2 pieces for the queen, says Dubov. And we have an attack. Let's see what happens. Queen f7, he just kind of gets out of the way here. There's discoveries everywhere. So he just kind of blocks the discovery here and says, okay, cool. Yeah, you have a little bit of material. We're not going to give you everything. And here's what white does, guys. Watch the follow-up here. When you sacrifice and you do things like this, you want to wait and you want to actually look and see what's your follow-up. And you need to know beforehand before you actually get to this position and be wrong. So you want to have your follow-up ahead of time. And this is what he does here, guys. Bishop takes c3. There is no need to hurry. Black can't move the queen and the king off the a2 g8 diagonal. It's just very hard to do this. So bishop takes c3. He just gets out of the way here. No need to hurry. And then king h8, he says, look, I have to get off of this as quickly as possible. But then here we go, rook e4. Now we defend the queen here. And if you look at the compensation here, guys, compensation is very, very important. One of the hardest things to explain in chess is compensation. Yeah, I'm losing my queen. I've sacrificed it for a little bit of material. But I mean, we have our minor pieces. We have 2 bishops and a knight. And we have 2 rooks and an attack against the black king here. This should be enough compensation here, guys, especially as strong as Daniil is playing Sergei Karyakin. It could be wild here, and of course Daniil is known for these type of positions and attacking an aggressive play. So let's see what happens. Rook to e4, queen f5, attacking the rook here. You got to keep the attacks up, as white does the same thing. You keep attacking, I'm going to keep attacking too as well, says Daniil. Rook e7 hitting g7, guys. This is very scary. The bishops and the rook work together brilliantly. Now after rook to e7, here it is. Rook g8, because he kind of has to. I mean, you have to defend g7. There's all kind of attacks, mating threats, mating ideas. So he says, okay, cool. You're going to give me the rook. I'm going to take it. Now we have 2 rooks and 2 pieces, and maybe even a passed pawn here versus these pieces here, which doesn't look that good, guys. It doesn't look that good. D takes c7. Now I have almost a queen here, and I have some pieces. All I have to do is trade probably one of the rooks or a bishop, and we're definitely in the driver's seat here. After d takes c7, he plays queen to c2 here, just keeping some threats on the board because this is not looking that good for Sergei Karyakin. He understands that. So now bishop to e5, we defend the c7 pawn with aspirations of queening later on. Now after bishop e5, bishop takes f2. He just takes the pawn because it's with check. You need to do something. And then the king just steps over. King to h1 and bishop back to b6. So now after bishop b6, we have h3 on the board. King h7 and rook e1, guys, activating the last piece. Now the rooks are doubled on the file here. This is usually what you want to do when you have rooks against the queen here. And then we have some attacks. Maybe we're going for rook to e2, removing the bishop from somewhere, moving it somewhere, maybe even bishop f6, and also playing rook to e7. So there's many moves to go here, but let's see what happens. a3 was played. What he's trying to do now is take on a2 and try to have his own passed pawn of his own.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Online Olympiad 2021. My name is Roland Pruisers, and we're filling in, of course, after the great job that Wouter Big just did this morning with Katie, of course. I'm here joined with the lovely Alessia Santaramo. Alessia, how are you today?
I'm good, and I'm very excited. Looking forward to see the game to start. I think we'll start in a couple of minutes, but of course we will go before we will introduce the format one more time.
Yes, of course. So let's take a look at the format. real quick, just to remind everyone how this Olympiad is being played. It's not your usual event, so here you go. Yeah, it's a two-stage event with the division stage and a playoff stage. And the playoff stage is where where everyone plays for all the marbles. And right now we are in the lowest stage. And yeah, of course, the time control per game that's also important to say. We've got 50 minutes per person per game and 5 seconds increment as the time control. So let's take a look at the divisions now. We've got now Division 4. You can basically say that's the lowest division. And after that, if you qualify, you jump up to Division 3, then to Division 2, then to the top division. And if you make it in the top spots of the top division, you actually go to the playoffs, and there you can play for the prizes. All right, what's the team composition, Alessia?
All right, here we have, like last year, an amazing way how the team competitions are made, because there are 2 open spots, 2 women spot, and 2 junior spot, one for an open and one for a girl. So it's amazing. Roland, yesterday I quoted you. I still remember what you said 1 year ago when we did we also did commentary for the Online Olympiad 2020, and that this team composition is like showing not just the present but also the future of the country and also the women's section. So it's just a full complete version of what a country in chess is, because there is not just men, but there are also women and also the junior, so the future. So I really like it.
I totally agree there. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, but of course we already have had a lot of action so far. So let's take a look at a real quick look at the standings so far. Pool A and Pool B have already finished for today. And as you can see, Hong Kong is doing very well in Pool A together with Nepal and Lebanon. And in Pool B, Kenya is taking charge of the pool, and not far behind are Malawi and Palestina. Yeah, of course, I had to read that real quick. And now, of course, today, during our broadcast, we're going to take a look at Pool C, which have already started. They're more or less halfway through today with their games. And as you guys can see, Angola is doing very well together with Ethiopia. And here you got the current results from that Pool C. So Libya lost today in round 5 against Sudan with 2-4. Then Tanzania won with 5-1 against San Marino. That's I think they will be very happy with that result. Then Jersey 3-3 against Eswatini. Djibouti 1-5 against Angola. Angola, I think, is one of the main favorites in this pool, and they are performing like they should with that in mind. Burundi 2-4 against Cyprus. Malta 2.5, 3.5 against Ethiopia. And now we are going to round 6. And as you guys can see, these will be our matchups. So do you see anything exciting, Alessia?
Well, generally I'm a big fan of San Marino because they are inside Italy. So I already said it yesterday. I'm not sure. What do you think would be a good matchup?
Well, that's a tough one. I would say maybe Cyprus against Malta. And it's always fun to check how Angola is doing, if they can make their top, how do you say, their favorite rule, if they can perform like it. So Angola, Burundi is also a match to watch. And actually a country that I have been to is Jersey. I'm very curious about Jersey. It's really, it's a part of, it's an island next to the French coast. It's very windy there, but it is quite nice to visit actually. And they are performing quite well. I took a look at how the team compositions were, and Jersey was not one of the favorites, I think, but they are doing really splendidly. I think they right now are in 3rd place. So that's
amazing.
I would like to watch. Yeah.
Actually, I was just looking at the team composition. They have lots of players of 1,000 rating, which means probably that they just started playing chess. So probably, their rating is not accurate. and we don't really know how strong many of those players really are.
Exactly, and that's actually also what makes this tournament so fun, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So I think that the game already started, so why not already go inside and see which opening are our players going through, what is happening.
Exactly. Let's move on to the action, everybody. And here we've got well, what opening is this, Alessia?
Well, I think a French, where the pawn got exchanged on d4. Well, yeah, it's a French with knight c3. I think it's kind of theoretical things, no?
Yeah, this is still a very theoretical position. Yeah, a3 is actually kind of a funny move here because you're basically saying, oh no, my pawn. Knight a4, and then suddenly your queen is trapped. So it's a very common idea to play like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, a3, and I think that there's actually sometimes there's a move if you play rook a2 to defend the b2 pawn later on. Yeah, but queen b6. There's also sometimes you can play knight a4 here. I don't think it makes a lot of sense in this case because after queen a5, c3, let's say, knight takes, queen takes, or bishop takes, and black has b5, trapping the knight of a4. So yeah, it's I think a3 is a really cool move, very decent here. Back in the day, I think it might have been the main line, and maybe it still is, I'm not too sure. But yeah, we got a typical French opening here on the board. So yeah, not much going on right now.
Let's see what else other players are going through. By the way, I think that this is the first board of Cyprus, of Malta against Cyprus. So yeah, actually Saba Marius is the second board of Cyprus. So it's the first board. The second player was chosen by Cyprus. So it's very important.
Here I got I'm always looking for kind of different types of positions, and suddenly we find a queen on g6. Now let's take a look how that happened. That's something I don't see every day. So, okay, queen of 6.
Wow.
I don't know if that has a name actually. Like, it's not an opening that you see very often. Yeah, basically because of knight c3, and the knight can jump to d5, attacking the queen. So knight g e7 played, d3, queen g6, threatening on g2. And now knight h4 was played, queen of 6, knight f3, a6, bishop a4, queen g6 back. And white could have repeated moves, but instead plays g3. What are your first thoughts here, Alessia?
Well, g3 doesn't look like is the move. The bishop on a4 is so far away from g2 that it feels that is weakening everything. I mean, my first instinct would be to see if castle is a problem or not. Because of course, maybe could be like d6, bishop h3 an idea, but there are for sure way to deal with it. For example, once the bishop get to h3, you could just play knight h4. Maybe you could try to prepare it. Maybe place a knight on d5.
Yeah, I totally agree. g3 did not make a whole lot of sense if you can simply castle. Like if you play rook e1, for example, just put the rook more towards the center, bishop h3. If it's played, then you got knight h4, queen goes away, and then you can take the bishop or then play g3. Maybe even more clever is a move like knight g5 here.
Yeah.
And the bishop is, you're blocking this line, but still there's bishop takes, king takes, and h6 perhaps. Winning back the knight with maybe some sort of a counterattack.
But maybe even easier, instead of rook e1, why not just moving the king on h1 and saying, okay.
That's a really good point. Yeah, this makes no problems whatsoever after king h1. Because after bishop h3, you just take it. Yeah. But it's interesting, yeah? Something different. g3 played, knight d4. All right, pawn grabbed. Yasser would be proud. Queen of 6, f4, b5. Well, this is really different stuff. Takes, c6, okay. I'm not predicting any moves today, Alessia. I think I need another sip of my coffee. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not a problem, Roland. Between your rating and the player, there is a big gap. So it's normal that you don't find the same move they find. Would be strange if it would be the other way around.
But it would be nice for sure. Yeah, but I think the game. It looks like white is simply doing very well. Yeah, pawn
Yeah.
up, knight in the center. C6 was, yeah, it's blocking the bishop. The bishop. I would have played probably bishop b7 to try and get the bishop at least on a diagonal. And after c6, you have to put the bishop somewhere around here, which might not be bad either. But yeah, bishop b7 just felt a lot more natural.
I feel
Yeah,
like in this game, Black played like without harmony, and the queen wanted to do all the job alone because the queen is going to f6, then to g6, but it's not really supported by the pieces for any kind of attack. So it feels like a bit sad having the queen out when you don't have any other piece with the queen.
I agree, yeah. Isn't it also like a rule of thumb that if you want to develop your pieces, always start with the light pieces?
Absolutely. Yeah, I always suggest first knight, then bishop, and at the very end, the queen. Once you castled, you know exactly what to do. I mean, the queen is so important. It's good to wait and see later what is a good square for the queen.
Yeah, of course, unless you play the Scandinavian opening, then it's all.
Don't play the Scandinavian opening.
It's good. It's good. I had a really good score with it. Really.
Our producer will be very happy, I'm sure.
I'm sure too, yeah. All right, so we once again are going to e4, e5 position here. Queen
Nice.
e2 played. I'm always trying to find like interesting positions to talk about. So
Instead of queen e2, can we
Yeah.
show a cool idea? Because in this kind
Alright.
of positions, I always I really enjoy to play knight take e5. As like you're giving a knight, and after knight take d5, you want to play d4, and so you're taking back the piece, and it's not so easy. Sometimes I won a lot of game when I was younger in nice style because my opponent didn't really know. Already bishop take d4, queen take d4, and black is running into big trouble because the knight is under attack and also the pawn on g7 behind the pawn. So black needs to play bishop d6, some accurate play instead of taking on d4. But you know, it's not, you need to be sometimes then f4 could be an idea, maybe later. So I really enjoy to play with white when I could take on e5.
And don't be fooled by the engine, everybody. It's the position is of course around equalish in material, so it's clearly not winning for black, as you guys can see. But yeah, let's take a look at the game. So queen e2 was played, knight f6, queen e2. Queen e2. Yeah, so that's once again like what we just mentioned. Yeah, so don't put your queen too early into the game. First start with your bishop, for example. The knights are nicely out already, but queen e2 is blocking the bishop and maybe runs into knight e4 at some point. So let's see what happened then. Knight f6, d3, knight a4. Okay, well, this is at least unconventional, I would say. Like, we get at least a very different position. Very good that taking with the b pawn, not with the queen, because then the bishop will fall.
I would like to point out one more time that the queen on d2 is really nearly nonsense right now, because it's the queen that is preventing the bishop to go out. So that's why it's really much more harmony if white is first going out with the bishop and just later with the queen.
Exactly. Then if the bishop was on e3, you could maybe have tried taking on h6, for example. Just a small point. But yeah, all right. So this is the current position, and a lot of action will, of course, unfold. Let's see a game that has already progressed a little bit. Let's talk about this position.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, we are not in the opening anymore.
Yeah, it went so okay. Of course, black had to protect the mate on g7, so g6 looked like needed, but now white is going towards f6. Look at the black square, they're really like the Swiss cheese, as we were talking yesterday, and after queen f6, it feels like, okay, how can black prevent the mate with queen f8?
Yeah, loses a queen.
Oh no,
Indeed,
my
queen of
queen.
6 is over. You got knight of 5 still after
Oh,
queen
you
of 6.
got knight of 5, but maybe you
Yeah,
have
the
just
bishop-
g4 then.
But knight takes h6.
Oh no, my bishop.
So queen of 6 is what you want to do, but knight of 6, knight of 5 mainly prevents this. And yeah, after g4, you just take on h6, unfortunately. So
Of
yeah, but
course.
is there a way? Is there a way? I'm trying to be clever here, but I don't see a real. Also, the material white is 2 pawns up at the moment, so even if you play it safe, you should have a good position. Like queen of 6, knight of 5. Maybe just put the bishop somewhere. Play g4, put the bishop back, and it'll be fine. Like bishop
Okay.
g5. Let's say black. Oh, I can grab a pawn. Let's go. But then g4. Knight goes away, bishop h6, and now you cannot prevent queen g7.
Yeah.
Something like
I was
this.
also thinking at rook take g6, but I think it's not
Oh yeah, of course.
is not
Oh,
working.
let's take a look. Let's take a look. That's always fun. Let's see if that works.
Yeah,
Rook takes.
rook take g6. The problem is that after f take and queen f6, because the pawn on g6 now is hanging, but probably rook e7 or rook b7 would be protecting the 7th rank.
Probably not rook b7, because after queen takes, you lose the rook on e8, most likely. So let's try rook e7. The computer still says it's winning somehow. Maybe just take king goes.
Because
and
maybe we can
someone-
bring the rook e4 or something like this.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah. who cares if you were 2 pawns up? Let's just mate. Yeah, we need to mate. We need to go for the mate, and it's absolutely justified, of course. Like even if you play rook g8, you have queen f6, so followed by rook h4. Looks really dangerous. Yeah, it might actually work. Rook takes g6. I love this stuff. I love. If you play knight f5, you just take the knight, and you've got 2 pawns and a knight for the exchange. So let's see what happened actually in the game. Maybe the game is already over. Queen g4 was played. Knight takes c2.
Okay,
Rook
but now
takes
g6 is a problem.
h8, and this is how we went on to it. All right, so that's a point for Fates, Omar Salah Fates. Okay, let's move on. Something totally different, a rook ending.
Oh yeah, a rook ending where black is an extra pawn. He's a pawn up. It's mostly very hard to win rook endgames. There is this tale that says that rook endgames are always drawish, but that's not true.
I was talking about that with Jennifer yesterday, and we discovered that was a quote from Tarash. Yeah, but it's I also figured out how to make green colors. It's so pretty. Yeah. Is it winning though? Like you're totally right. Tarash, of course, had that quote that rook endings are always drawn, and a lot of rook endings actually are very much drawish, even if you are pawn up. But it's of course not always the case. And so the question here is it winning for black? My guess it would be yes, but what's your first instinct here?
Well, I think this could be winning. The point is because the pawn on b3 is very weak, and also the pawn on g2 is weak, and the king could get to g3. So it feels like there are some important weaknesses. And also at one point, an idea could be to push d4, and we might even have a check, even d5, d4, pushing the king away from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank, and then it starts to look really bad because the only square for the rook to protect the pawn on b3 and g2 is b2. But if the king is on the 2nd rank, that's not working. And now I don't like rook a3 actually. I mean, I'm not sure because maybe white wants to keep the rook active. Maybe wants to keep the possibility of a rook a6 eventually attacking other pawns, which is also an idea, but doesn't look easy here for white.
Yeah, I think I actually want to quote you on something that you said yesterday, because you had a morning commentary session and I was watching with a cup of coffee in my hand. And I think you said something instructive, like if you want to, in rook endings, you always want to be active. That's something I think you said yesterday, if I remember correctly. So, and that's absolutely correct. You wanted to play rook a6. The rook on a3 doesn't do a lot here. It's just protecting the pawn on b3. So you want the rook to be active. So your first instinct with rook a6, I think, is very instructive for a lot of people. Yeah, but you're once again right. The king is coming to g3. And yeah, the rook is... what my point would be also, just to compliment on that, is the rook on b4 is a lot more active than the rook on a2. So instinctively, I feel like black is winning. Of course, it's a chess is a concrete game, so we don't know for sure, but it really feels like it.
Yeah, can we explain the evaluation bar next to the board? It's not giving it's giving a percentage, I see. It's not giving a number. So it's saying that percentage wise, black is winning in that amount. It's very interesting. I think this is something that started with the engine Lila. That was not giving an evaluation like minus plus something, but the percentage of victory or loss or draw.
Yeah, it says, I don't think you guys can read it in the chat. It says right now, 91% winning chance for black, 5%. Well, actually, it shot up to 93. Drawing chance 5%, and white winning is like 1%. So
sad for
yeah.
white, but yeah, it's really hard.
It also has a little evaluation, which is minus 15 for black. So that means black should be basically winning. Yeah, and now it's I think it's clear. Yeah, these pawns are just going to march over the board. So it should be.
Yeah, that's now.
Yeah, that's
over.
A good point. The engine. Yeah, we're using a different engine than yesterday. At least for
it's
me.
A cool feature. So, but
right.
do we choose another game maybe?
Yeah, I just want to show this cool mate. This cool mate F7.
We like it. We like it. Always nice to see some cool mates. Cool. Nice cooperation between all three pieces. That's good.
What's your favorite mate then, Alessia?
What's my favorite mate?
Yeah, well, which one do you really enjoy the most? Like, if you play a lot of chess, of course. So, what kind of mate did you really enjoy the past?
Well, there is a famous clip on Instagram, on the Chess.com Instagram, about a beautiful mate with a knight and a bishop, and that was a mate I really enjoyed. I don't know if you saw that clip.
No, unfortunately. So, what was it about?
It was very nice. You know, it was a very nice mate during a Title Tuesday, and I was pretty surprised. Let's say it like that.
was it the theoretical knight and bishop versus king mate, or
no? It was just a mate with there were still pawns, there were king and things, and there was a mate with a cooperation of knight and bishop, and it was just very cool because black was completely losing in that position, and there was suddenly this mate, so it was very nice.
Okay, so you like surprising mates. That's the theory. All right.
And what do you prefer? What's your favorite mate?
I like to mate the opponent's king in the middle of the board. That's
wow.
I had that once where I was playing a rapid game in the Netherlands over the board back in the day in 2012, and or something like that. I think it was actually the Dutch Rapid Championship, if I'm not mistaken. And I was playing against Felix Levin, also a grandmaster from Germany. And we had a really interesting game, but suddenly the king was mate on c5. And my opponent was like, was grabbing the king, and he said like, wait, but I can't go anywhere. Oh, I love that. That's so cool. If a grandmaster doesn't, feel like that it's mate, that was one of my most coolest mates. But yeah, even trapping a queen in the middle of the board can also really excite me.
I agree. Unconventional things are are cool, unexpected, unconventional.
Hmm.
What do you think about this endgame?
Yeah, I was just thinking, what's going on here? So black has the more active rook. Yeah, the king also has more potential because the white king is cut off. Black is looking good. I think black will win a second pawn. And then these pawns are going to march over the board, I think. Yeah, I think black is in total control. But it's hard to say, right? Because white is very solid as well. This pawn is... Yeah, and these pawns are a little bit awkward. Yeah, if they were next to each other, it would have been a lot more clear. But, oh, okay, but now it's easy. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's easy.
Okay, then this game is more or less over. Here, there's a lot of life still going on. So we got a totally different position. Yeah, so we see a lot of games. The time control, everyone, is once again 15 minutes plus 5 seconds increment. But a lot of players are playing really fast. We already saw end names on the board. But look at the time here. There's 9 minutes still left for white and 5 minutes for black. So yeah, you do have a... I have a student actually that has a hard time listening to me because she has a she likes to play rapid games, but she's always has 12 minutes left on the clock, and I'm saying, like, why aren't you thinking? Why do you think your blunders occur? Well, it's because she isn't thinking a lot. She still has a lot of time left on the clock. So yeah, but these players, they are thinking very nicely. White a little bit quicker than black, but they've only played around 21 moves left. So, all right. So what's going on? White is a pawn up, 7 pawns against 6, and white has more space, attacking chances, and a hook on the board. What do you think? White should be in the driver's seat, yeah?
Yeah, I love this kind of position. I'm an attacking player. I like to see blood on the board. And so when the king are castled on 2 opposite sides, I just love to push all the pawns and open the file and just deliver a quick checkmate. So this position is like is exciting me, of course, for white, because white is much faster. Black is a bit passive, is having less space. The pieces are not really going towards the white king. So I think, yeah, as Roland is showing, they are just pressed on 3 ranks. Instead, white pieces are having more ranks. And now g5 will come. And g5 is very important, is the breakthrough, because okay.
Not played, but let's point out what you're saying. So
yeah,
g5,
yeah, g5 is the breakthrough because it's attacking at the same time a pawn and the knight. So it means that black is forced to open a file, because if black is moving away the knight, white can just capture. Okay, if black is staking on g5, we were saying the other way around. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, okay.
So if black is staking on g5, we just the h file is gonna open. If on the other way black is going to move the knight on g8, then white can just capture on h6 and the g file is going to open. So just, something is gonna open and the white rook's queen will start to join the party.
Exactly. It will be a party for white on the king side. Yeah, but it wasn't played, and yeah, now white is still able to, I think, get a file open. So let's see what happened. h5, bishop h7, and queen c4 played. Okay, that might be good as well. We're attacking f7, rook f8 played, and now g5. Okay, so white chose to open the g file instead of giving black the opportunity to open the h file for white. Yeah, it looks very decent, I think. Not a bad choice either. Taking on h6, and like you said, the g file will be opened, creating a party for white. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well
now everything is looking so great for
that knight.
For white. I like knight d5.
I have. Do you have dreams about chess pieces? Because this one will be in my dreams later on. Look at that. Why is it red? Come on, it's green, of course. There you go. Look at that knight. Okay. Let's move on to another game. We have a nice mate right here. Queen h6. The king is done. Yeah, the games are slowly going to a close, everyone. A lot of results are already in. I'm trying to find some interesting games still. We got this position. I didn't realize the black was simply a full rook up. Okay. That makes it easier. Yeah.
Well, maybe you know. I'm looking. Okay, the rating are pretty. Black knows what she's doing, so should be okay. But with a knight, a queen, and the rook still on the board, and the time getting short, I'm never too sure about.
That's true. Low on time, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes versus 4 minutes. So
and the king a bit weak,
A bit weak. Yeah, that's true. Like if you can get a knight here or something, there are still potential.
Yeah, of course it's very far away, but
Well, G4, Queen H3, perhaps. But yeah, black should absolutely be winning here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Maybe we could try to see the other division because they're also playing in Pool D. So I'm looking at the standings right now, and Aruba, Suriname, and Cape Verde are leading right now. Of course, they played a bit less round, but it's already good. I mean, I think many of those teams we met already last year. We did a bit of geography lessons, we were going also through the capitals of each country. Do you remember Sam, Roland?
Oh, no, none at all.
Okay.
I remember, I don't think we did a lot of the capitals, but I do remember a lot of the geography, like
where they are.
Brunei, for example, that's one that really stuck to me. Mauritania in the middle of the continent of Africa, for example. Yeah, I mean, it was educational, right, Alessio?
Absolutely, not just from a chess point of view. Right.
Chess is life, everyone. Not only Gary says it, it's simply true. Have you read that book, by the way? Chess is Life by Gary Kasparov?
No, I've not read it, but now actually did. Chess imitates life, I think.
I think it's Chess is Life, but
okay.
Yeah, but it's the same principle. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at the life in this position. What's going on?
Oh, well, I think material-wise, that's equal. I'm not convinced about this move because now, okay, white could evaluate to take or to either push. I think was pretty stable. Was pretty stable because white is having a bit better control of the center, but there is not really a clear way to go on because black is very solid. Generally, my instinct is that I like white due to this pawn, everything is where it should be. But on the other side, black is not there is not an easy direction. What do you think is a plan for white here?
That's a tough one because the king is also a little bit weak here. Yeah, you want to somehow make use of this really great center here. But black is so solid. Like for black, it's easy to find a few plans like king g7, rook here. Maybe you can create something over there or just double the rooks on the e file, for example. c5, I find a little bit curious though. Like, okay, if you take, like, okay, if you play d5, it's clearly that this c5 and d5 is a good inclusion because then you've absolutely stopped the white pawns ever from marching. Black has a really good, nice blockade right now. But yeah, white can sometimes take. What happens if you take? Like the knight has to go back to c8, right? Or do you, maybe the trick is to take here. Because if you take back, let's say with the bishop, you take here. If you take back with the rook, you take on e4. Okay, so it's a tactical justification. c5, if you take, black takes on e4, winning back a pawn and actually creating a bad pawn structure. Actually, I take it back. It's a clever move.
Yeah, so white should probably just wait and not touch the center.
White played h3, black played queen g5, and now played queen f2. So yeah, white's doing what you're saying. So just waiting, keeping the center compact. But yeah, and black plays c4. Okay.
Okay, something we didn't say yet is that the pawn on f6 could be a target because he's not protected by any other pawn. And of course, Black doesn't really want to play the move f5.
Always
But
play
okay.
f5 whenever you can.
Not always. But
Right.
king g7 can just protect the pawn, and it's not so easy for white to attack. Okay, 3 times could still be possible with rook e3, f3, and then rook f1. But still, after rook e6, then what's the point?
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I really like Black's position a bit more. Just the pawns, the king is safe, for the pawns are easier to protect, I think. So, and also Black has more time on the clock. Okay.
Oh yeah.
A lot more games going on, of course. So let me check something else. How about? Oh, this looks like interesting. What's going on here?
All right. So also
So,
equal material.
Equal material, both of 6 pawns. Yeah. Who's better and why? That's the question.
Yeah, why just play the move rook f2? Probably with the idea to put another rook on f on the f file and then take on g6.
Perhaps, yeah. And then
Maybe.
take, and then maybe doing something on the f file.
Yeah, the point is that doesn't look like what is really white doing on the f file.
Yeah.
Because
It's tough. Yeah. What about bishop f1? Could that be an idea?
yeah,
Pardon
it's a
me.
nice threat.
Yeah. Could be good. Yeah.
Yep.
Just to do this and then take.
Absolutely.
I mean, the bishop looks a bit dull against the pawn on e4, so maybe this.
Yeah, probably this is the idea.
Yeah, so Black needs to play something maybe like Queen c7 or I know the point. Okay, Rook f2. The idea is Black is threatening Queen takes d4, so winning a knight.
Oh yeah,
so
of
Rook
course.
f2
Yeah.
protects the Queen on c2, so that little trick is not possible anymore. I like it. Rook f2, very sophisticated. Multiple move, threatening bishop f1, protecting c2. Actually, kind of beautiful.
The best defense is the counterattack. So we defend and we also attack. We like it.
It happened. It happened.
It happened?
Yeah. Queen takes d4, rook takes c2. This is the position on the board. So.
Okay, but this was just bad for Black.
This is just bad. Yeah, Black simply lost the exchange.
And now also rook c8 is not good because when you are down material, you should not change your pieces. But of course, Black in serious time trouble, as we can see.
Yeah.
This is under 20 seconds, so it's very tough to take really the best decision, but you just want to play a move and see what happens. But mostly when you are down material, you prefer to keep the position as complex as you can and to try to find some way a counterplay. Some way to say, okay, there's compensation here. If not, if this position is just very simple and you're down material, then you know this is not going your side.
Exactly. Don't exchange too many pieces if you are down material. That's a good point. Okay, this one looks kind of interesting. We got Black is a pawn up, but White has a nice blockade on the position. So Black is definitely in the driver's seats. White is also very low on time, I just spotted. So, but yeah, White has a nice blockade. So how can we improve the position for Black here? Is there a way? Like I'm thinking about Queen c1 and Queen h1, for example. And if you take on d3, you're going to say, haha, but if you take my queen, I'll take back. But then I'll say tussen z, haha, Queen d2. You lose the rook on d3. So
yeah, because rook d2 is just leaving the rook hanging, of course.
Yeah, exactly like this. Then the rook is hanging. So yeah, that could be an idea to improve. Like, do you spot any other ideas that could be good for Black? Like maybe rook c8 and rook c2, sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, also taking control of the first file, actually. You know, placing the rook and the queen on the first rank, and then giving mate on g1. Imagine a rook on, you know, on a1, a queen on c1, and then bada boom, checkmate on
Bada boom.
g1.
Imagine
Of course,
all
it
pieces
takes
of
many moves.
Yeah, it's a dream, right? Never stop.
But also queen c1, you know, queen c1, queen h1 actually is a bit more concrete.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, I think it's at least poses some quick problems. I think there's an easy way to deal with it. For example, g4, and if you ever play queen h1, you play king g3. But still, oh, actually, this could really backfire if you play rook d1 now that I think about it. Queen's trap.
Oh yeah, ouchie.
But okay, we'll see if white breaks through. Black played bishop h7, and white is... Oh, black is the move actually here. Okay. This is the current position. Oh, it actually went on the board. Okay, cool.
Oh, all the way to here? Yeah,
this is the current position on the board.
Okay, of course, good for black that they didn't go on h1. Auto trapping the queen, just giving a check, and the king is back. Will we see a repetition of moves?
Probably not, right? But yeah.
Yeah, probably black wants to
struggling.
try, you know, because black is a pawn up, a good pawn up, a pawn on d3, supported, passed, and just 2 square 5 away from becoming a wonderful queen. So
A wonderful queen indeed, yeah. Like black also has 5 more minutes on the clock, so I'm sure the game will be tried to win. Okay, what about this position though? This one looks also kind of cool. Equal material. White has a pass pawn, black has the bishop pair. First instincts, Alessio.
well, the pass pawn is very important. I mean, actually also black has a pass pawn, but that one is of course much more pushed, and the knight are really stably controlling the pawn on the b file. Of course, we need to try to get through as soon as we can. So my point is trying to see if we can get it through.
It's difficult, right? I'm trying to find a good plan for white somehow, but like the knight is nicely blockading a6 as well, so yeah, maybe
well, a
white
knight on
is
c5, no? A knight on c5 could be an idea. For example, knight c5 because bishop b4 is not possible. So how is then white blocking?
Oh,
or is black
now it's
blocking?
possible. Now it's possible because if you take the pawn, it's now knight b7 check.
Oh la la.
Bellissimo.
Oh la la. Fantastico, amici italiani, come state?
I like Italian. That's a really nice language.
Nice.
Good food. Everything is great. Yeah. All right. H4 played. It could also be good. Yeah. Just you've got the time, you've got the control. So why not just push the pawns a little bit further and see if you can create a second weakness on H7, for example.
Yeah.
D8 played, H5, B4. Okay, B4.
But now before I don't like, because now knight c5 is even more easy. You don't even have to look at the pawn hanging.
Yeah, exactly. Knight c5. Let's say I play bishop c6. Yeah, a6 is now protected by the protected by the bishop as well. So a6 is already an improvement, you could say. Knight c5 played, bishop b5 on the board. That's interesting. We got some interesting positions for sure.
Well, I think a6 could be an idea. And then of course, if bishop take d3, we take with the king, not with the knight. And we just need to be careful that we don't over push our pawn and then we lose it. Because the king is pretty near.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the king even rerouted to b3 so that you can grab that pawn. But yeah, that's dreaming a little bit too big. This is actually, I checked if there are other games, and this is actually one of the few going on. The other game that's still going on this pool is actually this one, the game that we just saw. So black decided to play g5, and yeah, but I also feel like black is a little bit struggling and how to continue here. h5, okay. maybe h4 to try and create some additional tricks from the king, perhaps. But yeah, the bishop is stuck. This could still be hard to convert, yeah?
Yeah, the point
We
is that
also-
here, you know, White is really in stress, under stress, serious time trouble. And one grandmaster, one Italian grandmaster, gave me a very good suggestion about how to deal when your opponent is in time trouble. And he told me something very useful. So you should not make one move at a time, one move as fast as you can, in order to make your opponent make another move very fast. But you actually should use your time to calculate a couple of moves in a row, in order then you can just move very fast a couple of calculated moves, and the opponent is just in immediate pressure. Because if you make a move at the time, the opponent gets time to think in your time.
Yeah.
So that's a suggestion that actually helped me a lot to put even more pressure when the opponent is in time trouble.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. All right.
But what
Yeah,
is the
that's-
plan here? What are we doing?
I don't know. It's still, I think, well, what Black can do, another strategy that you can see a lot in blitz games is just to make random moves and then see if your opponent makes a mistake. Because Black is in total control. So if he moves around, maybe an opportunity will come around. Like here, Queen e5, King g2, Bishop e4, and it's over. Black just moved around the pieces and eventually there was a tactic.
Amazing.
Yeah. All right, so this game is over. Let's move on to another game. Actually, this is the last game of the pool. The other game has ended as well.
Whoa, I'm curious to see how the game ended. Maybe, not sure if you can find it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it again. Sorry, I can't find it anymore.
Never mind, Roland. Never
The
mind.
game was totally different now. Okay, let me check the other pool if there are still games going on there, and if not, it doesn't seem like it. So with that in mind, we are going to take a short break, everybody. And yeah, we will be back in a few minutes, of course, with more online Olympiad action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes and more action. And welcome back, everybody. Of course, we are still here with the Olympiad. It will be around the whole day. I'm Roland, and of course, you're still with Alessia. Yeah, so shall we take a little recap on what happened in the previous rounds?
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's start from Pool C. We just finished the round number 6, and there was a victory for Sudan, Cyprus, Angola. Oh, a 6-0 for Angola against Burundi, and a 6-0 for Jersey against the Djibouti. I hope not to mispronounce it.
Yeah, hard.
San Marino lost one more time against Eswatini, and Tanzania won against Libya 4-2. So we have some exciting rounds, I would say, for round 7. I see already Malta, Angola, that's on the paper, they are very, very strong team for this pool. So I think that will be an interesting matchup. But of course, let's have a look at the pairings of the Pool D, because we at the results of the Pool D, because we also add this, and we see a victory for Aruba, 4.5 to 1.5 against Cape Verde. Sao Tome against Gambia was a 3-3. Cote d'Ivoire won 5-0. Probably one game will still get updated. And Suriname won 5-1 against Ghana. And a 6-0 of Cameroon against Sierra Leone. And Senegal and Gabon made a 3-3. So also here we have interesting matchup for the next round. Let's have a look at the standings. I would say we have let's remind everyone that just the first 3 teams of every pool will go on to Division 3. So it's really, really important to get into the top 3. What do you think will be the top 3 of Pool C and D, Roland?
Yeah, that's interesting. If you look at it, then in Pool C, Angola, Cyprus, and Jersey are doing really well. It's really cool to see Jersey on there. Yeah, they are not really known for having for their chess players, so it's a really nice surprise that they are doing so well in this pool. But yeah, they of course still have to play against a lot of other teams. So yeah, it's Angola is playing very well. Like I said, I think they are the rating favorite in this pool, and they so far have won all their matches together with Cyprus. And Cyprus, I think last year also did very well in the Division 4. They also qualified to Division 3. So let's see if they can repeat it. And yeah, Pool D, Aruba. The board 1 player I've actually played against myself as well. So I'm kind of happy to see that they are doing well. Aruba also has got a connection with the Netherlands, so a little biased here. Suriname also has a connection with the Netherlands, so that's also really good, of course. Not biased at all. And then Cape Verde. Yeah, of course, Pool D hasn't progressed as much as Pool C, so we still have a lot more action going there. So yeah, it's really interesting to see. The first top 3, of course, moves on to the next division. And we still have a lot to play for, not only today, but the action will also continue tomorrow. So still a lot of chess action going on, everybody.
Yeah, and we're looking forward. And the game should also start pretty soon. So that's really, really great. Oh, actually, I see the game already. They are here. We see the game on the board, and we start with an English C4, C5, very symmetrical opening. Do you like the English, Roland?
I've recently started playing it as well a little bit, and it could be kind of dull, but in some positions you get a very lively, you get a very interesting type of position. It's more positional, I would say, than, for example, your usual open Sicilians, for example. But still, I kind of like it. And white is playing h4, which is and h5. Now it's just an inclusion of 2 moves, but there is still a lot of undiscovered territory here in the English, I think. And like in the match Carlsen against Caruana, that was very interesting to see how much the opening progressed there. Yeah, so I like it. What about you?
I don't. I kind of like, I'm just straightforward. I'm not there for half measures. I'm just there. I want to give checkmate to the king, and so I go straight forward with e4. And this is more a position that I enjoy, you know. Pieces are out. Oh, here we have an England gambit. Are we going to see the so famous trap?
Wait,
Note.
I don't know about this one. What's it called?
England.
England gambit. Okay.
Yes, with
so
d4, e5. Yes, we're on all the tricky gambit. I'm aware of them. Don't worry.
Oh. Wow, I didn't even know about that name. Yeah, there are a lot of names that I actually discovered since I started streaming, like the Grob. I actually didn't know that before you started putting the hammer in that opening. So yeah, but it looks to me like white is simply a pawn up. But what's the trap then? Can we maybe show that one real quick?
Yeah, we can show it. It's not like this. We need to go back a few moves.
Okay, let's go.
So, all right, here queen e7 is right. And then white is playing not queen d5, but let's say bishop f4.
Okay, let's go.
So we give a check on b4.
Okay.
And you say, oh no, my bishop. So you are forced to go back on d2. And it feels like queen take b2 is a problem. What's the most obvious reply after? Bishop, yeah, take that bishop. Go, Roland, go for it. Bravo, Roland. And now bishop b4, Roland.
Let's go. Boom.
Boom. That's a nice trap.
But I'm going to protect it. Queen d2.
Queen d2, but wait, isn't the rook hanging? Your rook is hanging, so I can I will just take the rook, you know, and be happy with that.
Take the bishop, try it.
I'm sorry, Roland. I really enjoy to. Also, this is even better. You're right. This is even better, of
I think
course.
something like this was the trap as well, yeah. Okay, but there are lots of other games as well, so let's move on to something else. Okay, this game has progressed a little bit more. You got h4, but we're still in the opening here. Let's try and find something new. Okay, you requested a Sicilian, so we got a Sicilian on the board here. Who's better and why?
Well. I see a bishop on c8 that is still completely slipping. And instead there is a queen on the board that is very strong on d4, you know. Now, of course, black is placing also his queen on b6, so white needs to take a decision. White is controlling the center. The pawn on e4 and f4 are just amazing. And generally what I like is that the black pieces are not really bothering any of white pieces, and especially the bishop on c8, as you're pointing out. Yes, he deserves a red, because what is he doing? What is he doing there?
I'm having fun with the colors a little bit. Yeah, the bishop on c8 is not doing much at all. This is probably the biggest problem piece. And if actually black can never play d5 and never can play b5, the bishop is forever stuck. So yeah, I really enjoy white's position here. h3 played, maybe with the idea to play g4. Black is drastically trying to push the pawn forward, which I think is a good decision. But yeah, I also think
now
white is clearly in the driver's seat.
Something like g5 could be a problem, no?
Yeah, knight h5 most likely. Maybe there are some complications here.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe not g5 immediately. Okay, but we have to, because if we take on d5 immediately, then knight take.
Yeah. Even this is still better for white, but like bishop g2, for example, trying to... the knight cannot move because it's pinned. So yeah, black has to play something awkward, like rook a5. Yeah, white is simply a lot better. No problems, good pawn structures, a pin.
Can we go here for b4?
I should have known you would suggest this, but it looks good, yeah, actually. Like, what if I go forward?
Yeah, just like pawns.
Just take, I guess, yeah. And
Yeah, just take. Then also king b. Yeah, also king b2 maybe in between.
That's sophisticated. So take my knight, but then I'll take the knight, and then the rook is. Looks interesting. Yeah, for example, b4 seems to be working for white, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happened real quick. So a lot of moves. E5 played. Knight d7, a3, okay, to stop the rook from attacking the pawn. Knight c5, bishop g2. Okay, I think black made some improvement. The bishop can get out now, which is what happened. All right, let's go to another one. Oh, I want to go here, actually. A very... we're only taking Italian openings here. Let's see. This is silly.
We like it. We
Italian.
like it. Chad,
Yeah.
go with the cat jam if you also like Italian aggressive opening. We like it. The pawn is already on d. Well, the pawn got pushed already on d5. You know, I like actually black position here because black is playing with initiative, trying to, you know, to control the center. The only problem for black right now is the pawn on e4 on e5 because it's under attack, and black needs to find a solution. And the move like f6 right now is not really what you want to play, especially after you played already the move h6. And
especially, yeah, holes in the position, and in this case also a tactical thing with g4, d4, where the bishop is under attack on e6. I would like to show a little trick because I'm gonna say, oh no, my pawn. But then after takes, you actually have got a little trick in the position, which is bishop takes f2. King takes f2, queen f6, and you win the rook. So the pawn is actually not hanging yet, but the pawn, you are totally right. The pawn will become a problem in the long run. Like, for example, after rook e8, let's say I play knight bd2, and I'm going to be smart again, and I'm going to say like, oh no, my pawn. But then in this case, you can take, and after bishop takes f2, queen f6, there's knight f3, and then the rook is protected. So yeah, these are fun tricks. Yeah, very important for the theoretical discussion in this opening. Black decided to play queen f6 though. Now knight bd2. Yeah, white has less space, but I enjoy having a target to play for. I actually play this a lot with white myself, and there are lots of hidden ideas for white in these type of positions. So yeah, very rich opening at the very least. Oh, okay. I see cool position. Let's go. Taking on h3. Let's go.
Oh, let's go. This is the kind, you know, we want blood on the board. It was, it looked like it was an innocent opening, you know, and suddenly everything is yellow. Let's show what is happening if white is taking back the pawn. So
Yes,
g take h3, queen takes, king has to move.
At least a draw.
Okay, at least a draw, but we want more. We want more than that. So probably knight g4. Let's go. And now what is white doing? Actually, let's do a random move. Let's see if we have mate. Let's do a5. So let's try to just to see if we have mate or what could be a threat.
A threat could be knight h2, I believe. Yeah, so bishop h2 looks good, but what is the follow-up after this, right? So I'm actually thinking, why not play knight h2? With the idea that you're threatening knight takes f3 and mate on h2. But then again, white has knight bd2, and then I think black has to settle for an exchange back. But why not actually just go rook e8 and like this? Maybe
yeah, just bring in the rook. I like it.
So what about simply this? Knight bd2, rook e6, for example. Looks pretty decent, right?
Yeah, let's just go for the kill.
Okay,
and
let's see if there's
some problem is probably the white pieces are so slow to go to help.
Yeah,
that it's a problem.
It's also like, I'm actually, okay, I'm gonna be clever. I hope I'm not looking stupid.
Well, there are always two options when you want to look clever. Either you look really clever or the other way around.
Is this clever though, Alessia? I'm thinking let's put the knight on f4, mate, and there's nothing that white can do to stop it.
So let's try to think.
Clever?
How is white going to stop this threat? The only way that I see is to play the knight on e1. But if we do that, then the square on h2 is not protecting anymore.
Exactly,
so that's a big problem. Because rook e1 is really playing. Rook e1, bishop f1 could be an idea.
But after rook e1, I'm going to play rook e8 with the idea that if you play bishop f1, I take Knight
And then the
takes
knight
mate,
is in.
queen
Yeah.
takes is taking knight. So yeah, could be interesting to play knight h5. And maybe there's also rook e6 and rook g6 now as a threat. I like it. I think the sacrifice really works. I think it works for black. And white decided not to take it and played queen d4. All right, but it's really cool. Yeah, it worked. By the way, white is not a pawn down. It actually has one a pawn on c5 in return. But yeah, I think that white needs to be really, really careful at the very least. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's very exciting. Let's see if we have some other excitement on the board, some other cool games.
Let's take a look. Oh, this looks like fun. I have no idea what's going on here.
Well, I see 2 rooks for black and 1 rook and 2 minor pieces for white. So also I see a pass pawn, and I see that this knight on b1, it looks like an innocent knight that is not hurting black, but actually that knight will be maneuvered through d2, b3, c5, and believe me guys, when the knight is getting to c5 or e5, that knight will really hurt black, seriously.
Sure. Yeah. If the knight gets in, but yeah, even 2 minor pieces and a pawn for a rook, that's more than enough usually. Yeah, this looks like total domination. If the knight gets here, like you said, it should be more or less over. Okay, let's find more games. Oh, okay. I'm trying to make you happy here because black played g5. Does your grob heart start pounding right now, or what do you think?
Actually, this is looking cool because white is also not developed, and now black needs to go back. And so thank you, Nicola, for the 1,000 bits. And so what should we do now?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, to push the pawn here in this case. I mean, it could weaken the kingside position as well, but white's pieces are being pushed back, so this could actually be viable in this case. Yeah. Would you take back the bishop or with the pawn now? What do you think?
I think I like to place pawns in the center mostly, unless there is really, I mean, a reasonable point is that the bishop would be so strong attacking b2. I'm not sure about that. I mostly really like to take back with pawns unless there is not a real reason, because maybe I was thinking about c3 here. Also knight c4 is a good move.
Yeah, I like the bishop takes decision because the pawn can also just be pushed to d5 at some point. So after this, let's say this d5, the knight has to once again return, and you still got a pawn in the center like that. So happy
That's
bishop.
true. This is actually good. You know, the bishop is very happy with the pawn on the light square. What were you saying? Happy bishop?
Happy bishop, yeah. Let's make
Happy
a song
peppy.
out of it, okay? Somebody clip that and make it to a techno song. All right, let's go. Knight c3. This is the current position. Yeah, but actually, I think the g5, g4 idea works. I think black has a good position. Bishop pair, more space. If the king gets safe and all the pieces are getting out, then black should be a lot better here. Okay, yeah, we have one result, a draw in this pawn ending. Yeah, looks like both players can't really advance here. Oh, this might
everything is blocked.
Yeah, this was actually the game that we took a look at before, like with this position. So it ended in a draw.
Actually, that pawn endgame, I was thinking if white could try to do something here. For example, bringing the king to b3 and then playing a4. Because, you know, white is having the far-away pass pawn. So, but probably the point of this is that black is having that pass protected pawn on d5. And so white can never really go to f7 to take the pawn on f7 and to run away. So shouldn't be. What do you think, Rolly?
Well,
Ron?
I think okay, you can go nuts with Ruli, it's fine. But yeah, so d4, I think black simply actually is going to have made, well, I think it should simply be a draw. D4 is not necessary even, I think. But yeah, like king b3 already loses because of king b5, and now it could backfire. And one thing I think you pointed that out as well is like this is a protected pass pawn. So that means that if the king moves too far forward, the pawn cannot be stopped. So after king takes, let's say I play a normal move. I play like this.
Oh, imagine bringing. Oh yeah, yeah. There is no decision for
never-
black. No, this is just bad. Actually, white is risking to lose here
I think
because
so.
if the king is going too far, then it's over.
If this was not a protected pass pawn, this could have been viable. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's protected, so the king cannot try to capture. Okay, that's the first result of this pool. Let's take a look at some other interesting games. What's cool? What's cool? You're cool, Alessia. You're cool. Okay, what about this?
What about this? Ooh, the pawns are going. I like this
Pawns.
kinds of position. I like when the pawns, they are taking all the action and you get to just go through against the black king and just with the idea of opening all the files. Okay, queen there. Also, the knight can jump on f5 at one point. But now we really want. Okay, I think we will go with h6, rook h5. Just go for the kill.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. h6, if I take, you play rook h5, kicking the queen away, and then you can target the h pawn. Anyhow, after h6, what about g6? Do you still have... I mean, I'm going to try and be tenacious here. Like, I'm going to try and defend.
I think I will go with knight f5, and then g take, and we open every. We play king e2. We bring the other rook, and we will just saying like. I mean, really, this position are firing me up. I really love to attack and to find all this combination, even when you need to give away pieces for activity and for the black king.
Is Alexei Shirov one of your favorite players? He wrote the books Fire on the Board, and that seems to really suit you.
Well, actually, I didn't read the full book, but I saw many of the game of that book. So I also Tal is a very nice playing style I like, because doesn't have to be correct fully, but has to be practically very scary. And I like a lot Tal for this, because he said that his sacrifices were never correct, but it kind of made it correct on the board.
It's so scary, yeah, to play against an attack. It's definitely true, indeed. Okay.
Yeah, I once won a game in OTB in classical when I gave up a piece just for no reason, basically, but I made so much pressure that eventually my opponent collapsed and made a series of mistakes one after each other.
Yeah, exactly. Like it could also be like a last resort. If you have a bad position, but you can still create an attack, there's always chances to win, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I got a totally different position on the board. No fire. It's just very positional. White has... Oh, okay. White is a pawn up, actually. I totally missed that. But look at that bishop. Oh. Like in the last game, one of the last games, you had a knight in d5, and I was like, oh, I'm going to dream about this. Because maybe this is the piece I'm going to dream about. This looks really nice.
That's true. That bishop is doing so well there on d4. But it needs to be joined by the queen. We want the queen on h7. I agree.
The queen needs to go over there. How do we get
Yes.
it? Can we ask nicely? Don't take the queen. I want to put it here.
Oh, well, Roland, I think you have enough experience to answer that question.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Just bishop g2 looks very good. Just make sure you're not going to lose the beautiful bishop to a knight c5 trick. Yeah, but still, black it's very solid. Still good bishop, of course, but no real weaknesses except for these squares. But there's not really a way that white can make use of it. So,
but maybe bishop e3, d4. Oh, okay, bishop e3, rook c1, rook d1, then d4, I mean, this could start to look, and that's what white is doing. It could start to get annoying because as more pawn are getting exchanged, and more beautiful those bishops are looking. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah, could be a viable plan if the bishop gets open diagonals. It's always good for them. So.
And could black stop it with c5?
Yes, c5. Well, it's currently pinned. You don't want to lose the exchange. But
Of
yeah,
course.
first play rook a c8 and then c5. It could be a good idea as well. Stop it. Maybe a crazy idea would be f4 then to try and open up the position as well like that. All right. Let's switch it up a little bit with a rook ending. Rook f1 played. Little tricky. Well, that's actually not a threat, but g5 protects the rook anyway. Once again, all rook endings are drawn by Tash, but is this actually drawn or is it?
Well, okay, black is having a pass pawn, extra pawn. And what I like is that look at the rook on f1 and h1. And as we were talking, a very important factor is the activity of the rooks. But how is white gonna activate this rook? Oh, this move is actually, I kind of like this move, I think, because the king, what do you think? After rook take f4, you would take with the king or with the pawn?
Probably with the king, because I want the king over here and then try to gobble up that pawn if I can. But
yeah.
Let's say rook g1 though. I'm not going to allow that just yet.
But maybe c5 and then rook h8.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, my idea is then to just put my rook over here and then say like, okay, whatever you do, I'm gonna play rook g4 next.
But why don't I go on f3 then? And say,
then,
come on g3.
Then I'll take your g5 pawn. But then I got a suggestion, Melissa. We can play rook h4 and then king f4.
Way too smart.
Way too smart.
Yes.
That's
good.
I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you. Oh, you're so nice. Okay, but let's also check what happened here. So rook f4, not taken. Rook e1, king f5, rook f1. Okay, so the rook does have an open file right now. But yeah, black can maybe start attacking the h3 pawn, and then this pawn can march over the board. Black is looking good. I'm not sure if it's actually winning. I like the difference is, I think, in this case, the kings. Why do I make it blue? Let's make it green and red. The king on f5 is much more involved than the king on d3, in my opinion. The king has potential to go even more forward. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at, actually, let's also take a look at the other pool that's going on. This is not the only pool, of course. We're now looking at pool C. So let's take a look at pool D. Let's see if there are interesting games over there. And let's start with a cool one. Okay, we got an interesting positional position here.
Oh, we have this endgame. Material-wise is equal, even if it looks very pawns, 3 pawns on the queen side against 3 + 2 for white and 1 + 4 for black. The pawn on c5 is an interesting pawn, I would say, because on one side could be weak but cannot really be attacked, but is actually then a strength because maybe is controlling the square on d6, so maybe a bishop could get on d6 at one point. And now black is attacking the pawn on b2, so white needs to cover it up. I think generally I like this move. I actually like white position a lot. Look at the sad knight on h5. Can't really join the game. It's pretty dominated.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The knight is still, well, actually it can jump like this maybe in the future, but if white ever puts a bishop on e5, then the knight is
complete
done.
Domination. But now cannot go on g3, no, because of bishop e5 would be.
I was gonna say maybe it might be worth actually sacrificing the exchange, but in this case you also have h4 as an attack. So yeah, but I think white is in total control here. Like white has the more active pieces. The knight's gonna jump over here. But if the knight can jump to f5, then it could be really a hard position to convert for black. It's actually on the board. Knight g3 played, bishop e5. I'm expecting knight f5 here on the board. White is looking good though. More time on the clock. That's also important.
Yeah, it feels a very comfortable position. The knight going on b4. I would take 100 times white here.
Me too. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at this position now. Something more symmetrical. Okay, what I do notice is not necessarily, it's the time difference. White has 13 minutes, black has 3 minutes. Who's better in white? My first instinct says white, but I don't really see how to make use of it. Like maybe it's b3. That looks interesting at least. I want to try and open up the position as much as possible so that I can make use of those bishops. So b3 looks like an interesting move. Like if for example I play rook e1 and black has the chance to play b3, it's a bit harder for this bishop ever to come to life on e2. So that's why I'm thinking maybe b3 is actually not for black. Let's go here. Yeah, maybe this is actually a necessary move to create something, because if you take back the queen, protecting c3. The bishop is active now. Yeah, but what do you think? Does white, if anything, does white have a really good advantage here? Or is
Yeah,
it,
I really like your suggestion. I think, wow, I didn't think about b3, but it feels like it's necessary as you explained. Actually, I have a question for you. And for the old chat, how much from 1 to 10 you love the bishop pair?
Ooh. How much I love the bishop pair. That's a difficult one. Well, I like it a lot, so I would say maybe an 8.
Oh, I was going to give the same, you know?
Yeah, you too. What about the knight pairing?
4.
4. I don't like it. Get rid with those knights. Yeah, it's a lovely question. Yeah, like, okay, then a different one. Yesterday with Jen, I had I think she said that she has a child, she has a kid, and she's teaching her kid chess. And she said that her kid really likes the rook.
Oh,
what's your favorite?
The queen. I think it's pretty, it's pretty normal, but the queen is very powerful. What about you?
Of course, yeah, the queen is the most important piece in the game because it's the best piece. I actually like rooks too. Why is that? I like rook endings. They're so puzzly. They're so subtle, so interesting. So I like rooks. They're especially rook lifts. If I can make sure, rooks are good on open files, but sometimes rooks are very nice on rows as well, like this. So yeah.
But
like
you know
rooks.
what you cannot do with rooks? You cannot give them away and make a big content. You cannot do a battered gambit or a baulata, how it's called in Italian. That is like boom. So, queens are more powerful and also more painful at the same time.
All right, Alessia, you like the bishop pair with the number 8. So how much do you like the bishop? Would you like white's position here because you got the bishop pair? Or would you say like, nah, that bishop on h2 is not as beautiful as I like? So would you still take the bishop pair?
Well, I gave an 8 and not a 10 because in some position, in all the black position, the bishop are not really very extremely cool. Actually, I'm more worried about the bishop, the light color bishop here, because I think in the future that bishop might have a future, king g2, bishop g1, f3, and then towards better square. So it could have a future,
Yeah, I think so. By the way, maybe an interesting question. Black had the chance to take on h3. What happens after king g2? I guess g4 has to go. And would you play f4 here, or would you try and gobble up that pawn like this?
I was thinking about f3.
F3, that's even better, I guess, yeah.
Because if knight g5, there is f4, then it's a fork.
Mm-hmm. The knight is actually trapped, funnily enough. The knight can't go. If you go here, there's f4 indeed. So the knight can't go anywhere. Yeah, it's a stuck knight. So that's why black didn't take and played knight d3 instead. Yeah, interesting position. The results are dropping in. We are still in pool D, of course. Let's quickly go back to pool C. Also, the results are going on there, of course. Okay, maybe we saw this position before. No, we did not. This is a totally different game. Yeah, but the pawns are forward, but no open rook files, so black should be safe here, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. I was trying to see if there could be oh, the queen got exchanged. There is no really. The only interesting thing that I see is a check on f6 with a knight.
Ooh, it's coming.
Yeah, but with the queen would have been more interesting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like if the queens were on the board and you got a knight to f6, it looks devastating. Yeah,
but without
queens,
queens.
And here to safeguard against knight f6, I guess bishop e7 just totally nullifies everything. Yeah, bishop e7 played, knight f6 taken. Looks like black is simply 2 pawns up here. White doesn't have any mating ideas so far. Could still be after g takes maybe, but I guess rook f5 is actually quite clever to try and just take that pawn off the board. Yeah, so looking good for black. Also way more time on the clock. So looking good. Okay.
Let's see, do we have other cool end games? Because now probably we are in the, some time travel phase. Ooh, look at the bar.
Look at the board. So materials equal, both have got pawns, but it's clear that, I'm gonna play with the colors again. Here you go. Green and red. Red is bad, green is good. Good pawns, bad pawns. Would you agree?
I definitely agree. I mean, the pawns, the pawns next to each other are just supporting you. They are giving their end to each other and they're just bringing, advancing together. Instead, the one behind each other, they're not really.
And they're also nicely blockaded by the bishop in this case. Yeah, they can't advance ever. Yeah, these two are buddies. These two are colleagues.
What do you have against colleagues?
We both got a job, but yeah, I can't support you or something. No, colleagues also. Okay, that's just terrible. Never mind. But yeah, white is looking very good. Just e6, put the rook on the open file somewhere. Looks good. Let's see if I can find something else. Okay, another interesting. Is it interesting though? 2 pawns. I was thinking the bishop looks wonderful here, but it's a full exchange up for white, so shouldn't be too much here for black. Like rook d7, try to gobble up some pawns.
Yeah. Also rook d6. I don't like rook d2. I always like to counterattack.
Yeah. Active rook. A point that you've stressed a few times. Yeah, rook d7 is better than rook d2. I agree. Okay,
maybe white wants to go very solid here, like a3, bishop d4, slowly.
I'm gonna scoot over to this game because you like attacking, so attack away.
Thank you, Roland.
I'm here for you. Let's see.
Appreciate that. So the knight is attacking the queen. Are we going to go all in? All in?
Oh, it's black to move.
It's black to. Ooh, the knight is pinned. That's why. Look at the bishop on a2.
Oh, that's a nice bishop. Now you really like the bishop pair, don't you?
Yeah, this bishop pair is amazing. Just pointing at the king. This is the nice bishop pair.
Nice.
But what is happening, Roland?
Queen takes, king goes forward, no checks. Looks like this is simply winning for white. Like you cannot defend the knight on f7 anymore. No checks on the board for the queen as well, so this should be over. Like if you play rook f8, you can do more than one thing, but bishop takes f6 and then g7 looks over. White's winning. Yeah, nice example for the bishop pair, I guess. So queen takes, king g2, rook f8, bishop takes f7 played, also nice.
Amazing. So this is looking really, really good for white.
It's over.
Yeah.
Okay, this is there's still some life in this endgame. Bishop versus knights. Black has more space. King is stuck on f1, it seems. Is there still something to play for here?
What about changing the bishop for the knight? How
Would you
is
do that? Yeah. I think I like the bishop a bit better actually. But it's still viable for sure. Yeah. Queen e2 is a bit strange though. Like after knight f4, I guess you just want to go back down. Say like, okay, let's take a draw, perhaps.
Sorry.
Or queen f4 played though. This is cool. Like knight e3 is now possible, which might be called progress.
Ooh.
Also, don't go to g1 because then it's not mate, but you do lose the bishop in this one.
Ouchie.
Ouch. So you need to put the bishop back or the queen back. But it looks a bit awkward, yeah, for white. White is also very much low on time. So black should be having the better game here, I'd say.
Also, isn't said that knight plus queen is they are very strong in attack.
Yeah, that's true. I find that one a bit controversial though, because in this, let's say you have a bishop here, queen in front of it, and you start trying to attack. It's I think it's more situational with that in mind, but yeah, I know the citation. I know that queens are knights are supposed to work better together than bishop. Yeah, that might be an interesting discussion for the chat. Actually, what do you guys think of that? Do queens actually work better with knights, or what do you think? Do queens and bishops work better than knights? Like for example, if you can create nice batteries with queens, but you can have like nice suffocation mates with queens and knights, for example. So what's your thoughts on that? Let us know. And in that case, is it interesting? Pawn ending. So we saw this position before. Black was looking really good, but now we got this pawn ending. Is it actually winning for black? Yes, it seems like it, because black is going to keep the pawn off. If the king moves, you gobble up the pawn, you protect f7, and then you go march like a penguin over.
Can we show why black didn't capture the pawn immediately? I think it's interesting.
Yeah, like in this position, yeah. You could have taken here, but what happens after that?
Yeah, king of 6, and then suddenly white is completely winning. So I think this is important.
And white's faster. Yeah, really nice. Doesn't that?
Yeah, I love so much when in the pawn endgames you created Zhuang, and it's so important controlling squares. And that's why king g6 was meant to keep at the square f6 under control, and now the king needs to go away. The king would, white would like to say pie pass, I don't move, just go away, go on. But you cannot.
Yep. It's not poker. In poker you pass, yeah? Yeah. You can't skip this round, boyo. You're gonna have to move your king. Yeah, all right. So let's see if he already won. Yeah, this is actually what happened on the board. Pawn cannot be stopped. So black's winning. The games are coming to a close. The round is going to end pretty soon. We saw this game. This is still going on. Now let me check.
This could be very interesting now that the time is getting, you see, under 1 minute, both players, white is under 20 seconds.
Yeah. They're both in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, I also want to check the other pool. Let's see if there are still games going on there. No, in this pool, Pool D, everything has finished right now. So let's take a look at this game. This is the only game still going on as far as I can see. All the
But it's
results.
very-
Ah, wait, there's one more. Okay, that's. I don't know what happened there. Yeah.
That's a lovely game.
This is the only game still going on in that case. No, actually, we've got a result here too.
Ooh, what
Okay.
happened?
I don't know.
Who is winning the battle?
Ah, this has happened. Okay, so it was made
Ooh.
black one in the end.
So
All right.
knight plus queen was better.
Knight plus queen was better in the end. The discussion has been solved. Okay, with that said, everybody, we are going to take a short break. And after that, we will be back with you with some more chess in the online Olympiads. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and we are back, of course, more coverage of the online Olympiads. I'm still here. My name is Roland, and I'm here, of course, with Alessia still, and we have a lot of things still in store for you. So what do we have in store right now, Alessia?
We have the standings. This is the most important part because let's not forget that this Olympiad is about advancing to the next division. But just the first 3 teams are going together. So it's very important to stay on the right side of the standings. And currently we are covering Pool D and D. And they're going to fight for some games just in a few minutes. And let's see who is currently going to go on the next division. At the moment, the strong team that deserve this is Suriname, Aruba, and Cape Verde. And then we have Puerto Rico, Haiti, and Trinidad and Tobago in Pool E. Will they stay? Will those teams really advance to Division 3? We don't know that, but let's go straight on the pairings. Well, one last round, Roland.
Yeah, so not only the pairings, also the results of the previous round. So Pool D, round 5, 5-1 for Cape Verde, 4-2 for Senegal against Sierra Leone, 3-3 against Ghana and Cameroon. They were tied. 6-0 for Suriname. Suriname doing a really good job at the moment in the pool, winning all their games so far. Gambia winning 4-1 against Côte d'Ivoire. I should say it in a French way, I think. Côte d'Ivoire. I think 4-1, one result hasn't been included there yet. So, and Aruba 5-1 against Sao Tome. And I had a little bit of fun with Sao Tome the other day because Christopher Yu was playing, the American talent was playing with that country besides his name, but I'm certain he was actually from the United States. So, okay, anyway. And of course, the common pairings for coming up pairings are Cape Verde, Sao Tome, Côte d'Ivoire, against Aruba, Suriname, Gambia, Cameroon versus the Democratic Republic, Senegal against Ghana, and Gabon against Sierra Leone. And now the pairings for the E pool. Take it away, Alessia.
Whoa! Here we are. So Pool E played just 3 rounds yesterday, and now they are starting to fight again. I go straight to Netherlands Antilles because I think Roland is having some feelings towards this team that are playing against Bermuda. Bermuda is actually a very famous country in the Olympiad because many of you might not know about it, but Bermuda is organizing the famous Bermuda party, and is in the middle of the Olympiad, an OTB Olympiad, and is a party where all the famous all the top player are getting drunk. We cannot tell the story about this, but it's a famous party, believe me, guys. So Bermuda against Netherlands Antilles is a very, very exciting matchup. What are you cheering for, Roland?
I am cheering for, okay, let me pick someone. Well, Haiti, of course, as well. They are doing especially well, actually, in this tournament so far. And of course, especially concerning the circumstances that is going on right now in the country. I think it's amazing that they're doing so well in this tournament. So I'm also slightly rooting for Haiti. Of course, the countries, I'm very happy to see Suriname and Aruba doing very well in Pool D as well. They also have a slight connection with the Netherlands. Yep. And yeah, but I also want to take a quick look at Pool C. They are finished for today. But as you can see, Angola, Cyprus, and Jersey, they are taking some distance from the other countries right now. So they are looking extremely good so far. And Pool D, of course, is going on still, and Pool E as well. So let's jump right into the games. Let me see if I can find something interesting already. So the openings have started right now. We see Bishop E6, an Italian opening where Black played a quick D6. Nothing too special going on right now. We're just going into the opening stage.
But still a bit unconventional because mostly you like to go with a knight on C6. I have never seen probably this move order with D6 and then Bishop E6 immediately.
Yeah, d6 could be okay. I forgot exactly what the name was again, but after d4, e takes, knight takes. I think it's the Philidor system actually. 24 e5. White has the bigger center, and black is going to try and undermine the e4 pawn. It's not as bad as it looks. I think players like Hikaru Nakamura really have a field day in openings like this. But yeah, bishop c4 played, and now bishop e6. That's something you don't see every time. No, d3 played, knight c6, short castle, knight f6. With the idea, if you take here, white's going to take control over the middle of the board. But yeah, we're still in the opening. Nothing spectacular going on. Does this opening ring a bell, Alessia? Have you seen this before?
Oh yeah. Wait, I see something. It reminds me a trick, but it's not really this the case. With d4, d5, when white is taking the pawn on d5, and then there is this strange queen exchange. But not really. Oh.
This is actually okay. What's
you
this
know how
opening
this
called
is
again?
called?
This one, I think it's called the Budapest, if I'm not mistaken. No, the Albine.
Yes.
Albine counter gambit. Wow, my head got stuck there for a second. But yeah, d takes e5, but now d takes c4. That's not something you see every day. Usually, this is the little trick that they're going for. The famous little trick, of course. And, you take with the knight, bishop g4, and you win, more or less. That's the little trick in this whole position. But black decided to take on c4, and now we've got a very positional position, kind of. Positional position. I like how I say that. Okay, yeah. But white's going to take the pawn on e4, and black's going to try and take the pawn on e5. Yeah, I haven't seen this before, but yeah, bishop b4 played, bishop d2, knight c6, bishop takes c4. Black's going to win back the pawn after bishop takes, knight takes, and knight takes. But white has got more development. But to me, it doesn't look that bad, actually.
You mean it doesn't look that bad for black?
Yeah, I was thinking like this might be better for black, especially with the engine like this. Looking like it's really good for white, but I don't think it's that bad. No weaknesses. The only problem for black is the king. But you can nicely put it on e7, put the knight on not f5, that's illegal, f6, and then just get the rooks out. Looks okay.
And do you think that black is having all the tempo to do all this? Or maybe white can do some quick long castle already, be very sharp against the king. I don't know. Black is a bit behind develop right now. Can white make usage of it in any way?
Well, how exactly? Maybe you're right. White needs to be fast, of course. I don't really see how at the moment. Oh, but after bishop takes c4, king e8 was played. Okay, that's not something I like. Black could have taken the pawn for free and protected f7 immediately. So now I guess f4 is going to come, protecting the e5 pawn, being a pawn up. But okay, a lot more action going on. This was an interesting opening idea, perhaps. So write it down if you are in search for a new opening. It looked okay to me for black, but I don't have a lot of knowledge in the Alpine. Let's see.
Let's see some more. If we have some other cool openings. Ooh, that was a pawn. The pawn was gone.
You're gonna have a field day with this, I feel. Like white sacrifices the pawn on e4. Okay, how would you sacrifice? How would you go boom and then bam, something? I don't know.
Whoa, really?
How would you?
Is this all working? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure about that, honestly.
All right.
I like to keep my pawn on e4 most of the time.
Okay. Well, you might have some chances here. Like I'm spotting knight g5 ideas. Short castle is really cool. a4 came to mind. An idea I was looking at, okay, just tactics, but knight g5 with the idea to play queen f3 if the bishop moves back, for example, but maybe h4. I just want to go forward somehow. But yeah, bishop takes g2. That would probably be a bit too much after rook g1 here and now. I don't know. Can we continue the attack? Like even a move like queen g4 looks okay to me. With the idea to take on f7, so ideally you want something like this on the board, of course. But yeah, as you guys can see, let me paint this green. Good pieces, bad pieces. So white definitely has good compensation, even if he's two pawns down. Yeah, it looks interesting. So taking the pawn on e4 feels risky to me, but white needs to be fast with the attack. Short castle, therefore, feels a bit wrong to me, but it might actually be clever. Maybe there are still a lot of tactics later on.
What is bishop e7 here? What would you play?
Okay, I guess just knight g5.
Sorry, bishop e7.
Apologies. Okay.
No,
Bishop
no problem.
Maybe, yeah, knight g5 doesn't make a whole lot of sense right now. You just take it. How do you continue? You could play a4 perhaps. Yeah, like the idea is you want to open up some files. So, and if you play b4, I actually have a double attack with queen d4. That's my idea here. But then you can play d5 perhaps.
And if queen takes g7, there is bishop f6.
Yeah. It looks scary now, right? The king cannot really castle anymore. Interesting position. Yeah, interesting pawn sacrifice here. But of course, we have a lot more games to go to. So let me find something.
Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, what's this?
How much fire can Roland find?
White was the move. I was thinking this position. Now black's going to take. White is simply a full piece up, so this should be in the bag for white. Shouldn't take too long. This could be a potential interesting game. What's your first thought here?
Well, I really love when there is a pin on f3. So you look at the bishop, strong bishop on g4, pinning the knight on f3. And even better than that, you have the knight on d4 that is immediately attacking, because this means that you're going to take on f3 with your knight most of the time. And then all the pawn structure in front of the king is going to get really, really bad. So as Roland is showing, g take, bishop there, rook has to move. And the poor king is looking a bit, very weak. I mean, here the queen cannot join. But I won so many games when I was very small that I gave a check on g5 and just made on g2. So just very quickly in some Italian games with e4, e5, it went really so quickly and it can be deadly. But here the queen, of course, is very far away from.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it's not clear exactly to me how black's going to continue. Maybe at some point you want to play e5 and f5 to make use of the weak f pawns of white. A move that comes to mind is d5 to try and isolate those two pawns. Maybe I've drunken a little bit too fast or something. Anyway, yeah, but after d5, white doesn't necessarily need to take. You can also put the bishop away, making sure that these pawns are connected still. So I definitely like black, but it's gonna take some time to make use of these. Right, what happened? c3 happened, so I'm pretty sure we are going to get that on the board after knight. All right, let me find something else. Oh, what happened here? There's a knight on d8.
The knight on b8. I'm counting the pawns is 5 for white against 6, but black has a double pawn on the h file. Is the knight on d8 going to get trapped, or is a strong knight?
It's going to get trapped, it seems. Like rook takes h4, for example, grabbing the pawn, king e7. Looks like you simply win the knight right now.
Goodbye, my knight.
That a song?
Well, it was not really goodbye, my knight, but yeah.
It's like goodbye, my lover.
Goodbye, my friend.
Exactly that one. All right. Goodbye, my knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking good for black with that f5. I like that. Really good move. King e7 next, winning the. Actually, I just spotted something. Rook takes h4, king e7. There's actually knight takes b7.
Oh, cool.
Bishop
And if bishop
takes,
take
rook
b7,
takes, rook takes h7, winning back the piece.
we love to see
That
that.
easy. So we have to play king e8 in that case, so that the trick is not there. So you do have to be a bit careful. Yeah, the knight is still trapped.
This is actually a good trap. So black might go on e7 and tricky. Let's see.
All right, we got an interesting position here. So white's trying to attack. Symmetrical position, weird knight, weird bishop. Basically good, blue, not blue, green, yeah, green knight, green bishop. Knight takes d4, okay. We got some action, ladies and gentlemen. Knight takes d4. Does it work? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not so fast in having the feeling. I need to think. Okay, pawn take, queen take. The king is moving. Yeah, f4 is falling, and I don't know. Oh, there is the square on g5 for the knight also after bishop take f4.
Ah, that's a good. That's important actually, because if the rook moves here or here, knight g5, and suddenly the bishop is hanging on. Now there might be some intermediate tussenzetten with knight b3, for example. But yeah, it looks really, really scary. At least, yeah, I'm not even sure if this works. Like, even if you just go back with the queen has to move to an awkward square on h5. So, black definitely has compensation here, I would say.
Maybe knight f3 with the idea of queen e1. Okay, no, not so fast, but.
Okay. Yeah, but let's take a look. Is there anything else? Like, I'm also trying, like, maybe here white needs to play knight b3 already, actually. Just so that the bishop gets traded off. That looks a bit better. Queen f2, let's say, takes. The question is, does black have enough? He's got 3 pawns. I'm not so sure. Looks interesting, but I'm not so sure, actually.
With 3 pawns, Roland, cannot you already be happy about, 3 pawns for a piece? When are they enough compensation for?
That's a good question. It depends on the position. Like, white's going to have all the pieces on good squares really soon. So I'm wondering both pieces look pretty decent for white. Let's make them green again. And so with that in mind, white the piece is not bad. I'm wondering if the piece is actually worth more than 3 pawns. So unless there is some tactic, I think that white is perfectly okay. That's my take on that.
Thank you. Can we go to another game?
Yes, madam. As you command. So yeah, we're looking at pool D right now. Let's also take a look at pool E. And I didn't even have to click a game because we already have something interesting.
Voila, there is a pawn on D3.
There's a pawn indeed. Black to move. Looks really scary for white. Like, I would take on D2 with bishop B4 next. That looks devastating to me. Like, you have to take with the king. Queen takes, you lose the queen.
Okay, let's go with the king. And then let's take on D3 with the king. I want to see. Oh no, sadly it doesn't work. I was looking, king take D3 and then queen E5. Queen E4, sorry. But the problem is that after bishop take, pawn take, the king gets the square C2.
Still 1 square more on.
But go on D4.
I checked it too, by the way. I was after king takes D3. I checked this. I was also thinking of F4, bishop F5, but the knight seemed to cover it. So. But rook D8 looks good. King C2, rook D2. I think white needs to give the queen for the rook. Looks good for black. Still, white's got some compensation, but I would definitely prefer black Or why do we play bishop d4? We can also play takes here first. The king has to stay in the center. So yeah, looking good for black. Knight takes d2 is actually on the board. King takes d2 played. So let's wait for small time to check if the move is going to get played. Even a move like knight e4 looks really good. The king is just too exposed. Yeah, black is looking good. All right.
We like the black. Is a FIDE master against Canada master.
We got a weird pawn structure here. Double
Lots of
pawns.
fight in the center, no?
Yeah, the battle is definitely in the center. Even more tension. Nice. Oh no, you can take. Take it. Take it.
Roland, what is happening? Whoa, let's go. We like to see every checkmate on the board.
That's the dream. F3 makes a lot of sense in that regard, but I'm a little worried about the king and tussen zetten als h6 here, for example. Or maybe even queen g6 and then take on g2 if possible. So I think f3 is a bit too much. I think white, there are lots of tactics here for black. But once again, space advantage, right? Look at the pawns where black's pawns are and look at where white's pawns are. Blacks are more advanced. But of course, the most important thing is actually the knight on g5, which looks a bit awkward right now. I was going to make some sort of a monologue about how space advantage is important. But in this case, I think it's more tactics than anything. Yep. All right. Looking good for black. I'll try to find something more interesting. Whenever there's a G pawn played, I'm with you, Alessia, right now. So I feel like we have to take a look at it now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, as the G pawn expert, what's your verdict?
Well, right now, the first thing that I'm looking at is the free pawn on f6, but it's black to move. So, black is time to deal with that. Of course, I would like to see the move g4, just going for it. But the problem of this is that the king is also there. It's also on the king side. So we need to be very, very careful about over pushing those pawns.
g5, by the way, was played to kick the knight away on f4. That's a point. Yeah, how does black continue? I would maybe, okay, this pawn is definitely a weakness. You don't want to push it, but maybe a move like queen f5 simply. Looks a bit scary though. You lose a pawn, I think. Well, you don't lose a pawn after knight e4. If you go here, you lose c6, but you can go back and then say like, would you like a draw? It would be a grandmaster draw if that happened, right? Yeah, let's take a draw like this.
Absolutely.
But yeah, like you can maybe say queen g6, I'm sacrificing that pawn. But would that be worth it? Do you have enough compensation as black?
I don't know, something like g4, you know, because two bishops could like kind of attack, bishop on e6 maybe. But is it like something? Is it really an attack?
Yeah, but is there an attack at least? Yeah. Like
yeah, maybe
you have something.
g4, bishop e6, king f7, rook g8.
Oh. I'm just gonna play some dumb moves. And suddenly you've got something. That's the dream. But yeah, there are lots of ways to go about it, I would say, because there's a pawn hanging on f6, first of all. But still, this could be good. You got rook e6, rook g6 ideas perhaps now. So it might be interesting, yeah. Might be interesting. The computer also doesn't dislike it for black, funnily enough. So what happens? After knight e2, king g7 was played and white grabbed that pawn on g5. Yeah, this looked like a better version for white than what we just had.
Yeah, the pawn. Yeah, because it's not really the G is not really going to backfire for white because the G file is not really going to be used. The point on f6 is so weak that the king cannot really go to h8. in order to give space to the rook on g8.
Yeah.
So it feels like white is doing really well.
I think so too, yeah. H6 played, so after knight f3, white is simply a full pawn up. Yeah, looks good for white. All right. Yeah, okay, sometimes I just like to throw a rook ending in there. This one is not too exciting, I believe. Black's going to run with this pawn. White has already run with this pawn, but is now going to exchange, and this should be a drawn rook ending.
4 against 4. Ha. I mostly, there is a fight with 4 against 3. Have you ever played a 4 against 3? Because it's a very hard.
It's difficult, yeah.
Mm.
I think the rule is 5 against 4 is winning for white. 4 against 3 is a draw. And anything lower than that. But I thought that was but I haven't. I learned the rook and bishop versus rook ending, how to win that if you ever get into the Philidor position, but I never ever still got it on the board. So the same with the rook ending where you got 3 against 4. So yeah. But
Actually,
yeah,
I got 4 against 3. But I goes to the 4 against 3. I had the 4 and I didn't manage to win it.
You did not. Well, yeah, it's hard to play, yeah, to push those pawns, especially if the pawns are stuck. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at. Okay. Yeah, this position.
I love the pawns on g6 and h6.
If you don't have a hook, you need to create it, everybody, and that's what white is doing. White has forced black to open up some files towards the king.
Wow,
So,
that's
yeah.
really the dream. That's really the dream. That's really what you want to see. Now white is ready to take whatever he wants with check, with not check, opening all the files, and the queen is just ready there. What about these? Why is the engine like okay? It's a strange engine, I gotta say.
The engine is a bit strange, yeah. I don't like this though. Now after king h8, the black king can hide behind the pawn because after taking. Oh, actually, it might actually already. 6.
Wow.
But in general, I would like to keep my files open, so I would have taken here, taken, then taken with the rook. So at least the rook has its active squares now.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But how can you argue against the winning combination, right? So yeah, this is on the board, and we're gonna king h8.
Actually, I like your point because it works in this situation, but sometimes I had this kind of position when the king was hidden behind my own pawn, and I couldn't really go forward in an attack. So generally, it's really much nicer to try to open all the files, because even if tactically here it works, sometimes I have problem with the pawn on h7 and the king on h8.
Yeah, it's not like this pawn is a traitor or anything. It's just a little bit in the way for the king to mate. You want to get
unless you take it and throw it out of the board. It's pretty good defensor.
It's always on the board. Yeah, but this looks winning for white. So yeah, let's scoot back a little bit back to the other pool. So we are now in pool E. Results are slowly coming in. Let's see if I can find something interesting here now. Okay. We saw this game before, yeah, and the pawn sacrifice here. It evolved into this position. So white has got a very weak king side, but managed to get the pawn back at the very least. Which side would you pick? Would you prefer the bishop pair, or would you prefer playing against the weak king side?
You know that I'm not sure now. It's really complex because, I really love to attack. And I love the bishop pair. But here the bishop pair is not really attacking. I like the knight on e5. It's really good knight.
Good knight. Good ball.
And also maybe the bishop on b7 might feel a bit uncomfortable. Okay, needs to go back to e4 probably.
I'm looking at tactics here already. Like bishop e4 looks like the most natural move, right? So here you've got the option to play f5, f4. What the line I looked at was this one. Bishop b1, rook takes, Queen takes, so I'm sacrificing the full rook. Knight takes f3, but unfortunately, I was thinking since the queen was protecting e1, you might win the full rook back, but after king f1, you actually have lost the full rook. So,
Can't you play before taking back the rook on e1, something like bishop a3 with your nice combination?
Oops. Yep, I'll go once again. So takes king f1. Yes, so
bishop a3.
Bishop a3. Oh, the queen e2, I suppose. Well, actually, yeah, queen e2 or queen b3. Which one shall I play? I guess I'll play queen b3 just to make the point.
Yeah, now I get the problem. If you take one rook, the other the rooks are protecting each other. So no matter which rook you take, the other is gonna be safe.
Exactly, yeah. Like queen c2 is probably the best here, but queen b3, if you take the rook takes back, so you only win. You do get a lot of pawns, but in such an open position, I don't know. You do get a lot of pawns, by the way. This could still be interesting, but yeah, I think queen c2 is just better. Let's play a little bit more active here. Queen c2, threatening mate, let's say g6. And now, oh, I guess it's okay. You do have 3 pawns. Oh, maybe it's interesting. Okay, let's see if it happened on the board. No, f4 was played. Okay, that's I think a free pawn for black after taking and taking. This looks really good for black. So this is the current position on the board. Let me check it. Yep, indeed. So I think white just made a mistake with that.
Yeah, I don't like
a full pawn. Okay. Any other interesting positions? Let me take a look. Okay, there are some tactics around here, I think. White is a pawn up. Black has a good knight. White has a good knight. Good night. Okay, e4. You could play. And then you both really good knights. The pawn on a4 is still under attack. So I think white is simply very good.
Yeah, white is also pulling up. And how to go on here with white? What could be? Can white like go really pushing f4 e5, trying to get control over the f6 square? Is this a thing, or the king might get too weak?
Okay. Could be. I would say it could definitely be an option, yeah. But in this case, like if the pawns weren't so weak, that would be very much the plan that you have to go for. In this case, I think the pawns are so weak that you can just go for the queenside pawns here. So let's say a3, for example. I would play something like queen b3 or queen a4. Just try to gobble up that pawn on a3. I think that would be my plan here, but now that I'm thinking about it, there's also tactics with rook takes d5, for example. So it's not so easy. Maybe f4 is a good in-between move in that case. Yeah, I like it. Would you play something like queen f3 and f5 then, or like?
Actually, I like your idea to go for the queen side pawn. Cannot like king f1. The problem with king f1 is the square on h3.
I think you have to commit to an f5 idea at some point. Okay, I'm gonna go nuts. It's analysis, so why not? f5 might work after g takes, e takes, because queen takes is 97. And if queen takes here, you have rook e8 as a tactic.
Oh, and if king g7?
You just take the rook, and the queen and rook are protecting each other, so white should be winning.
Oh, actually, there's mating too. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. There was queen g4.
Oh.
Ah.
Very sharp. Yeah, that's even better. Yeah, and it's over. Good job.
When there is mating too, look for better.
I see this tactic. That's good enough, but no, you should go for the mate, which is a lot better. Yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting position. Yeah. e4, f5 played.
Cool.
Okay, but this simply helps. You can take, right?
Is the same tactic working?
I
Yeah.
think so, right? If queen takes, rook e8, in this case, you just gobble up the rook. If queen takes, you play knight e7. So, but maybe the point is to play queen d6 and then, but you cannot take the knight, so I can play rook e6 for example. Oh, I think it's a blunder. I think e takes f5 simply is good for white.
But white needs to see rook e8. But probably an international master will see this move.
Queen e2 played actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So not spotted. There is time control as well. So okay, I'll put on another random board. Look at this. Yep, that's 1-0. Okay.
Great. By the way, a big suggestion for everyone watching here. If you want to spot all these nice combination, the move rook e8 is a wonderful puzzle rush combination. So make a lot of puzzle rush and those ideas will come natural to you.
Yeah, practice those tactics, everybody. For sure. The puzzle rush is yeah. What's your record on puzzle rush?
In 3 minutes is 36. And you, Roland?
36. I don't know. I think I got to 40 something at some point. But I have a little bit of a trauma because I played in the, I think, the championship of the puzzle rush, and I had to play against someone who got into the final, and he totally destroyed me. I was also the last one. Like, oh, we saved the best for last, but then I got destroyed. It was so embarrassing. But anyway, talking about destroying, I think black is looking bad material-wise, but look at those rooks. Isn't this often knight d4 at some point? Rook takes c2. They're mating ideas. White is a queen up, but I think actually that black might be okay here. It's by the way a white to move.
Yeah, but what can white do? Can like rook take g6, create some ideas towards the king?
I can take here perhaps immediately, because if you take, I have knight g3 and knight takes f1.
And how is the endgame there? Because then it feels like the white king is the black king is really a problem. You know, rook g2, then the king is just going to b6 and giving mate.
Yeah, it's like black does have 2 pawns, so this is still interesting. Yeah, I'm wondering about the king though, because it might also get mated.
That's true, because I was looking at king c4, you know, but cannot really advance because the rook c2 check is always a thing, and then you need to go back.
I think the rook ending is okay for black. At least 2 pawns is a lot. So yeah, so with that, for example, rook g2 play. Okay, I like that. Rook g2 looks very normal. But for example, here I can play knight g3. I want to grab your rook, so you need to take either of them. But if you do, I'll take the queen, which protects the other rook. So I think black actually has enough compensation for the queen. That's pretty cool. You don't see that very often. A full queen down, yet you have so many threats in the position that you are looking okay. Knight g3 seems to be the only move though. I mean, well, maybe knight c3 here. Or is that too much? Yeah, probably after taking queen c4. My idea was to go for some sort of a mating net, but white can actually take the pawn with check and then take this pawn also. So it should not work. Knight g3 looks like the only move to play on and not be worse here as black.
Yeah, but this position is amazing, I gotta say, because it shows how much initiative and attacking the king can be even good when you are a queen down. So that's cool.
This is your type of position. You want to go forward, you don't want to go back, you just want to sacrifice everything before you go back. Yeah, but this is cool. Yeah, this is a promoter for that strategy. Okay, let's see. The games are coming to a close. Not a lot of games going on here. We got this position. Black's a pawn up, but white has more active pieces, I would say. Yeah,
right.
This looks better for black. Yeah, I would say. But
yeah, the extra pawn on d5.
Yeah, weak pawn on d5. A6
extra-
played, but white has got some threats, right? It's not so easy. Rook e7 is coming, but black can play rook c8, for example, grabbing the other rook file.
Cannot black also play like knight to e4? Just saying, rook, you don't go over, you don't pass here.
You shall not pass. Great. I love that quote, by the way. I use so many beautiful memes. Okay, anyway, that looks viable, but there is a Balrog with f3.
And knight g3 then? Isn't the king getting mated if you dare to go to e7? Let's see, like, come on, die, Paladin.
e3.
Knight g3? Cannot I go on b1?
You like it, bro?
Okay, let's go back. Okay, I can take on still on b2, no?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this looks good for black. Yeah, I mean, white has no threats, and you're just gobbling up some. Gandalf the Grey is winning here in terms of the Balrog. Yeah. Okay, enough. Yeah, but f3 was actually my move that I was going to suggest. Like, you can also try and open up the king side like this with f3. f3 was played, queen d1, and yeah, white's going to have a bad king side right now.
Yeah.
Simply good. Yeah.
Is the pawn on g2 attacking or protecting the white king?
I would say attacking, because the pawn on h3 is also
Ah, yeah.
together with knight e4, maybe the f2 pawn. So in this case, but yeah, a move like knight h5 looks good, getting into f4. Black played knight e4 though, yeah, which looks good. I think black is just very much better here.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
let's
position
move
is
on.
stinking.
Oh no, really? Oh, that's funny. Oh no, rook. Okay, so we're back to this position with black played rook d1.
Oh no, my knight.
Oh no, my knight. Yeah, or you can take, and then say like, okay, you can have fun over there while I'm just gonna mate you over here.
That's
So
true.
rook d1 doesn't seem to work.
Maybe the idea if you really do oh no my knight, rook h1.
But
Probably black idea, no?
I like the idea, but I don't think it works because you're simply a full knight down.
Oh yeah. Sad.
Unfortunately. Yeah, okay, let's see. The games are coming to a close. Let's find, yeah, so this position is more or less over. Let me scoot over to the other pool real quick. All the games have ended there, so we are gonna stick with the D pool. 2 games are still going on at the moment, and this one together with, oh no, this is the only game still going actually. This is the last game. So they finished quite quickly with their games today. Like in this game, they've got 1 minute and 4 minutes left, so they played fairly quickly.
They're all like your student.
Exactly, yeah. Think. You gotta think. You better think.
You know what my coach said to me once? You gotta put your hand behind your back and wait. Think before you want to make a move. Think it twice, because when I was young, I just wanted to boom, 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 go. You know?
How did you go when you were younger? Sorry, didn't catch that.
Sorry. Yeah, I was
I
like.
just wanted you to repeat the blue.
That
looks funny. Yeah. I think black is winning now. By the way, losing another pawn, maybe even more. So the game should be over pretty soon. King f1. I guess we're gonna take maybe even knight e4 might actually already be killing, because you're attacking f2. Let's say white plays this, then it's made into like this. Yeah, queens and knights, they seem to be working much better together than bishops, right?
Yes, they are strong. They are a good team.
Black took the pawn, king e2. Oh, why not go? Why not take the pawn indeed? By the way, queen f3. Then you can think if you want to play something else.
Yeah.
This looks over. But let's wait. Queen f3 played, so king f1 will come on the board. Knight e4 coming, I suppose. Yeah, looks like this will end pretty soon. Yeah,
I agree. And so, Roland, what is gonna happen if the game are going to end?
well, I don't know about you, but I'm gonna go on a small break, and then we will have, of course, some lunchtime or something. A snack time, guys. You might have some time to walk the dog if you're quick and if your dog doesn't want too much love from you. Or I don't know, you can. What do you do in your breaks, by the way, Alessia?
I don't drink wine, but I try to get some energy.
Is that like an Italy reference? Like Italians only drink wine, but I don't drink wine.
No, but I like emoticons of the wine in the chat, but I actually don't drink wine. I promise. But some
like
snacks,
this.
something to give you energy is absolutely important.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm gonna probably take a small snack there. Yeah. All right, and actually, knight g3 is on the board. So yeah, but anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more coverage on the Online Olympiad. I'm still Roland, and I'm here, of course, still with lovely Alessia. And yeah, of course, a lot of stuff has happened. So take it away, Alessia. What happened in the previous hour?
What happened? By the way, I really like I'm still rolling. What happened in the pool E, guys? We had lots of fight, lots of close match. Look here, Bahamas lost 2.5 to 3.5 against Guyana, and also Saint Lucia won lost very close against Cayman Islands. So they were very close matchup. Instead, Puerto Rico did a nice 6-0 against Antigua. And then we have Trinidad with 5-1 against Togo and Haiti with 4-2. And then who won between Netherlands, Antilles, and Bermuda?
It's the Netherlands Antilles. Yes, 4.5, 1.5. So that's gonna be your next vacation destination. Yes. No party
cool.
in Bermuda. It's gonna be beaches and lovely weather in the Netherlands Antilles. Yep. All right, and that is of course Pool E. The next pairings are coming up, but also Pool D is also coming up. Still, we got one more round for Pool D, round 7. What happened there, Alessia?
Well, I see lots of 6-0. That's cool. Aruba won against Cote d'Ivoire. And also Cameroon won against Democratic Republic. So very cool. Suriname won 5-1 against Gambia. Gabon against Sierra Leone, also a nice 5-1. Ghana won against Senegal. And last but not least, South Tome won against Cape Verde. So that's cool. And of course, we should have a look at the standings because let's remind everyone it's just the first 3 teams are going to go on Division 3. And right now in Pool D and E, the strong team that are deserving the right to access to Division 3 are Aruba, Suriname, Ghana. And then for Pool E, Puerto Rico, Trinidad and Tobago, and Haiti. What do you think? Who are the team going there? Are those 3? Are those 6 teams? Will we see some surprises still?
Well, Pool D, I mean, we've got 2 countries who are taking a big step towards the next division because Aruba and Suriname are like 4 points ahead to Ghana, who's in 3rd place. But the 3rd place, that's very exciting. There are lots of teams who are still on 7 points and Ghana, of course, on 8 points. But it's going to be exciting to see who will catch the 3rd place. And of course, we might see an upset. Aruba and Suriname are looking strong, but they're not there yet. We still have a lot of rounds to go. And yeah, for Pool E, so far, Puerto Rico, Trinidad and Tobago, and Haiti looking strong. And also Guyana has got a very good result so far. Yeah, anything is possible there still. We haven't gotten past halfway yet in Pool E. So a lot of action is still going on there. Yeah, we're waiting for the games to start, everyone. And of course, yeah, is there a team that you're surprised with at the moment? Like in Pool E, which team stands out to you?
Well, I'm not sure about this. I would have to see at the at the starting field, how is the rating, who is the favorite? But I think Puerto Rico is doing really great. I see also here in the chat some support of Puerto Rico. So yeah, great for them. One thing that I really want to say, guys, is how amazing is that all the game are always starting on time, guys. This is such a complex event to organize. So big congratulations to the organizing team, to the arbiters, and to all the players that are helping everything go smooth. So thank you to all the organization behind, all the people working behind, and here we are with the games.
And thank you, Alessia, for being my co-host today. Of course, as well, and you cannot stress that enough. The people who produce this are doing a really good job, of course. So absolutely justified to give them as much praise as they deserve. The games have started, so we can take a look at the games while I'm about to sneeze, but I'm trying to hold it in.
Oh,
yeah.
go, Roland, no problem.
It's okay. I don't like to sneeze, so. But okay, let's go. So what do you think about the position, Alessia?
Well, this is a kind of Benoni structure.
There we go.
That was funny.
Apologize. Apologies.
No worries, Roland. That's
Right.
normal. And here we have a Benoni structure, a bit of shy version of a Benoni because the pawn is on e3 and not on e4. But I mostly like white. If white can get control of the c4 square or the b5 square. But I think is actually the Benoni is much more dynamical than other openings, because there are always chances. Sometimes there is an f5, knight h5. There are so many ideas. What do you think? Do you like the Benoni structure?
Yeah, I do. I think in this case, if I'm not mistaken, Black needs to start sacrificing stuff, unfortunately. Like, for example, I don't know if it's here. Yeah, it's here. Bishop e2, rook e8, knight d2. No, I remember that knight e4 sometimes played. So let's say you play short castle. I do remember that there's, for example, exchange sacrifices like this, very common in the Benoni structures. But yeah, I like whites, especially because black has one big problem, and that's the knight on b8. The knight on b8 cannot move to d7 because the pawn on d6 will fall. So, and the knight has a perfectly good square on c4 to support the bishop on b6. So I think actually something went wrong for black in the opening. Black has a big problem with his queen side. So I'm wondering theoretically what exactly went wrong. Like a6 can be a good move, but sometimes that inclusion of a6 and a4 can also be a bit tricky. Like, for example, after short castle, let's say you let's say you play the same moves. At some point, you could play b5 to sacrifice, like, for example, knight d2. I'll play a random move. I don't know what. Knight c4. Sometimes you're able to sacrifice the pawn on b5, but because there's a pawn on a4 and a6, that's not really happening anymore. So something went wrong, I think, in the opening for black. I'm not exactly sure why, where exactly, but it looks very, very comfortable for black in my opinion. Okay, but a lot more action, of course, going on. Knight d2 played, b6 played, knight c4, bishop f8. Yeah, then you have to make awkward moves like bishop f8. Okay, moving on. Let's see if there's already some action going on. This is, by the way, board 1, Aruba's game against Suriname. So actually, these are the two top teams at the moment facing off against each other. So let's see if I can find the other boards as well in the meantime, but we'll check, of course, all the other boards as well. Here we got, once again, a Sicilian.
Yeah, this looks like a normal Sicilian with an English attack. The English attack is with bishop e3, queen d2, f3, long castle, and then both players are going to attack each other by pushing the pawn on the opposite side to attack the enemy king. And what do you think about this position, Roland? Who will be faster?
In this case, black, because black has got a nice hook to play with. So b4 is going to come in, and then files will be opened for black. If the pawn, yeah, that's why knight a2 makes sense to do that. But yeah, black's attack is going to be much faster. White needs 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to get the attack in, while black is already almost on the other side. So I think black is doing very well, and I think maybe a3 was a bad strategical move. But okay, it was played in the opening. Okay, so it's actually a3 on move 5 already. That's interesting. Okay, so preventing bishop b4.
Yeah.
But in the end, it might, after like 10 moves later, it might actually start to backfire. Like knight a2, that's a move you don't want to play, right?
Yeah, of course. And that's always a nice reminder that you never want to have your pawn of the castle be pushed because is going to create some hook for your opponent, and it's not mostly a good idea, especially with opposite side castling. This is absolutely important. So always try to avoid to push your pawn unless it's necessary. So probably after a3, a good strategy for white would be not to castle long, but just to go very solid and go for the short castle and play maybe for f4 for the center. So just change the strategy, no?
Could be, very well, yeah. That could have been, yeah, if you play f4, bishop d3, queen f3, short castle, you're definitely going to get a fine position indeed. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think maybe a3 and long castle was not a good combination in this case, resulting in an awkward knight a2 move. Okay, let's check other positions. Let's see one that might have been already advanced. We got some, okay, we got an interesting thing here. We got 2 pieces against the rook. Now, which one would you choose? Would you choose black here or white? White's got a pawn and a rook for 2 pieces.
All right, from a logical point of view, I also told my viewers that the 2 pieces are performing very well in a middle game, because logically the rooks are not having so many open files, and so the pieces are more important in a middle game. And of course, more we go towards an end game, and more strong the rook are becoming, because there are open files, the rook are very fast to go from one side of the board to another. And this position is a gray zone, you know? There are some pieces already exchanged. So I'm not sure. What I don't see is good square for the black pieces.
A gray zone, I like how you put it there, yeah. Because the white piece, the light pieces of black don't really have good squares to go to indeed, especially the pawn on e3, which was blocking out the knight from d4. And we do also have an open file for white, so the rooks do have potential on the f file in the end. Knight d5 played, taking off the board, and then the rooks got more range over the f file. So yeah, I think I would pick black here because of the 2 pieces in the long run. But it could also be that this is an exception. Maybe white is actually better here. Like the knight has to go awkwardly to d8 or b8, and if you go to b8, I can start attacking the b7 pawn, for example. Well, if you go to d8, then the knight has to go where exactly? The knight looks a bit dull here. So yeah, it's I think you put it perfectly. It's a gray zone here. It's not very clear which one is better at the moment, but instinctively I would say black. The 2 pieces are usually in the long run better, especially also because the e pawn is still weak on it. So right,
yeah, let's see. I'm curious to see how the position will evolve, how black will improve the pieces and give them a purpose.
Yeah, well, this is not a gray zone. This is definitely a white zone, because white is 2 pawns up, and this pawn is not too shabby.
Yeah, I like to see 2 queens hanging on the board.
Yeah. If you take here, of course, there's an in-between move, and tussen Z. I'll keep saying it. And here we go. Full rook up for white. So d takes c7. This looks like it's 2 pawns up, 2 free pawns for white. So looking very good. Let's see if there's what game shall we look at now? We got an interesting sort of King's Indian-like position here. Black pushed f5 at some point. Oh, actually, haha, it was a Dutch. Oh, haha, the best opening in the world. Yeah, white played very solidly, playing logically, just developing, but black went. I'm wondering if Leslie actually saw my DVDs. That would be wonderful. Roland said to push the pawn to e5, and I'm doing it. She's playing perfectly right now. Queen e8, c6. I like it. Well, yeah, e4 is a very good counter break actually, and now after bishop f4, you see that white has got more development going on here. So yeah, e4 actually makes a whole lot of sense, and I'm actually fearing a little bit for the white position here. Rook d8 played, threatening queen d4 as a double attack on the king and on the bishop. White played queen e2. Wait, don't you have this now? Oh, what a trick! That's so sneaky. That's so sneaky. Look
Oh,
at
rook d1.
so
Aha.
sneaky. Grab that bishop if you want, but then I'll grab your rook with an in-between check. Doesn't set. Wow, that's gorgeous actually. Oh no,
Yeah, that's
my
really
bishop.
cool. It feels really cool because it's not so easy to see. I'm curious to see what happens here. If black will see the problem or not.
Knight a6 was played. E takes f5 was played. There's still the trick with rook d1. So takes, g takes f5. White looks good. White simply looks good. More development. Weak pawn on f5, which can already be taken off the board. So yeah, unfortunately a Dutch gone wrong. So if I may, I want to check a little bit where exactly.
Yes, tell us something about this opening. You are a real expert.
Maybe the problem was that e5 was too soon. Maybe the idea was to develop first knight a6. But okay, enough. Let's move on.
Enough is enough.
Exactly. The Dutch is very nice, but we've got other openings as well. Okay, just for the bishop. That's a beautiful piece, right?
Well, I like to call it like that.
It's a pawn that can't go anywhere. It can't even move forward.
Yeah,
okay.
it's worse than a pawn.
Black is, of course, rook up and a piece, so we're moving on.
Yeah. That's just too good for.
Nice mate on the board here. Knight e5, king d3. Looks like a one-sided affair. And let's see. All right, we've got an interesting. Yeah, this looks kind of interesting. Like you got two opposite colored bishops. Black is a pawn up, but who would you prefer? Would you prefer white or black here?
So here, I've learned something very important about opposite color bishop. You know, the endgame about opposite color bishop are mostly very drawish because it's very hard to go forward on the opposite square of your bishop. But when there are rook and queens, it's so different because, of course, with so strong pieces, you can attack. And so it's like you have an extra piece on the same square, on the square of your bishop. So, for example, black here is having an extra piece on the light square. And that's why the player that is attacking is having a big initiative. And so here I think that black is pretty fast to attack on the light square.
All right, so how would you go about it then? What move would you play here as black?
Let me think. I want to be careful about the pawn on d4 just in case. But an idea like b6, b6, bishop b7, queen d5 looks really strong.
That looks really nice indeed. Yeah, let's show that on the board. b6, the problem might be that it might be a little bit too slow because rook 81 does attack that pawn. But yeah, the dream, of course, let's say I play something weird, then is of course queen d5, and you want to mate. Yeah, that looks very nice. But yeah, it's a concrete game. So after rook ad1, I'm not sure that you want to sacrifice. Well, you could actually. Maybe it's even worth the sacrifice because you still have got entrance points. Maybe not for the queen, but for the rook. So after like rook d2, you have queen e4. You still got that battery. I don't think white can stop rook e2 here, honestly. This looks really good. And if you take with the bishop, you've got queen d5. b6 might have actually been a... Oh, actually... No, this works, I think.
If queen take yeah, because if queen take e3, there is just a queen g2. But what is the engine? Is it drunk? Did it take so much one? But why is the bar?
It looks, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the engine bar. It looks winning to me. Looks winning, right?
Yeah. I also
Let's not look at the engine bar. It's drunk. It had too many wine during the break. So
I see. All the wine that we didn't take.
Instead, rook d1 was played, bishop g4. And yeah, the exchange was taken, and so black is now full exchange up, which is also good. Yeah, black looking quite hot here.
Great.
Okay, moving right along to this position. Lots of pieces on the board. Exchange up for white, but 2. Okay.
Oh. Well, then it's going pretty fast because one exchange might be still not enough, but 2 exchanges are most of the time enough material for ending a winning position.
Okay, I have a question, an interesting one. 3 pieces for 2 rooks. What would you pick?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think mostly depends really on the activity. So if there are many open files, maybe rooks are better. And in such a position, probably there is just one open file, basically, the F file. So maybe I will take the 3 pieces. Not sure.
Yeah, let's say this bishop was off the board. Yeah, then in this position, would you take the 3 pieces or the?
I think so. Now I think so because I can also play D5, E5, and then the black bishop on D4 would be a monster, no?
I think I would agree with you. Yeah, I think I would take the 3 pieces as well. Also because as black, you can leave your 1 piece hanging, for example. You can trade a bishop for a rook, but white cannot trade a rook for one of those light pieces. So in that case, I think black has the advantage. Yeah, well,
that's very interesting.
Yeah, it's but it all depends on how many files are opened and stuff like that. So it's yeah, it's a cliche answer, but it all depends, right?
Well, but it's like this. I think that to give very strict answers is not really good to for chess, because chess is such a complex game where there are so many possibilities and sometimes depends on concrete factor, tactical reason, and there are not really strict rules. But there are maybe some indication that I think can be useful to evaluate a position, and it's good to know them, but also to keep open eyes for something
like open
unconventional.
Files as a general notion, but you always have to think concretely in variations. Yeah. By the way, this was the Benoni game that we left. So white had a very good position. What do you think now? Some exchanges happened. Black is actually a pawn up at the moment. Would you still pick white here, or would you pick black?
I'm not sure. I just a bit scared of the threat of queen e8 and then bishop h6. So some concrete things.
Yeah, let's think concretely, by the way. Let's say I take your pawn. You play queen e8, bishop f, and after bishop h6, I actually was planning rook a8. But I'm seeing now you got rook b8, attacking the bishop.
That's amazing.
That looks like.
And if queen e7?
Oh, then you take and play bishop h6. Because the rook cannot be moved back towards the 8th rank anymore. So this is now winning.
That's cool. That's
nice.
cool.
So yeah, taking on d5 is not good. And yeah, but these pieces look kind of awkward in that case. Like if you play rook a8, the bishop cannot be moved to a better square. So it looks like, okay, but how do you continue here? I think white's looking good, but how do you continue exactly? I mean, you could take here, but then after takes, rook takes b7, this looks more or less okay for black. So,
yeah. But what if white is playing slowly here? Because I don't see also a way to progress for black actually. So like what about something like?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I like this h4 h5. I was suggesting e4 just to protect the pawn on d5. You know?
Oh, that makes sense too. That's even more. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah. So black's idea is probably to put the rook somewhere, get the bishop out, and try to improve. But yeah, white is still got a very good position because these pawns are not worth too much here. Okay, let's move on. We also got another poll, everybody. So let's switch over there real quick. And this is the first position I get. So let's see. I think for our running theme is going to be king attacks. Whoops. It's black to move though. Can black still hold? Let's say queen g6. Yeah, but rook g1 is coming, but black can maybe play king h8, rook g8. Material is equal as well, so Actually, the knight's also pinned by the bishop. Intuitively, I would say white must be better somehow, but I think I can actually.
Let's go with f4. Let's forget about that bishop on b8.
It's white to move. Actually, I thought that since the knight was attacked, it was black to move. f4. All right, let's check it. Can I somehow trade off queens? Because that would be wonderful.
Yeah, if queen g6, what is happening?
I guess you play queen h4.
And the problem of knight f5?
I guess we'll take, right? Then you're faster with the rook coming to g1 or bishop here. But...
Whoa. I want to do bishop take d5.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Always fun with you, Alyssa.
And then
work.
I go with if you take.
I take.
I go with the rook on g1.
Okay. King h8 or bishop g6 actually.
And that, oh no, bishop g6 destroyed all my plans. Come on.
You have counterattacks as well on f4, so nah, it doesn't work. It's always good to check things like this for sure. I think it looks fine for black actually. It looks a bit awkward with the pawn structure, but especially the knight on c3 cannot really join. So and what black's got the rook also, and the f pawn is weak. So I somehow feel the engine doesn't agree with me, but I feel black is absolutely fine. Maybe do we have something else instead of f4? Let's say I play king h1 now, but then you play queen g5 and you trade everything off. Now it looks fairly okay for black, I would say. Yeah.
PT.
All right. This was the first game. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, I guess we're going to talk once again about double pawns.
Well, here, yeah, the double pawns are actually controlling some important central square, like d4, e4, b4. The knight on c6 is feeling a bit uncomfortable. So it's not such a bad double pawn. But of course it could get weak. For example, yeah, I like this.
Yeah,
getting to d5.
White seems to hold on, yeah. But let's say you get a knight here. I'll just make some random moves. The knight looks here, play c6, let's say king h2, b5. I feel like black has got something here, but maybe not too much. Yeah, c5. This rook is amazing, by the way. It's doing so much. This rook on c4 might be the VIP of this position.
I like this. This great.
Look at this. It controls the whole queen side, more or less. Yeah, white might be okay. Double pawn, not too shabby, but maybe not too great. But the rook on c4 in combination, that's pretty good. Right. We need some excitement. We need mates. We need attacks. What's this?
Actually, I feel that watching all this position and giving evaluation and plans is so educational. And I hope that everyone in the chat is enjoying, because it's really giving lots of new ideas about chess, different position, different structure. So I feel it can be really very educational to watch.
Yeah, in general, looking at top level games, that's always a good thing to do. Like if you have an afternoon off, go watch the Online Olympiad. If you have an afternoon off, go watch another broadcast at Chess.com, or like another big event, because events are there almost always. Yeah, you got the St. Louis thing going on as well right now. So it's always, if you have some free time and you want to improve, then watching games like this is always helpful. At least also if you try to think along. That's my tip there as well. Try to think along, try to predict the moves, and try to make sure that you understand what's going on in the position. Yeah, you better.
What is going on here?
Yeah, that's of course where we're heading now. But what do you think? Can you sacrifice the full rook here? Because let's say you play king h1, you missed out rook h8 knight.
We like it.
It might work, yeah. G takes, queen takes. you might not be able to take the rook, the bishop. But after rook takes queen g3, you have rook g2 still. And then it's not only you give back the exchange, but you trade off the queens.
And what if instead of queen g3, you play rook h8?
Immediately. Oh. Okay, I'll play it a bit. So what about queen f3?
I could also just
attacking.
go away with my king and play king f8, just preparing. Oh, you like king f6?
I don't know if it works.
I'm shy, you know. I go on f8, but I go for the center, you know.
You're anything but shy. Come on. But yeah, it looks pretty normal to put the king away. But what's your entry point then? Let's say I do nothing. Yeah, rook g8, I guess. King f1. Maybe the whole point is rook g3. Get the king, queen away, and then you've got some entry points. This looks actually really good. Yeah, that's the point. So the point is to put the rook on g3. Oh, this might be a brilliant sacrifice. Let's see. No moves played yet. I think black might be contemplating taking on h4. That would be really cool. The alternative, I think, would be just to move the bishop back and then say, you still got weaknesses. I'm going to play king h6, rook g8. And yeah, this is also interesting. This could be the safe option here. Wow, what a cool position. I might have to write this down and take this as an exercise to one of my students.
Amazing. That's really cool.
All right. Anyway, let's see if we can find something else. Oh, queen takes h4. Wait a second. Ah, it's actually on the board. Okay.
Amazing. I like when they go for the fire, you know?
Yeah, I'll keep, let me check exactly. So here we are. Okay, yeah. I'll keep this position in mind. Maybe we can check it later. Let's check this. No, not that. This one. Okay, this might be cool. We got some knights on the rim. We got a knight on b6, which is not on the rim, but it's close to. Yeah. White's a pawn up. So this looks good for white, I would say.
Oh, I'm
What do you
thinking
think?
about how to improve. Mostly in this position, they are about maneuvering, no? Improving the pieces slowly. I don't know, but I kind of find cool the maneuver knight c8, knight d6, knight d8.
Oh.
So
going
unconventional.
fancy, huh? Going
It's never gonna happen, you know, that you just maneuver the knight on c8 and then d6
You
and then
can also
e8.
go like this, you know, also go for c4.
No, I want to go for c8.
There was a game back in the day where the trick was who gets the knight fastest to the other side. That was a fun game to play. Yeah. Yeah, so the knight needs to go all the way. If the knight starts on g1, you have to put it all the way on the 8th rank somewhere. And whoever gets that wins. That's an interesting game.
We can play it once.
Sure, I'll take
in the
it.
break, you know.
In the break. Is that a variant? That's not a variant, I think. Variant in the chess.com, right?
I don't
There
think
are lots
so.
of variants added there.
Yeah, we would have to play O2B, you know.
Probably. I'm just going Alessia style here. I want to see if it works. Queen e3, I suppose. Protecting. Queen e6. I'm going all in here. Takes here. Knight here. And nothing. Yeah?
And nothing.
Not too much. I went too far. Okay. Yeah, but you can. This looks funny. We might see an upset. Look at the rating difference, by the way. It's 2159 for black against 1562. I think this looks pretty good for white. If white gets to take the bishop, put a bishop on d5, the bishop on this diagonal.
Yeah, like also
Black
knight could
needs
get to c4.
The knight to c4. Yeah, also uncontested. Looks like a good square for the knight. Yeah.
I
or you mean
also the other knight to c4. Yeah.
Yeah. I figured. Yeah. Looks
Yeah,
good for
because
white. Yeah, might be an upset.
yeah, also in the future, just pushing the b4. Boom, boom, boom. Go, go. Never stop. Don't stop the pawn now. He's having such a good time. Let's see another game.
I was thinking of don't stop till you get enough.
Another song, you know?
I like yours better. Let's go quickly back to this game. You know, there's the full piece rook sacrifice. Rook is on h8. I like this. This looks really good for black. Black is playing his mind out.
This is the game of his life.
He is thinking a lot though. He only has 23 seconds in a difficult position. So, might be too much time. Okay, let's, by the way, we also have another pool. So let's switch back to that one as well. We're back to pool D. And this is, of course, the Aruba-Suriname match. Let's see about this position. So, better pawn structure for whites. H6 last move. Who's better and why? Intuitively, I would say white because of the better pawn structure and the rook on the c file, which might be open pretty soon. Yeah, and also, actually, I'll definitely take white because black has only got seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, also, now the rook. What's the best place for the rook? The 7th rank. So now the white rooks might get there.
I think rook e1 wins a pawn. Oh, no, it doesn't because bishop b4 is in Tissenz. I'll keep trying, guys. I'll keep trying. Hopefully, it will become a next soup swap. You know?
Oh, maybe the bishop on b4 might be trapped. Okay, very far away. Now that the a4 is on the board.
I think white's playing this perfectly. Black's playing this perfectly. You have two pawns on the same side, but they're not connected. So try to trade one off like this. Then you should be fine.
I feel white lost a bit of coordination, was probably needed to exchange the rook on d5 and then to place the rook on the 7th rank, and white would be putting pressure on black's.
Yeah, so rook e1 was a tactic. Tissenz, bishop b4 was another Tissenz, so it got countered. But you can take, play rook c7, and then you've got an active rook versus a passive rook. Yeah, and after this, you can play rook d7, maybe even winning the pawn.
I like it.
Looks good. The games are coming to a close. We see more and more results. Yeah, we got this position on the board as well.
Oh, equal material, but look at the rooks.
Yeah, activity. Look at the time as well. Okay, rook takes, b takes. This looks like it's winning for black now. Full pawn up. The pawn is going to march. Play rook d1, and it's over.
That pawn is a beast. Yeah,
Looks
this
good.
looks very good for black. Also, the time looks like 0-0-0.
Apologies. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it looks like
no worries,
yeah,
no worries,
no
Roland.
worries.
Just
Too
move
much.
on.
Oh, even here. Yeah, I was gonna show a very interesting rook ending here. Look at this. I need your wait for it. I want come on. Expert opinion on this endgame.
Oh, you know.
What do you
Mostly,
think? What are your thoughts?
well, it's important to go be active with the rook, to put in pressure. No, it's just a draw, Roland. Go on.
Yeah, let's go on. We got a night ending, but it's over. We got an ending here, but that's over. It's everywhere I look, it's over. So I'm going to look back towards the other pool.
Yeah, let's go to the other pool. We have a lot of pool to swim, you know. It's amazing.
We're back to the E pool, everyone. Yeah, so funny position.
I want to see a mate.
White is taking. Now don't play king g3 or king g1.
Knights are so tricky. Oh, knight f3. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, it's the most hated piece actually because there are so many forks in the position.
Or loved.
I've heard so many times. I hate knights because
I
of these
love
forks."
knights. They make me okay. Actually, knight e2 doesn't have a nice threat of rook f4. Okay, but still, but that's tricky, you know. With this knight, a rook incoming, there was the bishop hanging, of course.
Yeah. So no tricks as far as I can see. But yeah, the funny thing is, it's actually equal material. Black has got a rook, a knight, and a pawn for the queen. So the question is the queen's mobility going to be good enough to take this home? I think I would prefer the queen over the other two pieces. Yeah, you take a pawn, you're threatening stuff, the knight is pinned, so looks good.
Yeah, I also prefer the queen now. Now it's clear that you know, the king on g4 is actually good, a good piece. Because he's keeping the rook and the bishop a bit stuck to protect the knight.
Yeah, that's pretty much a real problem.
Yeah.
Well, now you can play knight d3. Maybe my idea was to do a fork, but now that I think about it, knight a5, and it's probably okay for black. Okay, let's check what happens. So g5 played, queen takes c7, bishop g7. Yeah, white's just gobbling up all the pawns.
Yeah,
it should be winning for white. Let's check the exciting rook sacrifice game again. By the way,
yeah, there was very few time. Okay, also white is having very few time. What happened here?
Look at this. Okay, so it got through. Black. This might be a game to rewatch it actually.
What a game! Congratulations to Maturin. What a game! I love it. Two rooks, and now black sacrificed a 4 rook in this game. Actually sacrificed first an exchange and then a piece. So was a 4 rook down. But it was having just this strong knight, the beast on f4. And then with the queen and another rook was able to get to this position where, black is just half material and is having such a good position. So should we just...
Yeah, very well done by Nathaniel. This is a game I actually wanted to write down. So I was searching for a pen, but there's nothing in the neighborhood. So
you can write it with blood.
With what? What?
With blood.
Blood. Pretty crazy, Alessia. Okay.
Don't listen to me.
God. Jesus. Okay, so all the games, as far as I can see, have finished. No, not really, actually. This is the last game. Not the last game, but this looks winning. Oh, this you don't see very often. 2 knights ending against the pawn.
That's actually very interesting. Because 2 knights against a king is draw. It's just theoretical draw. But if there is the pawn, actually the pawn is giving black a hope to win. The idea is that one knight is stopping the pawn and the other knight is helping to bring the king towards a hedge. And once the king is going towards a hedge, you can put the king in a zugzwang position. And then let the pawn roll and try to get a checkmate before the pawn is promoting.
Yeah,
but what do you think about this position?
I think it's a draw, actually. The pawn is too far advanced, and my strategy would be to get the king as far away from that pawn, so that the knights will have a longer way to come over and try to mate you, like you said. So I want to push my pawn as far as I can, and my king I want to put as far away on the other corner. To make sure, h6, why not? Just push it as far as you can, put the king in the other corner, and then the knights cannot get there in time. So this is gonna be a draw. There's no mating. Well, there is a mating potential, but it never happens. It can be avoided really, really easily. So should be a draw. We got this position, looks over. Got this position, which is not over.
Stalemate.
This could be something.
Well, this looks interesting. I mean, equal material, but there is a knight threat on g7 and h6.
Yeah.
So
I think actually, Alessia, we only have good queens and knights combination. We have not yet seen any queen and bishop good combination. So
yeah, but you know, this is a thematic Olympiad. The player were first to have combination with knight and queen. Tomorrow will be another theme. Every day we have. Today we have the strong queen plus knight.
Oh.
What is happening after queen g4? Is black having a way to
I'm wondering
protect
as
here?
well, how do you protect it indeed?
If
Like
knight
a
f6 is mate.
Yeah, well spotted. Maybe g6 anyhow, because if you take the pawn, the knight is trapped.
Is really trapped?
Let's check it out.
I go
You
back on
can
f5.
go back. You can simply go back. That's true. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, the knight can simply go back. Well, actually, if I go here, I'm gonna be a little bit fancy. Like if you move the knight now, I can play knight f6 in between move. Doesn't that? Hey. And then after that, you can take the knight. So it's complicated, but g6 looks like an interesting answer here. Knight h5 played. Queen g4 will be on the board, I imagine.
And g6 is also nearly forced. So
nearly, yeah. I mean, there's not much else. Like if queen g6, you have knight e7, right? Rook takes, and white wins the exchange. Yep.
Ooh la la, that's good.
La la. So what else? How can you protect the knight and make sure? Well, we also gotta check the checks, yeah. Does this help black? Check g3. Does this help somehow? I don't see it. I still think the problem isn't solved.
Yeah, also I
queen c1, but no, you can just take, I guess, because there's no mate.
There's no mate for us. Oh, and there is no background music, so sometimes
you gotta just sing, yeah.
Yeah.
The Italian song that I think I know the best is the Turandot song. Do you know Turandot, the opera, Pavarotti?
Oh, the opera. I know Pavarotti, yeah? Yeah, one day you will sing for us, Pavarotti. At the end of the Olympiad, you will start the closing ceremony by singing Pavarotti.
Well, I think one of the things he says is vincerà, which means I will win, right? Or something.
Vincerà. I know it. Okay, let's stick to chess together.
It could be. Well, we're talking about it because this is the only game left, and white hasn't moved after knight h5. So
yeah, so we need to entertain the public. Yeah, I see that the chat is supporting the idea of music and chess. So, Roland, you feel you can go with some freestyle or with some opera. We like everything, you know.
I can do some Dutch rap. Would you guys like to hear some Dutch rap?
I like it.
Otherwise, I can try Lose Yourself. Mom Spaghetti. Queen c7 is a cheeky move, right? The idea is to mate, but I think I actually can take the knight because after rook d1, you have rook d1. So it doesn't work. Queen c7 doesn't work, and it's on the board. You can just take the knight. Take the knight away.
I don't know why, but for everything that you say, I have a song in mind.
I know, right? Me too. When we said in the break that you were going to get some wine, immediately the song "Red, Red Wine" came in my head. I had that during the whole break in my head. There's no good beer song. It's only wine, I think.
Well, some beer experts might find a beer song. They might be aware of it. But yeah,
So I didn't notice, but yeah, the threat still remains. So yeah, black needs to somehow cover that threat with the knight on h5.
Yeah.
Okay, down to 40 seconds on the clock, everyone.
Time is getting shaky.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is black going to play?
That would be hard. I think g6. I think it's the only try you
Yeah.
can do.
G6 will happen, and then I think the pawn on h6 could be taken, because I was thinking that if king f8, actually white doesn't have to move the knight.
That's true. You can also move the queen and then put the knight on g4.
So I can just chill, yeah.
You can just chill. Yeah. Just relax. Really, with everything we say, you can have a song.
Yeah, we need to stop thinking about that. If not, Vic is gonna fire us, you know?
Exactly. Queen e5? No. No, this must be a connection error. I think queen c5.
Are you sure about that?
Well, this is just a full queen, right? So why did white take on h6? Why not just grab the queen then?
Maybe a pre-move, or maybe like saying, "Hi, give you a check first. I want to be precise."
That could be something, yeah. No, I think, let me refresh and let's see if
Yeah.
no, okay, so something else happened entirely. So white took on h5, rook d1, rook e1 takes, queen e5, and now takes on h6. So there was a little bit of a connection thing. It showed differently than what was on the board, actually.
But
Okay,
that's still amazing, no?
This is a nice trick, right?
Discovery check, and now the queen is going to say goodbye, my lover.
We just keep going with it, yeah. All right. With that in mind, I think we need to go once again to a short break. All the games have finished. We will get back to you, of course, with the results and the upcoming matches. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. So yeah, see you soon. Hello, everyone, and we are back, of course, with more coverage on the Online Olympia 2021. I'm still Roland, and I'm still here, of course, with Alessia Santaramo. So yeah, Pool D actually has finished their rounds for today. So let's talk about the results that happened today. Take it away.
Yeah, South America 1, 3.5. Oh, sorry, I was already still at the previous round. We have Pool D round 7, so the last round for Pool D today, and Cape Verde won 5.5 to half point. Oh, we have lots of very straightforward match. Ghana won 6-0, Senegal won 6-0, and then we have a 5-0 for South America against Côte d'Ivoire. And also we have Suriname with the 4.5 and Cameroon with 4-2 against Gambia. Oh, Aruba was leading, right?
And now they were leading, yes. Now that was a big match, actually. That was the number 1 against the number 2, and the number 1, Aruba, lost to Suriname, the number 2. So I expect Suriname to be up in the standings now. But of course, let's take a look first at what's coming for Pool E as well. They also had their first round of today already played, and now round 5 as well, of course. So here, round 4 results, 3.5, 2.5 for Guyana, St. Lucia, 2.5, 3.5 for Cayman Islands, 4.5, 1.5 for Netherlands Antilles.
Actually, this was the previous round, so I think that round are not updated.
That's correct. The results of round 5 are not yet in, so all right, that's correct. Oops.
So okay, we can just maybe they are here.
Okay, there we go. They are updated. So our guy that backs us up, the producer, has saved us here. So there we go. Shout out to Mr. Bigfoot. So round 5, 4.5, 1.5 results for Puerto Rico. So they are looking really strong still. Trinidad and Tobago 4-2. Haiti also still going strong. 5.5, 0, 1.5 against Togo. Bermuda, Mauritania 3-3. Cayman Islands 2-4 against the Netherlands Antilles, and Bahamas lost to St. Lucia 2-4. All right, round 6 is going to start in a little bit. So Pool E is the only pool that we are going to take a look at from now on. But yeah, so let's take a look at the standings for Pool D. They just finished, and Suriname, like we said, taking over the lead from Aruba in a direct confrontation. And yeah, but there is still a lot to play for. Like, it's not as clear as in Pool C, for example, where you get 3 countries that are way ahead of the others. Here, everything can happen still. Cape Verde, Cameroon, and Sao Tome are still looking very strong to also join the 3rd place in Pool D. But yeah, still a lot of things to play for. But let's focus a bit on Pool E now. So,
absolutely. Yeah, because we have 3 teams on 3 points, 10 points. Yeah, 3 teams on 10 points, and there are Puerto Rico, Haiti, and Trinidad and Tobago. So of course we want to check what they are doing right now. So I'm curious. It's still 2 minutes before the game was starting. So why don't we have a look at the pairings? Because I want to see if we have some direct matches between Puerto Rico, Haiti, and Trinidad. Yes, we have Puerto Rico against Trinidad. Do you see there? So we will see. Just one of them.
Yeah, that's the biggest one. Basically, Haiti is playing against Antigua, so that could also be a really interesting match. Antigua not looking too hot at the moment, only 3 match points. But, anything can happen in chess. Chess is like life. There was a grandmaster, some grandmaster that said that. So chess is like life, and this is the same comparison. Anything can happen in the standings still. So there you go. Chess is like life. Philosopher Roland out. Okay. Yeah, but we still have got a few minutes before the game starts. So yeah, but once again, really thrilled to see Haiti do well as well. And the Dutch countries in Pool D, Aruba and Suriname, also doing very well. So
yeah, Suriname is leading. Amazing.
Yeah. Lots of action still coming, everyone. And actually, we've still got some time, so maybe it would be a good idea to show you guys what the format is once again. So we are now stuck in the base division or the 4th division. Last year it was called the base division, but here we are in the 4th division. It's a 2-stage event. After all the divisions are done, so we are now in Division 4. If you qualify from Division 4 in the top 3, then you will move on to Division 3. Division 3 moves on to Division 2, and so on until you move on to the playoff stage, where you are going to play for all the marbles. One more thing, the time control is 50 minutes plus 5 seconds. And yeah, so actually I was thinking about last year actually. So my country is the Netherlands, your country is Italy. And I was thinking, what country stood out to you last year actually? What was the biggest surprise? If you remember.
I don't really remember. But I think Pakistan and the Division 5 was doing something good.
Yeah, Pakistan, I think, was doing really well. Yeah, the country that came to mind for me was Lebanon, actually. They started in the base division last year, and they in the base division, then they went to Division 4. There they qualified as well to Division 3. So they survived 3 divisions last year. That was something that I really remember. And otherwise, of course, the final countries, Russia against India, I believe. India looking very strong in the end. All right, but yes, guys, the games have started. We can look into the action. Take us to the board, Roland. I will. 1 second.
Yes, we already have a board. And what is this opening? Again, a Benoni structure where white is having f4 and e4 this time. Previously, we saw the same structure.
Very aggressive. Yeah, I don't understand. F4, you could, oh yeah, the F4 Benoni. Okay, bishop G7, but bishop B5, that's a move you don't see very often. Like the whole point of the Benoni is that you've got light squared pieces, too many light pieces, so you want to trade one off in the end. So bishop b5 actually helps. But I remember now. It's actually a tricky line where you try to go for the attack immediately. That's what it is. So yeah, it's a tricky side line, I believe. It's not the one. It's not the main line in this whole variation.
It feels very, very aggressive and actually also strong because, yeah, white is just pushing all the pawns. There are some pins. There are some problems. How is black going to face this?
I'm tempted to just sacrifice everything, actually.
Oh, let's
see. The king is
what.
still in the middle, so I'm thinking like knight h5, e6. Okay, you lose a piece, but after short castle, or maybe first take, I don't know, probably castle. E takes, bishop takes. Look at all the development you have. All your pieces are developed, so you have some counterplay for sure. The question is it enough?
Instead of castling, why don't we go with the queen to h4 and we say, hey, you're king. It's looking weird there.
We say what? Hey. Yeah, it could be good. Knight takes. There is a little, if I take back, you take my rook, of course. But I have knight f3 here.
Oh,
that
no.
could be a bit of a deal breaker here. After queen h3, you still got the pin going on, but I play rook g1, getting out of the pin, and now I'm covering 2 pieces. So you will lose a piece after this once again.
Yeah, so probably not working.
You still got 2 pawns after this, so it might actually be worth to just play something like this. But yeah, this time the king is still in the center, so after queen e2. I don't know. I feel like after e5, knight g8 was played. Okay, but now after e6, I don't think you have any compensation.
Yeah, that's pretty shy move. Because now the knight is not really helping. So the idea with queen h4 is not working anymore because g3 is just enough to solve all the problems. Can an idea like queen e7 work?
Yeah, I play queen e2. I was looking at that as well. Maybe somehow, somewhere
over the rainbow.
Yeah, you can make use of this somehow, but
Roland, I have another idea. So what about something like with the queen on a4?
On h4.
Queen on a4. No, on a5. Sorry, on a5. Sorry.
Ah, okay. Right now, or
Well, we need to be smart. Probably the knight on g8 is never a good piece.
okay, let's put it
But
here
also
then.
some.
Or sorry.
Yeah. You can
I'll
go
let you
whatever.
talk. I'll let you talk.
No. You go whatever with the knight. I would just want to
Okay.
see the idea with queen a5.
Okay, with taking here or without?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's put it here. I guess you have to take everything. Bishop
Yeah.
d2. It could be good. I mean, you've got your rook out already, so yeah. But bishop d2 is probably not correct. I think I should play this and then short castle as soon as possible.
Oh yeah.
I think it's not enough. I think black has got yeah, not enough. Maybe there is some tactic there, but I'm not too sure. Anyway, this is what happened on the board. And okay, white decided to trade off the queen, so white will be a full piece up against one pawn. Looking good for white. Okay, but that was an interesting step. Let's move on to another. This is a game where I think the opening clearly went wrong for black. Let's see what happened. The classic, okay, d6 mistake. Yeah, d takes, queen takes, or first take there. And now you not only lose the e5 pawn, there's a double attack going as well. So this is a 2-pawn loss for Olga.
Yeah, that's not good, guys. I think I won a game in this way. I was very happy.
Were you really young? Or was it recent?
No, I was older. I was old already.
Oh, how old? How young? How young?
I had my gray hair already.
All right.
Go on, Roland. When I say those things, just go on. Talk about chess, you know.
Okay, I have a Sicilian position for you.
Sicilian.
I think so, right? Oh no, it started as a modern, but it ended up becoming some sort of a Sicilian position. Okay, yeah, one thing I don't like is e6. Like all your pawns are nicely protected, but after e6, d6 is very, very weak. And all white needs to do is, yeah, knight e8 is sometimes a move that's forced to protect the pawn there. So yeah, e6 is really backfired. And now we get this position. Yeah, if not for the pawn here, I would say black is fine. But with the pawn here, I would say black is worse. What do you think?
I gotta agree.
You don't? Oh.
No. I have
Oh,
to
you
agree.
gotta agree. Okay.
It's good. I like how you explained it, and it makes lots of sense.
Well, thank you. Let's see. So, what
I
about?
will. Okay.
Oh.
I like. Let's go on. New position, new things.
I saw an attack. Let's go. Let's go for it. We got once again a hook, so we need to start attacking. Actually, I think this was an exchange French. So what? Yeah. So whenever somebody plays the exchange French, I'm always rooting for the French. Actually, yeah.
Because you feel like white is not really ambitious.
That's the topic here. If you play the exchange French, there is like this idea about it. Like there have been some tries where you can play for a win, but if you can play it with c3 as well, very often it's regarded as not really a winning try. But I like how black is playing. Black decided, no, I want to fight. I'm going to long castle, and then I'm going to play g5 and g4. Makes sense. I like
Actually,
black.
I really like this idea. You know, with knight g7, changing the bishop on f5, and then go with f6, g5, long castle. Amazing.
Yeah, it's actually a standard plan, yeah. So white could have played knight e2 here as well to go for the full symmetrical position. But yeah, this is a way to switch it up. And French players, I think, learn this quite early as well, that the knight needs to go here and bishop f5 if you've got the opportunity. Yeah, well, white plays knight f3, and now we got a very exciting position. And yeah, black is simply faster with the attack, so I'm pretty sure I like black here much better. Like white can play b5, the knight has to move to an awkward square on b8 after taking, and then b5. But Well, actually, can you play b5? Because you got rook dg1 and then a lot of tricks. I like black. That's my conclusion. Okay. Enough symmetrical French
What's
position.
next?
What's next? Attacks. Look at that. That's not really an attack. It's just tactics. Just winning. So yeah, Mohammed is doing well against Daniel Suiko. Just a lot of material up. Probably going to be a full rook. All right.
Yeah, that's probably enough material. I see lots of extra pawns for white. White is having all the 8 pawns, and black that is not having 2 pawns. What happened here, Roland?
Yeah, let's take a look. I think it was, what was the gambit? Stanford gambit, I think.
Oh, big shout out to International Master Rosen.
Exactly, yeah, who popularized it almost all by himself. Yeah.
It's not really a Stafford gambit. The Stafford gambit is with knight c6, but here black is not watching Rosen's stream, and so didn't play the Stafford.
I think I actually lost to Erik Rosen in this way. I can show it real briefly. So the idea is the trick is h5 here, where after short castle, you're going to start attacking like this. And let's say you play d3, then after queen h4, it's basically already over because you're going to get mates. Yeah, it's a really funny line. It's still not 100% over, I think, because you can take, and play something like bishop f4. But there are tricks like this, and you can fall for it so easily. That, yeah, or maybe actually the tricky line was h3, queen h4. Yeah, and if you do this, it's actually made like this. But yeah, Erik Rosen has won so many games like this that it's, yeah, that's why it's called his pet line more. I actually lost to Erik Rosen in this opening. Yeah, in Blitz though, not in a real game. In a real game, I beat him. I beat him, okay? Yes.
I started a proposition to change the name of Stafford Gambit in Rosen Gambit.
Rosen Gambit, okay. Then the Grob should be the Santaramo there.
No, I'm not too famous for that.
And the Dutch should be the Roland Pruses variation. Yes, let's start changing all the names into streamer names. Why not? All right, so, but yeah, it's he played it a little bit differently with not like this, of course. Queen e2, bishop c5. Black still has compensation, but white lost, took the bishop off the board, and then it's there are no tricks anymore. Even lost the second pawn on c5, so just looking very healthy for white. I think just healthy 2 pawns up. Yeah, well, that was a cool story. The Stanford Bridge. No, the Stanford opening, not the Stanford Bridge. Let's see. Oh, this looks like fun. We were talking about the bishop pair, right?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, actually, it's funny. For a second, I thought like the bishop on c7 was on c8. I said, "What is happening here? Something is weird."
Yeah, but it's true. Yeah, bishop does still look a bit weird, I would say. Like white can play knight c5 and the knight looks good, but actually after bishop b6, what I really like about black's position actually is the bishop. This bishop looks amazing. It will always have good targets on this diagonal. And actually you see this very often in the Caracal. Actually, this was a Caracal opening. And this bishop, it needs to be controlled. This bishop has so much range, so much to do on this diagonal that it's yeah, a really strong piece, but it's still closed position. There are not a lot of weaknesses in the position, but yeah, how to continue here as white or with black? I don't know. It's a tough position. Which side would you prefer? Would you prefer white or black here?
Well, I'm not sure. I really like the bishop on f5 as well. I'm just curious about the bishop on c7, as you said, because it feels like, what is he doing?
Maybe you can start, but yeah, the knights, yeah. If
I might like the knight more here, because the knight on c5 is looking really good. Where do you think is an ideal position for the other knight?
I'll leave it. I'll actually have a funny idea because I was saying knight c5 doesn't look good because of bishop c6, but I'm going to maneuver it to c6, and then I can move my knight because this knight on c6 is defending d4 very nicely, and then the knight maybe can move. But still, even then, actually, let's say I play queen d7, prophylactic to knight c6, a6, and I can undermine the knight on c6. So to be honest, I don't know. I don't see a good plan for black. I don't see a good plan for white. It's difficult. I want to play f6 maybe, but I think that can backfire after the e file gets open for white. So that's a difficult position. I don't know. My gut says that black is doing really good, but my head doesn't.
Yeah, I also have this. You also give me this idea that white should be doing good. Oh, what do you like? Do you like the idea of c3?
Looks a bit weird, yeah, but white can play queen a1 to solve the whole problem. So I think it's okay for white. Actually, that might be really good to just put your rook on the a file and then start attacking the a7 pawn. I think I like whites now very much. Well played by white. Yeah, the queen is coming to a1, and then you can start targeting the a7 pawn. This pawn here protects d4. This bishop is not looking at much if you focus all the attention on the a file. Well played. I suddenly like whites. Yeah, after queen a1, I really like white. The knight looks really good in c5. Tactics, and yeah, I don't see a counterplay for black, so I like white. Yeah. So let's move on. More games. More games. I'm like the Cookie Monster, but then with chess games. Yes.
Games. Give me games. More games.
Well, I'll give you an end game. So we were here, but now we are here. And now we are here. And this is the position. So this was the position where, yeah, black lost a piece in the modern with e6. In the Benoni, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So it was this position before, and e6 happened. But now we got this position, and I don't know anymore. Knight g6 is nice though. It's a nice discovery. But these pawns, if they start marching, could be interesting. So black is fighting back. It's not over just yet. But okay, we already went over this position, so let's move on to this one. What do you think about this one?
The first thing that is coming into my mind is the bishop on b7 and the queen on c6. Oh, and knight to d2. You see, targeting the knight on f3, that is the only defensor. So I kind of like this.
What am I missing? Am I missing something?
Oh, bishop g5? No.
I'll take it. Thank you for all these free gifts. No, it just doesn't work. White took actually on d2 with the bishop. So yeah, looks to me it looks like black just blundered a full piece.
Yeah.
That's sad. Okay. Well, let's move on. This one. Yeah, I remember Triss Ann Richards. I think last year she scored very well, if I'm not mistaken. I think she was one of the top scorers of her country, if I'm not mistaken. The name does ring a bell from last year. But yeah, and I think she's doing very well as well now. She has a pawn up, active pieces, another good bishop over here, and no a file to work with, so the bishop is looking good. Right.
Can a move like knight to e6 be dangerous for black?
I guess I'll have to take. Or actually, I can also play rook fc8 now that I think about it. Yeah, to protect the pawn on c5.
And what if I go with knight h5 and I say, "Whew, you forgot about the pawn on g7"?
I'm gonna say, ha, I did not. Here you go. Rook a7. This is why I like rooks. Rooks are not only good on open files. They're also good in rook lift. So there you go. Moves like this can be really surprising. Yeah, probably my favorite move in the whole game, the rook lift.
Nice. You saw it. You're a good grandmaster.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Don't give me too many compliments, okay? Or I will be living.
Don't blush.
I'll be living on the roof from now on. So. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think black is just doing well, but 96, it's very well. A move like this is critical. Otherwise, black is simply one pawn up, right? So, yeah. But it works for black, so it seems like black is doing simply really well.
I have an idea, Roland. When you change the game or you find a new game, I do a dun, 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 dun.
Oh, you want me to? Okay, sure. Yeah.
I do a quick transition, you know? That's yeah. That's good. So that's new game, guys. So black is having an extra pawn here.
Let us know in the comments if you like that. Rook f6. Okay, white can grab that pawn on a7. So if white grabs that pawn, I think white's better. Simply the better pawn structure. e6 is weak. So I think black is worse. Yeah, but not that much worse. I mean, after taking on a7, this pawn can start being a bit annoying for white, perhaps. And the rooks are also eyeing f2. But yeah, this feels like white's got all the king is safe, no weaknesses whatsoever. This is one weakness. White is better pawn structure, so I'm pretty sure the white should be technically weaker, but yeah, of course white's not even a pawn up, so it's a whole game that we have still got ahead here. But yeah, I like white. That's it. Do you agree?
No, I don't. No, actually, no, I agree. I like it.
All right. d4 played. Looks quite interesting.
But can't that pawn be like a weakness at one point?
Yep. That's why I was going to say this might be an idea, but I think it's going to be a weakness. Yeah. Like let's say I play rook d2, d3, rook e3. I'm actually going to start trying to just catch the pawn because it cannot be defended by the other pawn anymore. And tactics, I think, also don't work. Like rook takes f2. Let's say I take d2. I'm gonna say, haha, you can't stop my pawn. But there are still some checks in the position as well. So I was calculating this in my head. Like, is this winning for white or not?
Haha, imagine if you cannot stop the pawn. No, you can.
Actually, after queen f4 it wins. I'm just gonna keep the fun going. Like rook f4, mating maybe.
Oh, knight check. I want under promotion with the knight, and maybe black is backfiring.
Yeah, this was way too far. How far deep was this? This was like 10 moves deep. So, but yeah, even tactics like that don't work, I believe, because of the checks on the back rank. So I'm thinking that d4 shouldn't work. But okay, yeah, interesting position still. Let's move on. We've got a knight versus bishop endgame over here.
Voila.
I was thinking the knight was trapped, but the knight can still move back to c4. Yep.
I think I like the knight here.
On c4?
Yeah. Or maybe what is black? Yeah, but I can play g5 maybe.
Could be. Yeah, knight c4, g5. This could backfire as well after a move like 93. I think it's okay. I think the position is actually around equal. I think not much is going on here. Maybe if I had to choose, would I pick black or white? Okay, now Michael Jackson song comes in my head.
No, actually, I would pick black. I have now this because the knight can never attack the pawn on a4. But if like black is going to push the pawns, they could be like a problem.
Yeah, I guess maybe. I would pick black here as well. Yeah, black is looking good in this position. but not too much. I would say white has very good drawing chances. And,
Yeah, also the
predict-
knight is the swindle piece, so it's always possible, you know.
Yeah, it's your favorite piece, right? We just established that.
Well, actually, no, I said the queen.
Queen.
But I really like in bullet, knight is my favorite piece.
Your third piece or your first?
My favorite. In bullet,
Favorite.
now 1 minute. The knight is mwah.
Well, here you go. What do you think about this knight?
Oh, that's cool. It's looking really great.
I'll make
And
it green.
All right. Oh wow, now that the queen joined f5 is even better, you know.
But there's some counter tricks here. There are some. Oh wait, it was white to move even. Oh, that changes things.
It's crazy. Okay, yeah, e6, c6, just too good. Threading mate on d7, and also just e7, e8. That's a boom boom.
That's a mate. Yeah, you can't stop it. You're just not.
Can we show the mate? Let's move the knight to c5.
Knight. Okay, sure. All right.
And then e7, king d7. All right. And I want to show the
I'll indulge you. I'll indulge.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And
here
now
for you.
queen e7. Yes, I love this mate. I just love, with the promotion with double check that just the two queens can be attached. So it's always good to keep in mind that even if two rooks are controlling the e8 square, if you manage to give double check, the king needs just to move. There is no other way to defend it. So that's a good trick, just always to be aware that you can promote in this way.
Indeed. And okay, black decided to, but yeah, now it's completely over. There are no threats here anymore. White is a full rook up, so this should be over pretty soon. All right.
Wait, but is black to move?
No, it's queen e6 played, b takes played. This is now the current position.
Okay. This makes sense. All right, very good. White is leading, and okay, white is also having 8 minutes. I guess
that's a good night, yeah.
That's a lot of time.
I see a weak king. That's all. Take it away. Yeah, this looks good for a white. Yeah, weak king. All pieces are attacked. The rook on a8 doesn't do much at the moment. So.
Yeah, also the rook just going to c7 all the way up.
All the way.
Cool. We like it. With mates ideas. Yeah, amazing. What is just leading here? Do we have some cool endgame, where maybe it's a bit more discussion, strategy, plans, idea, combinations?
Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
You request, you command, I do it. That's some fancy way of saying that, but okay. Is this rook ending winning for white? We always have that question.
White has material-wise, we are perfectly equal. 3+2 for white and 3+2 for black. I'm of course talking about the pawns. The only difference I would say is about the kings, because the black king is on c8 and is blocked by the rook, so it's a bit cut off the king side. But I'm not sure how white can progress here.
I do. Yes, rook f4, or maybe even a little bit more. My idea is rook d2 to keep the king cut off, rook f2, and then rook f6. Yeah, I want to play, let's say black plays this. I'll play rook d2 to make sure black cannot counter. For one move, let's say a5, rook f2, king d7, for example, rook f6. And I would say, want to trade?
Okay, trade is pretty clear that then the strong king is winning the endgame. But what about rook e2?
Yeah, and that's the big question here. I think I want to play h4. And my idea is I want to gobble up those pawns and say, I'm going to be faster on this side than you on this side.
Roland, I have an idea.
All right.
So if we go back with the rook on d2, when the rook is cutting the king off the board, why don't we improve the king to f7? And then we go with rook f2. Because then if king d7, we have a check, and our opponent is forced to change. Oh.
Well, I can put the rook on d6 then still and try to create some counterplay, but I like it. The king is better here actually, because after rook f6, rook d2, h4, rook g2 is easily met by rook takes g6. That's the difference. So it could be viable to put the king here actually. Yeah. But yeah, it's clear that white is in the driver's seat. Yeah, white clearly is playing for a win here. a5 played, rook d2 actually played, b5 played, h4 played, c6 played. This is the current position. I'm pretty sure rook f2 and rook f6 will come. There's not much else. But what I like about black's play is that pushing the pawns forward makes it easier to promote yourself. So black is trying to defend very well. It's the right approach.
I like it. I like it. Let's see. This is curious because it's basically black, of course, cannot passively protect the position. And that's one more time a reminder. You need to try to counter attack in an active way. That's why the only real defense for black is to try to push the pawn on the queen side and be ready to face the move rook f2, rook f6 with rook e2, trying to get the pawn on the second rank.
We actually have this on the board, so I'm pretty sure rook e2 will come. Yeah, but let's move on. I have an interesting position for you, which is this one. White is a piece down, but the king is in the center, so this could be very interesting. Like you could try to open up the e file, for example, and try to start checking.
But I'm so scared. What is that queen doing on g7?
Oh, I see what's happening. The threat, queen h5 is brilliant, by the way. If you're not careful, you are going to get trapped.
Oh no, my queen.
Knight e8, knight e8. I figured there was something wrong, but queen h5 is actually kind of brilliant, because then the queen cannot go to h7. Let's say you went here, and now I can start attacking because knight e8 is not a threat. I can just take the pawn.
Yeah.
Queen h5, well played. Well played. What happened? Okay, they're thinking right here. But yeah, with that in mind, I think white is lost, actually. Well, you can try to kick the queen away, but after knight g3, you just play queen h4. And the same idea is still there. So I think white is busted, as they say.
Oh, can knight f5 work? After knight g3, knight queen h4, knight f5, with the idea to to open the f file, then maybe give a check with a rook, just to
Like
try to
this?
save things. Yeah.
Knight f5, g takes.
G take. Yeah, e takes. Sorry.
198 is still possible, but even if okay, let's play knight e8 just to be sure.
Yeah.
Because if
then
you
after
play
rook
rook e1, king d8, and the queen needs to go, you trade it off, and it's clearly two pieces up for black. Yeah, you do have to be very cool, because the knight is you are under attack, so you need to keep your cool, stay calm and defend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I thought this game was more exciting than I thought, but looks like if knight e8 comes on the board, it's over. So
yeah, beautiful queen h5.
Yeah, queen h5, definitely a good move. Okay.
And if this game is looking so good for black, what will be about the next game that Roland is accurately choosing for us?
Accurately?
Yes, for the show.
For the show.
For the hype. For the good chess.
Yeah, keep going.
Paper wine.
I got this position. Okay, so there are not a lot of positions over anymore. A lot of the games have already decided. So, but this looks interesting. We got a pawn on f5, which could be the lance to break open a black position. But white's king is also not the safest. What's your first impression? Is black better or is white better? White also
My first impression.
Mm-hmm.
My first impression is that I don't know. I never have a first impression. I need to think. Chess is about, trying to get deep inside the positions. Because
What was
my
your
first
first-
impression is wrong. I say white, white. I like white as a pawn on f5. I don't know. I say white. But then I realized that what attack is white having? Not a real one, no?
Not yet. No, not yet. Yeah, I was thinking white as well. Rook d8 actually makes a lot of sense. Just protect the pawn, and white does not have any entry points, as far as I can see. Yeah, you can even trade off the queens now. But yeah, we've decided that knights and queens are better, so it's better to take.
Also, I like to keep the queen, because I feel that actually white king is going to be even more weak than black king.
But I don't think white is worse here. White looks perfectly okay. Maybe rook c1, rook c5, not rook c4, rook c5. And there were some tactics, so I like white suddenly. I think maybe white was already better here, actually. So the engine, I'm not too sure about that. I don't agree.
So my instinct is good.
Your instinct is good. Well, yeah, you've got different type of players. Yeah, you got players that think by heart. You got players that think only by head. Like the so-called intuitive players, or non-intuitive, I guess. Yeah.
Well, sometimes a mixture I think is always good. I really like to think logically about the position. So to start with some general consideration, look at the material, the king position, everything, and then to go deep into concrete things. So to see if there is something, because mostly if the logic says that white is better, and there is no concrete way to prove otherwise, then probably the logic was good. But sometimes, sometimes one position looks nice, but it's just from a picture point of view, it looks nice, but it's not really nice.
Yeah, or I lost a lot of games where I thought I had a really good position, but it turned out that I couldn't find the way to progress. Like I couldn't find the right way to move my pieces. And then in the end, it turned out that I wasn't, that I screwed my position up, that I wasn't winning anymore. So those are the hardest positions. Those are very hard positions to play, I'd say, where your instinct is screaming, you're winning, you're winning, you're winning. But then you don't see how. You don't see how I must be winning. And then you spend like 15 minutes in an over the board game to try and figure out how you're winning. You can't find it, and then you play. You try to go for some crazy variation because you think I must be winning, it must be good, but then it backfires. Yeah. As you can hear, I had some personal experience. So.
We are sure about that.
Hope you guys can relate, everyone that's watching, everyone in the chat. Hi, by the way, thank you for sticking with us. It's a long day, of course, of the online Olympiad. This is only the second to last round. After this one, we still have one more round of action ahead of you guys. So don't worry, we're still gonna be here for some time. I'm checking around and see. Okay, so the queen actually got trapped by the knight. Oh, not exactly, because the knight can be taken off. But I think that black is simply a full piece up, yeah, in this position. All right, moving right along. Endgame. Look at this. Black is a queen up, but the engine is saying white has 99 winning chances here.
My dear friends,
My
I'm
goodness.
sorry to tell you, but this engine is completely wrong.
Wrong indeed. Yes.
Yeah, now the king is going to e8, so controlling. Oh, we nearly stalemate. But no, the king can just go to e8, e6, just capturing the pawn on d6, and then it's just a GG.
Look at this. The engine agrees. The engine says that black is winning. Look at this. 90. No, not. Oh, it's 100%.
Actually, the draw percentage is still higher. Yeah, guys. Too much beer, as the chat is saying. Too much beer for this engine. Don't worry, guys. You can listen to our Grandmaster and also be to your Women FM. So don't worry, we're here for a reason.
Yeah, we're not here just to have fun. We are professionals. We will show you guys how to. We are human engines, more or less. Yeah, last game. This is the last game. We still got this game as well, but it looks over. So I'm actually thinking of going for a break a little bit quicker than usual, but that's because we don't have any more games going on. Like I said, we still got this game actually still going on. So white has, okay, but now the queen is totally trapped. You can play rook g8 and then the queen is trapped. So once again, looking very good for black. Gregory against Noah. Gregory also has 5 more minutes on the clock than Noah. So in my opinion, this should also be over quite soon.
Yeah, black is looking just too cool.
I like it though. The engine is drunk. The engine had too much beer, not wine. Look at that.
Yeah, wine is expensive, you know.
Yeah, that's true actually. If you buy a bottle of wine versus a bottle of beer, it's definitely a big difference. But wine is older. I believe. Back in the Roman ages, they were drinking wine already, and they weren't drinking beer. So, but there was also mead. History lesson about booze. Who'd have thought about that on the Chess.com Twitch channel, right?
We appreciate it, Roland. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a beer guy, but do you drink sometimes, or?
I prefer wine.
You prefer?
But I don't drink too much generally. Yeah.
Never drink too much, guys. Everyone. Okay, and with that, the last game in this round is over. So everyone, like we said, we're going on to another break. And after this, we will, of course, continue with the live coverage of the Online Olympiad, Pool E, Division 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are still here with the Online Olympiad. It's been a long day already, and yeah, I think we've caught up towards the 11th hour already. So yeah, it's been a long, hectic day so far, but we're still here. I'm still Roland, and I'm still here, of course, with Alessia Santarama. So yeah, we just finished round 7 of the E-pool. No, I'm saying that wrong. Round 6 of the E-pool. So take it away, Alessia. What happened in round 6?
What happened? What happened in round 6? So we have also here some pretty strong victory. I see lots of 5-1. Look, the winner teams are Saint Lucia, then we have Netherlands and Phyllis, and then we have also Bermuda and also Puerto Rico. And don't forget that this round we were really looking at, because let's not forget that Puerto Rico and Trinidad were the 2 teams leading. Let's have a short look at the standings, then we go back to the pairings, because you see Puerto Rico is now taking the lead with 12 points. Instead, Trinidad and Tobago is yeah, it's at 10 points. But still, this pool E is open. There are still many rounds to go. And also still Guyana has the chance to strike back and to get there. So I will move quickly back to the pairings and the results of Pool E, because we also need to see that the Mauritania against Chimera Islands ended in a 3-3, and Haiti won the match against Antigua, also going with 12 points, leading the Pool E. What's about the next round? Do we have another? Oh, we have another big match. Look, guys, Haiti against Puerto Rico, both leading with 12 points. So that's pretty decisive. I'm seriously looking for that. Also, we have Trinidad and Guyana, Bermuda against Antigua, Cayman against Togo, Bahamas against Mauritania, and St. Lucie against Netherlands Antilles. Which one will be your next holiday, Roland?
My next holiday. Actually, I'm planning to take a holiday off, but I'll stay in the Netherlands anyway, because the Netherlands is a cool country. I like to visit that. But I actually want to mention something. We've got the number 1 versus the number 2 in the next round, Puerto Rico versus Haiti. Well, we also got number 3 against number 4. We got Trinidad versus Guyana. So actually, everyone, round 7 will be one of the most decisive rounds in this whole pool, I believe. And something else that I noticed, and this is even more clear in Pool D, but in Pool E, Puerto Rico has 32 board points, which means in all the 6 matches, they only lost 4 board points in total, which is quite impressive. But if you compare that to Suriname, if we can take a look at the standings real quick, you'll see that Suriname has 37 board points actually out of, if I'm not mistaken, let's see, I need to calculate a little bit. 37 out of 42 board points, so only 5 losses there. 5 board.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Hopefully we can get the standings up there at some point. But yeah, Puerto Rico just doing very well at the moment, of course. And now the all decisive game against Haiti, the number 1 versus number 2, and Guyana versus Trinidad and Tobago, the number 3 against number 4. Definitely the matches to take a look at. Yeah, so I wanted to show you something actually, Alessia, because, well, this mate, I wanted to go back to this position where the Queen H5 move was played. For me, like, it looks so dangerous, yeah, but if Black played something like Queen B6 over here, it could have been really dangerous moves like E5, the rook coming to E1. So my first glance here was really like, this could be so dangerous for Black with the king stranded in the center. But then Black played the beautiful, the impressive move Queen H5, making sure that the queen cannot go back to H6 and play knight D8. I haven't seen like tactics like this very often, so I just wanted to show this again towards the chat as well. Like, have you ever trapped a queen on G7 before, Alessia?
Well, I'm not sure, but could be. You know, sometimes there are some on B2 and on G7 there are some poison pawn, and so it could be some kind. I mean, it's much more typical on B2, as we show in some French is possible, but in many openings the pawn on B2 and G7 can be a tricky spot for the queen. So you always need to be sure that your queen is going back home.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what the queen nicely did on H5, covering up the escape square from white. I'm actually kind of curious as well, like, how did white sacrifice that piece? Oh, C3. Okay, but on the other hand, C3 was played, but it was necessary because the knight is trapped on D4. Ah, okay. Okay, so actually white played bishop H6 here, which was probably a blunder after taking queen C5. E5 followed, it's a pin, so Black will always win a piece. Actually, white simply just blundered there with bishop H6, it seems. All right, we're waiting for the games to start, and actually they have started right now. So let's dive right into the action. Okay, quick question for you, Alessia. What's this opening called?
Oh, I don't remember. I mean, the Vienna is with the knight c3 f4, but this is not sure about this.
In my book, this is called the Gleck variation. Igor Gleck, the grandmaster, I forgot where he's from actually, but yeah, a famous grandmaster played this consistently and made this system work for white for a long time. I believe in the 90s for especially. Yeah, it's a really funny opening. It's not regarded as the most, how do you say, ambitious. It's very positional, but you get interesting positions as well. Like here, the main move is no. I was going to say bishop g2, not knight g e2. Yeah, so the main line in my book is bishop g2, takes, and you get some sort of a rook b1 action over here. Knight goes to e2. You might play d4 as white. It actually plays quite interesting. Sometimes I did get into trouble in this whole variation one from the black side. So yeah, cool to see. But white is
I have some hard puzzle for you. Let's go back just one move for both players. So if you could place, okay, knight g2.
Yeah.
If you could place a knight anywhere on the chessboard, where would you place it?
All the way back because I don't feel like this one. Of course, it's on f3.
Nice.
Checkmate.
Amazing. Always good to show the show.
Yep.
Yesterday, with Bake, we were looking at all these traps. And it's always good to remind people that sometimes there can be a smoother mate at the center of the board.
Would you call this a suffocation mate, by the way? Is this a suffocation mate? Because the king is, of course, stuck. So you could call this suffocation mate. In a sense, right?
Why not? Or smoother mate in the center?
All right, let's move on. Let's see what happened here. We've now got the bishop went to a5. It's a normal position, but yeah, the pawn structure got on the board. The one that I showed before. Okay, and let's see if... okay, we're still in the opening phase, everyone. But let's try and find some interesting openings. This was one that stood out. Here we got a Slav position, where black actually decided to take the pawn and try to protect the pawn, actually. A takes b5, okay. I'm wondering if white's going to try and play queen f3. Because queen f3 is one of the tricks that you very often see. In this case, let me show that actually. In this case, queen f3 doesn't work because of queen d5. And you protect against the rook on a8. But in another variation, I want to show this actually, is instead black could play d takes c4. You play e3, b5, and here there's a common variation which is takes, queen f3, and you win the rook on a8. Black does get compensation, but it's a common trick that your rook is trapped like this.
Yep, and here there is no queen d5.
Yep. So that's my story. That was the Looney Tune pig intro, if you don't remember.
No, I didn't see much Looney Tunes.
Looney Tune, there was like that's all, folks. Remember? You don't remember? That's like the end from the Looney Tunes.
I'm too young for that.
Are you calling me old? No. I had my birthday a few days ago. I already feel old, but now I'm being told in the chat, literally, not in the chat, but by Alessia that I'm old.
No, Roland, you're doing great. No worries. No worries. No worries. What's happening in the next game? What are those pawns doing there? Whew.
Yeah, pawns. Well, what is this square? That looks kind of juicy. Yeah, so I think, it's such a position. Okay, so white played very slowly, put the knight on f5, but the bishop is stuck looking at its own pawn. But after taking e takes, suddenly the bishop has free range on the longest diagonal. And also there's knight d5 incoming, so. Looks good for white. I like white a lot.
Yep.
I said suffocation, mate. My producer sending me a very angry message which says, it's smothered, mate. That's correct. It's smothered, mate. In the Netherlands, we actually call it stigmat. So I literally translated that to suffocation, mate, in my head.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay. I
It's
thought like
true.
I was mispronouncing mine, so no, but it's Murford as Murford. Okay, got it.
Yeah. All right, corrected.
Don't worry, really. All good, all good.
He's so quick to put his finger on me, like, dude. No, but it's good. Yeah. Bigfoot is still with us, everyone. Oh, great. So yeah, but this looks good for white, yeah? Or do you have a hidden tactic for black here to make sure?
No. I just have kind of some hidden tactic for white here. Everything looks good for white. I mean, f6.
Yeah.
94.
Good point.
G6.
F6. Let's go, mate.
Queen h5.
Yeah.
I just like. I mean, those are in Italian, you know, we say, I have bread for my teeth. It's just a literal translation. I don't know if this quote, this way of saying, when you know you're an attacking player and you get an attacking position, and is these kind of things when you are in your comfortable zone, you know, comfort zone. And so I would love to play this with white.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I see another pawn on h5, and I was thinking, like, let's talk about this one. The pawn is advanced to h6, which means that the bishop is going to move back to f8, where it looks a bit silly. The question is, how big is white's advantage here? And is the pawn going to be weak at some point? Like, I would say play f4, for example. Push the knight away.
And then I go to g4?
You can also go to g4. I missed that it was actually protected. Oh, well, in that case, maybe not so clear, yeah, in that case. If you can't play f4, well, you can always play something like queen d2 and then long castle and then say, I have easier development because the black bishop looks a bit dull over there. So I still like white. Black still have chances, of course, but this is how an h-pawn can work on the h-file. It's not just to attack, sometimes just to get a positional advantage, stop the bishop from development. No? Cool. Okay. Some games are already in the end game, and we have only been 5 minutes more or less progressed. Okay, look for this one, for example.
Whoa. So we have 2 minor pieces and 2 rooks. Oh, how about the cat? Oh, white is a pawn up, but there is now a pawn on a4 that is a target of the black rooks.
It's going to be taken off the board most likely. I don't really see how you can defend it.
Not defend, but maybe, yeah, counterattack with g4 and bishop f4.
Yeah, I figured that too. I do have knight e8 to protect c7, at least for now.
Can something like knight f1 work with the idea that after rook take a4, you take, and then you go with rook d8?
And then you grab the pawn on c7. Very nice. Well done. Yeah, so, well, even there, after a move like bishops, well, actually threaten bishop d6 as well, so I need to be careful. Yeah, but it looks like white is still better, yeah, like a pawn up, and let's see. Okay, bishop f4 is actually played. Yeah, I wonder if knight e8 is actually the right approach. Maybe you need to play something like c6. But then still, yeah, ideas with bishop c7 are on the table. Looks a bit better for white, at least. Not too much, I would say. I think white will be a pawn up, but black will have some compensation.
Yeah, let's see how this game will maybe come back later and see how the game evolved. And now Roland will search another. Ooh, bishop take f7. We like it. What is happening? Let's go straight into it. What is happening if king takes on f7?
Well, I will tell you. The queen will take the bishop on d7 and he will say, I'm 2 pawns up. That is literally what white will say. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. After king g8, well, white's pieces are also, you could say, a little more active. Maybe not, especially the queen, actually. But it's more the space advantage, I would say. White has 2 pawns. Those pawns are well advanced. So white should really be better, especially after something like queen d5. Maybe even push the pawns at some point. So it simply looks good for white. Black needs to take, queen takes. I don't see any compensation for the 2 pawns, so simply looks really good for white, right?
I agree. I agree.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, so white got the advantage. The knight was trapped, so suddenly black lost the pawn, and after bishop b4, black lost the second pawn, like this. All right, looks good for white. I'm always searching for these tactics. Let's see, strategic position right here. Fabio Mensing playing against Gabriel Sixtus. Pawn structure better for black, I'd say. This looks really nice. I'd say black is better, actually. Yeah, black has a nicer pawn structure. Maybe white can try to create something on the queen side, but especially the bishop. That looks really nice. Targeting c2. And even the pawn on h5 is also kind of weak. So I'm also looking ahead with things like taking rook c5 at some point, trying to undermine the h5 pawn. While white does not have any targets in the position so far. No, I definitely prefer black here. The bishop looks good. And rook c5. Come on, prove my point. Come on.
I also like black here. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
It's just coming, everything is coming, and maybe also, you know, look at the rooks are passive. Not the rook maybe needs to go to a2. But then after rook a2, what is black just bringing the king?
Just bringing the king and maybe push some pawns forward to try and you can still try to attack h5. I would just try and grab some space. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might not be too much advantage that black has, because, for example, if I try to get my king in, I can play something like rook g4, make sure that the king cannot get it. And yeah, I think maybe in this position, I probably would not have traded the bishop on f3. I think I would have kept it because the knight on e5 looks so strong here. I think I would have played something like, what would I play here? Maybe knight c4, if possible. Attack e3. Maybe even followed by e5. Or maybe even more simple is, okay, take the knight off and now play rook c5. Because the knight on e5 looked brilliant, I think. So maybe you can, it stops any g4 protection ideas. So. Yeah, I like black. I'm not too sure. Oh, actually, the game continued. Rook h2, rook f5, f4, rook c5. Now, okay, that's clear. That's a good way of playing. Now black.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I want to point out about the rook on e4 that looks like a strange rook, but because it's kind of not doing anything there.
It's stuck. Yeah, that's good to point out indeed. But also look at this. I think this is gorgeous. But both rooks have lifted, and now they're going on to attack h5. This is what I like about rooks. Look at that.
I love it. Love it. Nice, nice activation on the rooks. And let's see if black now is able to convert this in a victory. H5. The pawn is rolling. Rolling.
Rolling. Yes, my name is like rolling. All right. Let's move on. Sort of King's Indian position. Pawn on e6. Nice knight on d4. Nice knight on d5. Who's better and why? Equal material.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. So we need still to improve. I don't like the white piece on c1, so the bishop. There is not an easy way. Okay, maybe bishop b2 and even bishop take d4 could be an idea.
Could be. Yeah.
Because
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
black cannot do the same. Because if knight take d5, just e take d5 is capturing and protecting the pawn. But if we go back, a question comes into my mind. Isn't e6 endgame?
Yes, indeed, actually. So why can't black take here? Well, I guess there's queen b3. There's some tactics.
Ooh.
And I guess black could play king h8 to stop that. Well, white can take here maybe. Well, no, there's knight b4. Actually, why can't you take? Taking looks good. No problem on with the e6 pawn. There's nothing better, yeah? Knight takes e6. Do we have something better? Queen here, king h8. No, I don't see anything better. It looks like black wins a pawn. White still has compensation, of course, because of the backwards pawn on d6, but I'm not too sure how good the composition is for white. The knight's gonna come back to d4.
Yeah, maybe now bishop b2 could be an idea, just to be ready to face knight d4, and then maybe the light colored bishop could start to be an interesting piece.
Yeah, could be.
Activation on the rooks, and the black pieces are not, so excited about their squares. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree. I think white definitely has some good compensation there. Yeah, but black is thinking a lot. Already down to 5 minutes, as you can see.
Roland, as the chat is saying that b6 is ending, can you please show them why knight take b6 is not working?
Yeah, the reason why knight takes b6 isn't working is because black has a Thyssen-Zet with knight d4, attacking the queen, and then you can take the knight afterwards.
Amazing.
That's why. Thyssen-Zet. Keep that in mind.
Intermezzo.
No,
in Italian.
Thyssen-Zet.
What is that, Roland?
It's Dutch. Like you got Zugzwang. I want to create a Dutch saying as well. Thyssen-Zet.
Oh.
In between move. Thyssen-Zet.
Say it slowly.
Thyssen-Zet.
Thyssen-Zet?
Yeah, look, sounds great, doesn't it?
Thyssen-Zet. Thyssen-Zet.
There you go. Zugzwang. Thyssen-Zet. There you go.
Do you also have vocals in Dutch?
What?
No. A, E, O, U.
A, E, O, U.
A, E, I, O, U. Do we have also those kind of letters?
Yes, of course.
Good.
What kind of question is that? Like, of course. We're not talking like not like that. That would be weird. Okay.
Let's go, Roland. I want to
go.
see one game that is really make me say, whoa.
Okay. Yeah, I see a trapped bishop, so black is winning. Let's move on.
Whoa.
This is a nice classical position, I'd say. This reminds me of back in the old days when like in the how do you say, the tall kind of days, or the Botvinnik kind of days. This is how they used to play the old variation of the Nimzo, actually. But white's trying to get the play to e4 and then move on. But black has got some potential on the queen side by attacking a4, for example. But yeah, it seems like the focus is totally on e4. Black does not have any counterplay at the moment. So would you play h4, knight goes away, and then e4? It does sacrifice a pawn, but the question is it worth it?
I'm not sure for this. No, I will never do this. It feels like my king is getting dangerous.
Okay, how about this? h4, knight h, king f2, and then
that's another story. Yeah, I think like the pawn on g3 is kind of important, no?
yeah, you can even play knight h5, actually. And if I have to play f4, then that's not.
No, then the white square are like the cheese again.
like the Swiss cheese. Yeah. E4.
You know that.
I am wondering about this. This could be good actually for white. Like E5, knight H5. I'm wondering if this works after F4. I'm sacrificing everything by so that's not Nah, it looks like it's too much. Looks like it's too much. I can't trap the queen. I don't know how. No, this is too much. So in that case, maybe black is still okay if he gets the other rook into E8. Like if you can prevent E4, you should be more or less okay with black, I would say. But it's a really interesting position. There was a big theoretical discussion about this between Botvinnik and Petrosian. It's a really fun. I remember reading My Great Predecessors Part 3, and there was actually this structure. It was a really nice game between Petrosian and I think it was Botvinnik, if I'm not mistaken, where this is where white played with the E4 pawn, pushed it all the way forward, but black countered, played very passively, and in the end won the game as well. So I like these structures. Yeah, it warms my heart and my brain.
Oh, then we want to see more of this structure.
Please play like the old days. Those were good.
Post-romantic.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't born back then, but still, some history times are good. Yeah. All right. So Alessia, interesting question. Does white have an attack? White,
of course,
has a pawn less, but can white start attacking? And if so, how?
Yeah, H4. Let's open everything.
Quick answer. G takes H4. And what?
We can even go with G5, maybe G6. Or trying to play Queen F4, Rook H1. Just. I like it.
All right. Or Rook H1 takes. Well, actually, after Rook H1. Wait a second. I have H3. And then it's protected.
What if I give away everything? Like my rook, and then I play the other rook on H1.
Let's say I play A5. Want to take here?
Oh, maybe.
Rook H1. Could be okay. Well, I'm going to say, give me everything.
And then I play. Oh, okay. Yeah, but what if I play first Queen H2?
Then I'm going to say, well, check me if you like. I'm going to run away.
Okay, well, you're right.
You only noticed that now, Alessia? No, okay, I'm joking. No. The joke was, I'm always right. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I think attacking on the H file is good. G5 looks good as well. Maybe the more accurate, more ideas to put the rook on H4 instead. What do you think?
I like it. And then maybe G6.
And then G6 and then Rook H7. Yeah, that looks good.
That looks good.
The point is the rooks are not active. Yeah, if there was one rook on E5, for example, or on H8, then it would be okay. But there are no rooks on the open files. So it looks to me like white is going to have all the fun here. Okay, let's see if it happened. Let's see what happened on the board. So Queen F2 played, maybe preparing H4. That makes sense as well. B6, trying to push.
It's low. Maybe C5 immediately is needed. Even if you gave away a pawn, you're. Oh no.
But H5 played. Now, what's your reaction here?
Oh no.
Oh,
you go to open those files.
And sing about it. Yeah, I do like that you have a threat here. So for example, after this, oh no, my pawn, then you lose.
All right, that's
More
interesting.
Yeah, but it's cool how
what
we
if
have
Queen H6 just blocking everything?
Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. I still think white is better, but it's harder to break through. Yeah. Okay, bishop f5 played, d4. Okay, black is really starting to get some counter. So. And black is a pawn up. So I would say so far, Daniel has shown what to do here, which is push pawns and open files. So the results are kicking in, by the way, a lot of results already. So there are still, of course, a lot of interesting games as well. Let's take a look. Let me find a pawn ending. How about this? Black is a pawn up. And that means that black should be winning. Let's say king f2. c4 should already be winning if white takes everything off the board. You can take the pawn, or you can say, nope, I want to go immediately. And black wins. Should be over.
The pawn is unstoppable.
So you got a movie called The Marching Penguins. Should we create a movie that's called The Marching Pawns?
A move called Marching Pawns.
Yeah. Any video producer out there who likes that title and want to make a movie about marching pawns? Marching Penguins was, I think, an Oscar-winning documentary about king penguins. Yeah.
We gotta see
It's a
that.
good story. It's a good story. I liked it a lot. Yeah. But okay. Enough about penguins. Let's move on.
They're very cute penguins, but chess is also a cool game. What is happening, guys? We are just to let you know we are in the last moments of today. The online Olympian Day 2 is running towards the conclusion. So those are the very last moments. So what is gonna happen here?
Well, we got once again in the bishop versus knights discussion. Here I would say black is absolutely better because there are huge threats in the position. And the bishops cannot really make use of the open diagonal. Yeah, well, it would also be a big difference if this knight wasn't on c4, but on e4, for example. So I don't know. It seems like black's coordination is just a bit better here. I like black a little bit better. Simple. Let's say king h2. I want to prepare against the knight g4 threat. Knight f4 threat, excuse me. But yeah, like bishop e4, but then there's also rook a8, eyeballing some tactics over here. I don't know, it feels like black has some pressure at the very least. We have to see how good the pressure is, because I don't really see a win at this point just yet. I like king h2, prophylactics against knight g4, so that you cannot take on h3 because I'll just take. But of course, Celestia, would you like to try it? Takes.
And bring the other knight.
No mate here, but you were attacking here. So rook e3, maybe queen h4. Looks pretty dangerous, right? There might be a sacrifice here somewhere.
But what if rook g3? And maybe we go for some counter sacrifice, because maybe now we can play it in rook. Go for it.
You want to. I see you.
Yeah, I want to backfire.
I can be a party pooper.
Oh no. That's a good move. That's just a good
It's
move.
not Alessia.
Oh no.
Boom. Oops.
Ouchie.
I am not a party pooper. I'm giving the party to you.
Nice.
Yeah, it's interesting. Takes. I can go away maybe, but let's take e6. This looks really good. f6 maybe. Queen d7 and mate. So,
wow. Okay,
yeah.
if king h8.
Check.
Yes, just queen h7.
Yep.
Let's go, guys. Rook g3. Remember, the best defense is the attack. So go for it. If you find those moves that you can get something back, go for it. Always.
Bishop c1 is doesn't solve the problem with knight f4. Bishop c1 was played actually. So knight goes here, and then suddenly you've got two threats in the position still. Yeah, I don't know, but it looks like a lot of fun. A lot of games are ending, everyone. I'll try to find the most interesting moments out there.
Roland, I have an idea here for white. What about queen e4?
Queen e4. Ah, okay. Let's see. Okay, I'll be a greedy boy. I'll take the pawn.
Okay. And there is no mate. I go.
There's no mate, mate. There's no mate.
What if I go with G3?
Just G3. This looks good. Yeah. Now you're attacking the knight thrice, so that means you have. I think you're just winning a piece here. Actually, you're even threat. No, that's not a threat. I was thinking Bishop G2 might work, but you might take here, but maybe more easy just to take like this. No, it's not that easy actually. Yeah, what a complicated position, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so complex because it's crazy that actually both players are having some ideas.
Queen e4. I might actually play f5.
And if I take?
I'll take with the nope. I won't.
You
actually,
want it.
In between king and then take. Doesn't that? Knight takes h3. Check. Aha.
All right. What if I play Queen G6?
Here?
Yeah. And I say, ha, your rook is under attack.
Well, actually, the queen is also under attack.
That's true. Everything.
Oh, okay, never mind. Let's move on, shall we, to something more easy where my head is not scrambled.
Yeah, guys, just forgive us. It's our
played.
6th hour of commentary. So
it's
the brain
try
is
to find something more easy. Okay, this looks kind of easy. We had this moment, yeah, where white's 2 pawns up. Now we are absolutely over here. White suddenly only 1 pawn. But white's gonna win the piece. And with that, it's gonna win the game, I would say.
That's a GG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is pretty
What
straight.
else?
I don't see any counterplay. There's just a check on a7, but that's just to play the game a bit longer.
Bishop d6, bishop c5 looks winning for white. All right, I got this game, which might be interesting. We got double pawns here. Black's got a good knight on g4, and this knight has just been pushed away. This pawn might be weak with rook f5 ideas, but I would say it's fairly equal. After, well, the bishop is stuck. If the knight gets here, okay, I'll take it back. I think white's a little bit better. If the knight gets here, the bishop is still stuck. You've got a target.
Yeah, I was calculating a bit bishop h6 with idea to change, but then probably white is taking both pawns. Yeah, taking. Yeah. Cannot I give a check on e2? No, because the knight is hanging.
You can
maybe knight
again,
g.
Yeah, very good. One doesn't that. And looks like you're okay. Yeah, you're gonna win on e2. The pawn back, and you should be fine. Unless I give a check, king goes somewhere. Let's.
Yeah,
see.
then there is
Rook
king
G5.
check.
And if you try to win my pawn, I can play a rook here. Even this is not so easy. Yeah, actually.
Oh, isn't there a rook? Yeah.
So I think it's about equal. Yeah, I'm trying to find something for white, but it seems to be about rook e2 played. So what was played? Knight h3, rook e2, king c1, rook takes g2, knight f4, and actually rook. Oh, black is a pawn up at the moment.
Yeah, rook
The
e2. I
exchange
like that.
worked. Yeah, white does have some compensation, I suppose, but I think that black should be simply in the driver's seat, right? Knight f4 played, rook h2, knight e6, knight e5. The knight looks kind of annoying for black, so
yeah, that's
really annoying actually.
Oh.
Now that rook h7 played, that's a nice rook. Okay, and now taking off the pawn. Okay, so white is coming back. This is an interesting game. Also, time trouble, guys. 0.40 seconds left. That's not correct. 40 seconds left versus 1 minute. I'd say let's stick to this game because the other games are not that well. There are some interesting games still, actually. Yeah, actually, we got this game as well. It was this one over here. And now we got this position. What's going on here? Oh, white's a rook up. Okay, never mind. This is a cool mate.